Good morning and welcome to the Committee of the Whole for the District of Squamish for October 12th, 2021. I am Councillor Doug Race. I am the acting mayor this month and as such will be chairing this meeting. Welcome Squamish Awayame. Welcome to the traditional territory of the Squamish Nation. Our first item of business is to adopt the agenda, Council. I don't anticipate any changes. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Moved by Councillor French, second by Councillor Anderson. Any discussion? Any opposed? Motion carries. Well, that was easy. Hopefully the rest of the day goes well. Our first item of business is number 3, delegations, and we have a delegation from the Central Estuary Restoration Project, spit removal update. And so I'll turn it over initially to Mr. Wickham. Go ahead, Mr. Wickham. Mr. Wickham, are you there?
I am.
Are you starting off?
No, I believe I guess I can give a very brief, like 1-minute introduction. Who else do we have here? Do we have Kim Stegman Lowe, Patty, Edith, Kathleen, and Joyce?
And Francesca.
And Francesca. Okay. Who's going to be presenting for CERT? Edith will. Okay. Why don't I can give a 1-minute or a 30-second introduction just of Edith, and Edith, you can introduce your team. And does Edith have the ability to present? Edith has some slides.
I'll ask staff of Ms. Tope have the ability to present?
Somebody might have to push the button. Okay.
The answer is yes.
Okay, fantastic. I don't have any slides. I'm just going to do a quick verbal after Edith is done. I'll do a quick verbal on the Squamish Spit Vision, Community Vision Committee, and what that's all about and what it's been up to. And then we can open things up to questions. Do you want to do it in 2 pieces, or is it best to do it all at once like that? Edith will present hers, I'll present mine, and then we'll open up.
I think that would be best. Yep. Go ahead.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, sorry, are you ready for me to introduce?
Yes, sorry, go ahead.
Okay,
yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, Council. This is Chris Wickham, Director of Engineering. And we're here for a quick presentation from the Central Estuary Restoration Project, or SERP team. The SERP team consists of the Squamish River Watershed Society, Department of Fishery and Oceans, and the Squamish Nation. And unfortunately, our representative, the representative from DFO, couldn't join us today. Murray Manson sends his regrets, but we have a group of people presenting from the SERP team, and I think Edith Tobe from the Watershed Society can introduce them. Thank you, Edith.
Thank you all. It's a pleasure to present to Committee of the Whole today. I've got a little bit of technical challenges, but we'll do our best to try to make everything work. I think, as Chris mentioned, we're here to talk about the we're here to talk about the Central Estuary Restoration Project, and we're going to give an update on the project. Would you like me to step right into the presentation as we discuss this? I suspect I'm going to have a little bit of problem setting up my PowerPoint, so I may need the district to step in. Does that sound sensible?
Yep, go ahead. I think so. And we'll just give you what assistance we can.
Okay, so how, first and foremost, how do I share my screen? Share. Is that, so I'm going to share. Share content.
I'll ask Ms. Arthurs to answer that. I don't know either.
Does that pop up for you?
No. It says unmute, start video, and the next one is share. And you just would hit share and then select your presentation and it will automatically share. And
Say that, but I don't know where the presentation thing is. Patty's going to come over and try to help me. So share and then my screen. I'm going to share that. You can share your screen. Does it see that?
And then click on that. Oh, you don't get the menu
No.
on my screen.
Okay, so
Okay.
I am not going to share my presentation. Chris, do you have the ability to put that up on my behalf?
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. If somebody can give me the power, I can push the share button.
In the meantime, I'd like to acknowledge we're on the unceded territorial lands of Squamish Nation, and we've got the pleasure today of having with us, as mentioned in the introduction, we've got Chessie Knight, our president. Thank you, that's perfect. We've got Patty Heinzman, who's working with us on project management and delivery. And we have Joyce Williams here, who's also been a member of the Central Estuary Restoration Project team representing Squamish Nation. As mentioned, Murray Manson from Federal Fisheries is unavailable today, but he also makes up the other representation for the project team. So if you could go to, by the way, that's an image from when we did the navigation study, the simulation. We went down to the city, Patty and myself, and we're in the simulation chamber, and that's what it looked like coming into the Squamish Harbor. So we thought that was a fun thing. So for the agenda today, I'm going to go over a bit about the history of the project, the history of the work that the Squamish River Watershed Society has been doing, the project engagement side of the elements of what we're working on, an update on the project itself, a little bit of an overview on the engineering studies and design, and then an overview of what permits and authorizations were required, and a quick summary of the monitoring program, and then we'll get into the planned construction scheduling and then hand it over for discussion. Because we've got Patty and Joyce and Chessie here, they may also add some thoughts, so I may hand it over to them at any point. If you could go to the next slide, that would be great. This is just a great visual I find from before this training berm went in and after. So it's immediately before 1969. The training berm went in the 1970s as a desire by BC Rail to construct a multimodal port facility around coal exports. And you can see how the river was confined after the training berm was constructed, and the big blob at the southern end of the training berm, is the area we referred traditionally as the dredge spoil site. That's now the site of the Seagrass Trail, which is around 15 hectares. And from basically 1970 to about 2001, it had been a moonscape all those years. And I'm mentioning that because I'll get to that a little later in the presentation of some of the restoration works that we've undertaken, but it gives you a good visual of the changes in the confinement of what that training berm has done to the function of the estuary and the ability of the river to move throughout the estuary, just as, lungs and providing the air to the lungs. So it's really modified it. Okay, next slide. I mentioned we've done a lot of restoration. The right-hand side of your screen is that dredge spoil site. Back in 2003, when we started to convert it back to the present day of what you go down and see when you're walking in the walking trail. I also highlighted a little image from 2015 when we upgraded and restored the West Bar log sort. Whoop, if you could go back. So it's the map on the left. It's not quite up to date, but it does show you some of the overviews of the restoration works the Watershed Society has been undertaking in partnership with federal fisheries and Squamish Nation since around 2001 to the present, putting in all the tidal channels, putting culvert connections between the river and the estuary, and restoring brownfields back into functional estuarine habitat with the intention of really revitalizing the estuary for fish habitat as part of the international birding area, and allowing for the resiliency of the estuary to function with allowing sedimentation buildup and mitigate against flood events. Okay, the next slide. So the project began around 2017 with the initial concept of how are we going to best restore Chinook habitat in the Squamish estuary. For 3 or 4 years, we had been studying how the Chinook salmon are able to access the Squamish estuary. We're finding that the culverts, which were approximately 2 meters in size, 9 of them were constructed along the whole training berm structure from about 1994 to 2013. And we were studying, are the fish using those culverts? Are they able to pass through the culverts? And we found that the culverts themselves were undersized. We're not allowing fish passage. So through partnerships, again, with Squamish Nation and federal fisheries and discussions with the local community, with the Windsburg community, with the District of Squamish, with the Squamish terminals, we came up with a 3-pronged approach to try to restore salmon access between the Squamish River and the central estuary by upgrading and improving some of the major culvert restrictions along the training berm, which resulted in 2019 and 2020 with us replacing 2 culverts with large 3 meter by 3 meter structures that are fish friendly. And that was phase 1. And then phase 2 of the project that we're talking about today is modification of the lower spit to really open up 144 hectares of the estuary for the fish coming down, the juvenile salmonids coming down the Squamish River to be able to access the whole central estuary. And then phase 3 is a little bit in the future still, but it's looking at connectivity along the CN spur line between the central estuary and Bridge Pond Upper Cattermole Slough. So to that end, we've had a lot of meetings from 2017 onwards with our CERC team, with the technical committee consisting of the district, the province, Squamish Terminals and Transport Canada, many public engagement meetings from 2018 to the present. The latest was May of 2021 with the larger community. And then just regular bi-weekly or more frequent meetings with all of the above mentioned to give them updates on the project, where we're at, and how we're proceeding. Okay, next. Sorry, next slide. So I mentioned that 2019, 2020, we replaced 2 culverts. We're now looking at the partial removal, 300 meters of the lower training berm for this season. And I can get into the details of why we're choosing the partial removal in a bit. And we'll plan the full 800 to 900 meter removal for next fall, starting up next year in 2022. And it's an ongoing process of doing the engineering, doing the modeling and the designs for this, and a lot of engagement and discussions with the various team members and the regulators. Next slide. So to that effect, since 2018, we've been studying flood modeling, we've been studying sedimentation transport down the Squamish River, we've been studying wave modeling, with and without the spit, so we have a good understanding. Are there going to be negative impacts on flooding or risk to the District of Squamish? are there going to be negative or concerning impacts to the operations of the Squamish terminals? And we really wanted to have a robust understanding of the impact of the removal of this structure and to facilitate any additional information or design into the removal if we found any concerning issues around the proposed removal of the 300 meters and then the full removal. To that end, the last studies, major studies that we had undertaken in early 2020 and 2021 was really around the whole spit removal and really understanding the processes, really understanding the outflows of the river, really understanding how the estuary itself is functioning. And this led to this summer needing to undertake a navigation simulation study with the pilots as they come into the Squamish Harbor. And so that was completed a couple of weeks ago. Patty and I had the pleasure to go down and be in the room in which the simulation was undertaken. And we just received the summary report of the maneuvering analysis last week, and we're reviewing that. We were able to share that with the Squamish terminals. It's still in its draft form. Once we get it finalized, we'll share that with district staff and with provincial staff. So it's a very interesting process. The summation of it was the pilots, there was 20 scenarios that they took the operations through. They're looking at the boats coming into harbor. This is all about the West Berth, by the way, coming into the harbor under flood spring tides, coming out of harbor under flood spring tides, 200-meter boats, smaller boats, boats with deep drafts, boats with shallower drafts. And then they did several scenarios with big winds, the Squamish outflow winds, and how that would impact the ability to get into port and out of port with the full and partial removals or with the status quo. And reading through the report, just to get to their quick summation, was that the full removal of the spit really was found to be optimal for the boat coming into berth for various reasons. Right now, as you can imagine, the Squamish River at a flood tide is coming out in huge volumes, and the ship has to angle towards the West Berth as it's coming up Howe Sound, and then it has to right itself when it gets into that back eddy of the Squamish Terminal's West Berth. When you've got the full removal, it's the same consistency all the way across from the Squamish River to the central estuary. So it doesn't have that need to move the boat to the side. It could just go right into port. Anyways, we will be sharing those technical details, and it was really an interesting process. And I should also say, from our standpoint and working closely with the regulators, at every stage with the engineering modelings, with the simulations, with the sedimentation studies, and with the hydrodynamic modeling we're doing, we're not seeing major red flags. We're not seeing any big, huge showstoppers with the proposed spit removal. We're seeing variations of the operations of the Squamish Estuary, which we would expect. But with keeping in mind the operations of the Squamish terminals, we're not seeing any major showstoppers, and we're going to continue to work with the Squamish terminals so that there's a high level of comfort that our expectations are that the removal of the spit, the partial and the full, should ultimately be fairly negligible in the operations of the terminals, possibly even improving the operations, but we can get to that in a moment as well. Next slide. This is an image provided by our engineering team of WSP, and it's sort of hard to see, but that's for the 300-meter partial removal. And they went in and were able to do a 3D modeling of the central basin. And so you can sort of see at the bottom drawing, the bottom illustration, the left side, that island will be left intact. So for the roundabout now of the southern end of the berm, we'll be cutting it off just to the north of that roundabout. So leaving the roundabout and everything to the south as an island, so that the wind sports community we'll still be able to access the site and to launch from the site, and we'll be protecting that exposed roundabout, and we'll be protecting where we're going to be cutting it off at the north end at the end of that 300 meters to protect against erosion while we're in between the processes of moving to the full removal. But once we do the erosion protection around that roundabout, around the Spit Island, it's intended to last for, I don't have a time estimate, but there will be, you know, whatever the 50 years or whatever the required requisite for erosion protection around that site. We're also doing an analysis of the southern end of what will be the Spit Island to really understand the limitations. It's like doing a home inspection when you're buying a house, going in and understanding what you're buying. So that we'll be sharing the information of the study, of showing the areas that are potentially going to be eroding. The whole structure of the training berm, I think many of you are aware, is eroding throughout the whole structure and is never built or designed for the use that we have at present. So we want to understand when we leave what portions we're responsible for as part of the design, and where the landholders, the province and the leaseholder with the District of Squamish may need to understand the long-term impacts of sea level rise, of climate change, and just day-to-day erosion, and the changes in the whole way that the river is functioning around that site. Okay, next slide. So as mentioned, we've got a series of approvals and authorizations that are required. Transport Canada, that application process began in September and is being reviewed right now as part of the Navigable Waters Act. Then there's this Water Sustainability Act, Section 11, that's underway and is at the provincial level. Also at the provincial level, because we're in this wildlife management area, we'll need a permission to do this type of construction in the WMA under the Wildlife Act. We'll be requesting an exemption under the District of Squamish noise bylaw. We'll probably be focusing on work at low tide periods, which may be through the night. So we want to make sure that I think we're out of the way. I don't suspect there should be too many people that should be concerned about the noise we're going to be generating, but we will be submitting an application for that. Okay, next. I had mentioned that we've been looking at the estuary for well before the project began, trying to understand the limitations to the salmon habitat, their accessibility from the river to the estuary. We've been studying basically a little bit before 2015, but solidly on the estuary from 2015 onwards. This is important for us to understand the baseline of what was in existence, how the modifications were undertaken in the estuary with the culvert upgrades, and now with the proposed partial spit removal will be affecting the fish movement. Is it working the way we had anticipated? Do we need to tweak it? We're also looking on top of the movement of the fish, of the salmonids. We're looking at the biophysical changes of sedimentation, of salinity, of temperature, of conductivity, of the vegetation. The estuary is very dynamic. It's always under flux. There's constant times where, you know, there's changes in vegetation with the lowering of the waters, like what we're seeing in the Bridge Pond and Upper Powdermill Slough. There's not the same amount of water that's getting into those areas that historically were in those areas. We're monitoring for that as well. And what the changes of improving water quality and water flow will do. And just recognizing as well, like we are under changes in climate. We certainly saw that this summer with the heat dome. So we're very well aware that there's a lot of dynamic actions in the estuary. We're doing our best to provide detailed monitoring so that we can really capture the existing conditions and the changes over time. Next slide. So the construction scheduling really is dependent on when we get our approvals and authorizations from Transport Canada and for the Water Sustainability Act and the other approvals I had mentioned. Ideally, we're planning now to start in mid-November. And we will be limited to working at low tide periods. We don't want to be working underwater. So we will really be focusing with the tidal cycle. So there's anywhere from 4 hours a day to 8 hours a day, and through winter midnight hours through December and January. Our construction scheduling, more than anything else, will be limited. Our endpoint will be when the herring arrive and start to spawn. We'll have to stop construction at that time. So we're looking just at doing a partial removal at this time. It also will allow us to do the full discussions with the district and with the Squamish terminals over the winter months as we're discussing the full removal and doing the analysis of what that will look like in terms of any movement of woody debris, any changes in sedimentation. Those are studies we're currently looking and undertaking. But with the 300 meters, the woody debris and the sedimentation shouldn't play a major role. We wanted to be able to give a comfort level to the district, to the province, and to the Squamish terminals to allow the project to move forward. So that's why we're focusing on the 300 meters now, as well as the time frame, so that once we get started, it'll be just basically full on until we either finish removing the 300 meters or the herrings start to arrive, and wherever we're at of the construction scheduling, that's when we'll have to stop for that period of time. We'll be giving full notification to the District of Squamish well in advance of the construction beginning. We'll be putting up signage and information in the local paper, signage on the site. Once we're ready to start work in advance, we'll be putting security fencing up. During construction, just similar to what the district does, like at the oceanfront lands, and when the district's doing dike construction, we'll be closing that off to public access for safety reasons. And when the work is on hiatus between that March-April period and when we resume for the full removal in the fall, we'll do our best to have the site accessible, but we're still in discussions with the District of Squamish, with Squamish Nation, as to what that would look like. It's a little too early for me because I just don't know when we're starting construction to really understand what the status is going to be when we have that hiatus. Is there going to be a lot of construction equipment on the site? Is there going to be a lot of materials like rock and debris? But we're going to do our best when we're in between the 300 meter partial removal and the full removal to allow pedestrian, if nothing else, pedestrian accessibility through the site. And as I mentioned, we'll be providing erosion protection so that when we're leaving that severed part, the new end to the spit, it won't erode away. The spit island will be left. Once we start work, it will no longer be accessible by the road. So want to make sure that both the district and the province and the Squamish Wind Sports Society have everything that they need on that site to the best of our abilities. We can assist as required or asked. You know, moving forward, there will be a lot of discussions, I'm sure, with the Vision Committee on the use and the access of the lower spit island. Okay, next slide. I thought this was a good visual to end with. Again, this was from our engineering team, and it just shows, I took the imagery on the left side in July of 2022 at high tide and low tide on the same day. And then our engineering team just basically took out the structure. So at high tide, you can see basically the whole river just slows right down as it enters into the estuary. And instead of it being like a fire hose with the existing training berm, it's going to spread out and the energy just drops right off. It's like a giant bathtub as it's entering into the estuary. The energy, the velocity, it slows right down. On the bottom image, it doesn't matter at all whether we take the berm out or not. The low tides, the water from the river doesn't make its way across at the low tide. So I've been mentioned the navigation study, the modeling. We were only looking at this modeling at the high tides for this very reason. We didn't do any modeling around low tides because the changes in a partial removal or full removal have absolutely zero impact on the ships being able to get in or out of the West Berth because of the that we're just going to be going down to the elevation of where the river invert is right now, the bottom of the river is right now, and where the bottom of the estuary is right now. So there still will be this bit of a weir at the lowest tides. Just as today, like when you go out on a low tide in the summer, you can virtually walk out to the west side of the river, you can virtually walk out to the east side to knock on the boats that are in at the West Berth. Okay, next slide. And that's my presentation, so I'll hand it over to any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Council. Councilor French.
Thanks, Chair. So back in 2017, the community was told by the mayor at that time that a win-win solution will be found if decommissioning of the spit impacted wind sports. So I'd like to know what's being done by the Squamish River Watershed Society to deliver that win-win scenario.
I can't speak on behalf of the former mayor, and because we have the benefit of having her in the room with us, I'll hand it over to her. But basically, our organization, the SERP team, had talked about a win-win-win between First Nations, industry, and federal fisheries. And we're always cognizant that there's a give and take, that when it impacts one recreation user group, such as the wind sports, it benefits other recreation user groups, such as the sports fish community, the paddleboard community. A lot of the recreation user groups also will tremendously benefit. The birding community is going to tremendously benefit from this work. So there's always a give and take, and the win-win-win, we still solidly stand behind. This is a project that was strongly supported by the federal government, by our former MP, Pamela Goldsmith-Jones, our current MP, Patrick Weiler, supported by Jordan Sturdy, our MLA, and supported throughout it, with input from the District of Squamish. So I don't know if that answers your question adequately, John.
And I'm happy to chime in, John. Apologies, my video says it won't work on my computer. Yeah, back in 2017, I think, there was a lot of excitement about this possibility of reinvigorating and restoring the estuary. And as you know, there was a vision which dates back to the 80s, and the environments, the former Conservation Estuary Society and Jim Wisnia, the idea of putting a berm off of the northern edge of the terminal. This is still, I think, something the wind sports is looking towards. Back in 2018, 2019, it really became evident that was not going to be part of the scope of this project. It was just a very complicated endeavor, and it's been known for several years that that's not the case. We are currently working with the Wind Sports Society to figure out short-term solutions, and we appreciate the nation and the district's leadership on engaging the Vision Committee to sort of do that work. And that's ongoing, and we've been meeting with them regularly over the last month or two, and we're looking at a number of different ways we can facilitate boat movements to allow them to bring people out to the launch area on the island, as well as some other modifications and improvements that they'd like to see there with regard to their Sea-Doo launch, making sure there's parts of the island that are eroding quite substantively, mostly because of wave action. So we're trying to work with them to help increase the sustainability of the launch site period, and also find solutions within the scope of the project, within the costing of the project, to make sure that there's access there. With regard to the other users, of course, there's quite a bit of enthusiasm for the project, because, with birders, with fishermen, with paddlers and that type of thing, it creates a much improved situation for a lot of entities. And we appreciate that the wind sports is definitely challenged by this situation. And we're working with them to figure out how we can make it as good as possible for them.
Go ahead, Ms. Wickham.
Yes, I just wanted to briefly touch on the Community Vision Committee, which has been mentioned in the presentation. Just a quick 1-minute backgrounder that back in May and June, it became apparent that as the CERP team was sprinting forwards on technical items, that there was an opportunity for a joint committee facilitated by Squamish Nation and District of Squamish jointly. And I work with Kathleen Edwards, a staff member at Squamish Nation to facilitate this group. An opportunity to have the heavily impacted stakeholders, especially wind sports and terminals, come together with the CERP team, and various government agencies were involved, the province and federal levels, and talk about the short-term access, short-term impacts, but also the long-term as well. The Wind Sports Society is working hard to come up with a long-term vision for access other than boat access, and wanted an opportunity to present and ask questions about what those might look like. So we've been about a half dozen meetings, some of them focused on the long term, and some of them very tight meetings focused on the nuts and bolts of the short-term access with boats and boat ramps, and the wind sports engineers talking to the Watershed Society engineers about the details of how to do that. So that's one other thing that has been going on. I'd also like to mention that we should have, I believe, Kim Stegman-Lowe is on the line from Squamish Terminals to address any questions that council has as well about that.
Go ahead, Councilor Finn.
Thank you for that. In all of the documentation that I've seen, I don't recall any mention of the Squamish Yacht Club being involved in providing input or feedback. So I'm curious to know, has that organization been involved in any of the meetings that have been taking place? And or is there consideration for the Yacht Club to participate in future dialogue?
Yeah, we don't see any changes to the way that boating will be able to access the Squamish River from what we're proposing. I don't suspect there'll be much change in the usage by pleasure craft. We have reached out to the rafting community because I know that they do set in at the southern end, and they're aware of the proposed changes. They do make good, use of the river. If you think this is a priority, we can definitely reach out to the Yacht Club. It is not something that was earmarked or triggered by any of the work that we have studied to date. And when we do have the public engagement meetings, such as the one we had back in May, when we have our next engagement, we could reach out. We do reach out to the sports clubs and the environment groups, the recreation user groups as a whole. So if you think that was an oversight on our part, we could definitely pursue that.
Chair, just one final thought. Don't necessarily think it was an oversight or a significant missing. I just observed that organization didn't show up for me. And I think if there are concerns for the Yacht Club, they can certainly express the consultation process that is going on.
I just want to add, Patty has a comment to provide as well, if that's okay.
Yeah, part of the Transport Canada application is a public comment period, and certainly members of the Yacht Club can go onto that website and make a comment if they think there's a navigational changes or challenges or benefits, they can go on and comment on the Transport Canada. They have a comment app. It's not a very well designed website. I'll tell you that right now. But it's a federal government Transport Canada comment page, and we're happy. It's was in an advertisement in the paper, but and Chris Wickham has it, so we can certainly make that available to anyone who needs it. And there's a link on our website.
Council, any others? Councilor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a question that perhaps might be directed to Chris Wickham, but first I'd like to offer a point of information. My parents were involved in the coal port protests. A very close friend of mine was the diking supervisor for the district diking, taking it right down to where the training dike was started. There's reference from Edith told to a multimodal facility around coal ports. That is incorrect. The training dike was not built for a coal facility. It was built for a much larger complex of projected terminals. There was not only coal, but a pulp chip handling facility and additional break bulk facilities, including a future West Berth for Squamish terminals, which at that time didn't have a name. It was the Catamount lease, and there was a projected West Berth already in 1970, and the training dike was built for all of the above. It is misleading to suggest the training dike was built exclusively for a coal port. That is not the case. I have a question for Mr. Wickham. This is in regards to short-term and long-term solutions, exploring them for wind sports and recreation access. And the Spit Vision Committee, you've mentioned, it's had 4 meetings. There clearly needs to be, Wind Sports Society is looking for short-term solutions, presumably for next season, which may have a number of issues, but also for the long term. Whether we're looking at Namco Blind Channel, the Spit Road or the Dyke Road, the ocean front or Darrell Bay as pickup and launching sites for access, and then you've got the landing access on the island or wherever, however that might be configured. There are all kinds of complex issues here, and only some of them, I suspect, has been drawn attention to here. There's also safety issues in a landing at the island and all of these sorts of things. But the point I want to make and the question I pose is, and this has already been touched on between Councillor French and Edith Tope, is that there's all kinds of stakeholders involved, including oceanfront, terminals, forest industry, other users of these waters. So what can we, is the Spit Committee's work really needs to be followed up by more work on governance so that we can address all of these complexities and all of the various stakeholders that are going to be involved, likely in both long-term and short-term solutions. Do you see, Mr. Wickham, a need or a plan for addressing governance issues and sorting out all of these puzzles? Thank you.
Through the chair.
Well, just hang on a second, Mr. Wickham. So, Ms. Tope, did you want to answer that first before
If I
Mr.
may.
Wickham? Go ahead.
If I may, if that's, thank you very much. The statement that Mr. Anderson made, I made a comment on the multimodal port based on very, very exhaustive, extensive reports from that period of time. And I think it's really important. At no time have we found any reference to the training berm being designed or constructed for the protection of the Squamish terminals for the West Berth. And I really bring this point up because it's why we're doing the studies that we're doing, whether it has ancillary benefits to the terminals or not. We really wanted to understand what the changes in the training berm are going to have on the West Berth. We've been doing flood modeling, we've been doing sedimentation studying, we've been doing hydrodynamic modeling, and as I said, the pilot study to that effect. So I just want to clarify that the information we're basing our decisions on, the history of the site, we've again looked at extensive reports back in the day, and regardless of what the decisions were for the construction at that time, it never came to be. That we all can agree that report never did materialize. At the time, the federal fisheries, the First Nations that were never invited or engaged in the process. The provincial government also, the estuary is not a suitable location for that additional port facility. So we wanted to really do our due diligence and ensure that our project is not going to have negative impacts. There's this perception that the training berm, the southern end, is providing, I think there's a perception that it's providing more protection than what our studies are actually showing. So I think this is something Mr. Anderson and myself could certainly go over our references after offline. I'd be very interested to see his studies and reports. I don't know if we need to go into those details. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Wickham, do you have something to add? Go ahead.
Yes, just for the second question or second portion there around governance, Mount Blind Channel, for example. I think that at the moment we're very focused on what we're really focused on next summer. It's coming up fast, and we're focused on what that will look like and what the island will look like and launch and land on the island. We are working through access, as Ms. Taube mentioned, we're working through access through the site during the hiatus. There isn't at this point. In fact, there isn't certainty that the first phase will go ahead. As Ms. Taube said, there's still items that need to be ticked off there as far as permitting, et cetera. I think everybody has good confidence that the CERP team will get their permits for this season. We don't know when the next phase will happen. I think we're hopeful that it'll happen soon thereafter, and that we'll have only one season in between. But we're hoping that there will be good access through the site, and good access for parking and turnarounds, et cetera, for next wind sports season. And that it's after that, then it's more of a question mark as far as boat access goes. Once the full spit is out, there's some tide issues for access at that point, and we really don't know what that's going to look like. At that point, if we're going to have a lot of boats coming in and out of the Manquam Blind Channel and parking and that sort of thing, or down at oceanfront, then that definitely becomes a larger issue with a lot more stakeholders and becomes much more complex. And we'll, I guess, cross that virtual bridge when we come to it, I think. At this point, I believe that the Vision Committee, because it's a much more tightly focused geographic area that we're dealing with, I believe we have the right people at the table.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson, and then Mayor Elliott.
Yes, I'll just follow up. I have the 1970 plan for the training deck here, and clearly the west berth, future west berth of Squamish Terminal is what came from. So it is clearly discussed in this report from Swan Wooster for the railway company. Secondly, it seems to me that Ms. Taube has mentioned in response to my colleague, Councillor French, about other stakeholders to include, and this is just an observation, I don't see it should be the responsibility of CERP or the Squamish River Watershed Society to undertake that kind of engagement. That is a responsibility more broadly, including of the district and other partners, other levels of government, to convene these stakeholders. I think that we're not fair to the Squamish River Watershed Society, but we're not doing justice to our needs by not addressing properly and collectively the need for governance and identifying and engaging with stakeholders. I think that this is a collective responsibility, and while it's great the work that the reach out that the Squamish River Watershed Society has done and pledges to do, I don't think it's the responsibility of any one agency. It is a collective one that we need to all address. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for coming to present today. A couple of questions. So the The decision to break this project up into a 300 meter and then a 600 meter, I just want to be really clear that I understand why that approach. So is it because we need to do more studies to get to the full removal, or is it because we want to study the impact of leaving the 600 meters still there and seeing if the salmon are using the estuary? Or is it a combination of both those things?
If I may, thank you. Excellent question.
Go ahead.
And, oh, sorry. It's hard on the WebEx to know when to speak. My apologies. It's not quite the way you framed it, but it is in part what you've suggested, Mayor Elliott, that we're looking at doing a partial removal at this time, as Chris Wickham mentioned, that it allows us to expedite the opening, the construction. It allows us to give confidence to the Squamish terminals that outstanding concerns that our committee, the CERC committee, has for understanding the movement of the flows, the movement of the woody debris, the movement of the sedimentation down the river. We've had several discussions with the provincial government, with the District of Squamish, with the Squamish terminals, and with Squamish Nation and federal fisheries, so that we can move forward with the partial removal at this time and have the more detailed discussions on the full removal of the entire structure. It will allow us not to look at this as a standalone. We are not at any time looking at this as a standalone, but we are looking to better understand from our modeling that we've done, extensive modeling and engineering designs, is the predictive modeling with the partial removal going to hold during the freshet for what we anticipate? This allows us the time to review real time versus our modeling and give us the comfort to do the full removal. The biggest outstanding issues that we have at this time for the full removal are the concerns have been brought forward from the technical team, from the province, from the terminals, from the district, regarding sedimentation, regarding woody debris. We feel we're working towards addressing those concerns at this time, and we'll be having follow-up meetings in the coming weeks and months with the aforementioned organizations to address that and to see if there are any further outstanding concerns once we've had a chance to have those conversations. Also, timing-wise, we realize it's just not going to be practical. We cannot move forward on the whole project at once. There was a strong desire to break this into two parts and to allow us to do construction within the time period that we have available to us, which, as I mentioned, has to end when the herring arrive. And we knew we would not be able to do the full removal at that time. We haven't talked about where the endpoint of the material is going to go to. That's something we're in discussions with the municipality. The removal of 25,000 cubic meters at this time, we're hoping that we will find the interest from the District of Squamish, possibly, or other locations for the removal of that 25,000 cubic meters we're going to be taking out with the partial removal. We also needed a little bit more time to explore the full removal of the structure, the endpoint of all of that additional material. So by doing it in two stages, it does allow us to study it in real time next summer, in the spring and the summer. We're going to continue to do the monitoring, but at no time does this partial removal take the place of the full removal. Our intention is to take the full structure out. We just wanted to give time to Transport Canada, to the regulators, to the Squamish terminals, provincial government, the District of Squamish, to have the input and the discussion around that full removal that isn't necessarily an issue with the partial removal. I hope that answers the question. I'll turn it back.
Thank you very much. And I understand there is another public engagement session on the horizon. Is that right?
have regular meetings. We're going to have a discussion with the Squamish terminals, with the District of Squamish, with our project partners, DFO and Squamish Nation on October 22nd. Really specifically to go over the navigation study, the results of the maneuvering report, and go over in greater detail. Again, issues keep coming up that we thought we had put to rest to the Squamish terminals regarding sedimentation and woody debris. We will be going over that hopefully in more detailed discussions with the technical team. So there's ongoing conversations we'll be having in the next coming weeks, as well as engaging with the district and with Squamish Nation on the vision committee. I'm just going to hand it for a moment to Patty to add a point.
Yeah, we'll also be holding a public open house. So we haven't determined the exact date yet, but closer to the end of the month. And I know the mayor offered to her podcast or the district's podcast to help, spread the word and make sure the information's out in the public. And there's a whole strategy in terms of ensuring that the public is aware, likely hosting an online forum, a public meeting as well. For those who can't make an in-person one, as you know, we'll be adhering to COVID-19 regulations around that. So there may be limitations on how many people can attend at once, but we'll be rolling out a whole strategy on that over the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Wickham, I know the vision committee is focusing very much on what needs to happen in the short term as material is moving around and starting the conversation in the long term. But Ms. McJannet is also starting our marine access consultation project. And so wouldn't some of those longer term, as well as maybe some of the short term issues around access, blend into that conversation? So how are these two conversations going to come together? How do you see that?
Through the chair, that's a great question. And yes, we're focusing very much on the short term right now. As you say, we're also working through a process giving the Wind Sports Society feedback on some of their ideas for long-term access. We have an opportunity to give them access to federal and provincial and municipal agencies all in one place, to give them direct feedback on, workshop sort of level on things like Third Avenue access versus a pier structure from the Yellow Gate or whatnot, and what sort of hurdles they may see in the future if they choose to propose projects like that. And absolutely, we've been really focusing our staff time on this particular project. And Ms. McJannet, as you say, has been working on sort of the greater context, and she and I have been keeping in very close communication throughout. There certainly is, and this also speaks to Councillor Anderson's point on long-term governance. There certainly is a crossover point here where we have been speaking for some time about a greater massed committee, if you will, or some other greater governance and or community input methodology, and that's where we see that sort of phasing in, shifting away from the vision committee and growing into something larger over the next, say, 12 months.
Okay, I just wanted to make you aware of it. Okay. In case it came.
Patty, do you want to mute your mic?
Yep.
Sorry, are you finished, Mr. Wickham? Cut you
Yes.
off there.
No, that's all right.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And we are nearing the end of time. I will just make just one comment regarding the yacht club question. And I'm a member of the yacht club, but I don't speak for the yacht club. But I can tell you as a boater that keeps a vessel in the Line Channel that corner of the Sound is generally not very friendly for normal marine recreational traffic. There's a lot of hazards in the river that you don't find in the Sound, which is deeper. It shallows up quite quickly there. I've actually gone in with my boat to see how close I could get. So it's really not an area where or other recreational vessels would normally frequent. The boats that go up the river are usually jet boats with guides for fishing and so forth. You wouldn't take a propeller-driven boat up the river. So I'm not sure that it would be an issue for those recreational vessels. The one final point, though, is Ms. Stegman-Lowe from the terminals is here, and I didn't want to put you on the spot, but you are a stakeholder, and I just wondered if you did want to add anything before we wind up.
Can you hear me okay? Thank you, Councillor Race, and thank you for inviting me to join in. And I know you're wrapping up in time. I can, instead of spending a lot of time, I do have a brief that I can share with Council after the session, if that's maybe a little more expedient for everybody. But as you know, we've always been supportive of SERP and the entire project, if you will, and phase 2 is no different. We're supportive with the caveat that this proposed spit removal does not have a material impact on Squamish terminals operations and our viability in the future. So we have been working together on that. Obviously, you know, living in the community, I also want to see a win-win for the entire community, including wind sports, if we can achieve that. And so I'm involved in the visioning committee as well. For us, though, the studies are important. And I know Edith and team know that. I probably beg to differ a little bit at this point that there's no red flags. That's premature at this point from our perspective. Although some of the results of the NAV study are encouraging, no question about that, and some of the engineering changes that have been made to the removal are of benefit to the terminal. We just don't have the whole picture yet. And so, you know, we just reserve our view and, you know, of the impact of the removal until the results of the studies are in and we've had a chance to discuss them in detail with the project partners. You know, for example, even in the NAV study, just as an example, even in the NAV study at the very end, the pilots will say stuff like nothing is black and white, right? So the pilots will say something like, you know, everything looks, you know, okay, but we'd still like to do live trials. And that might involve additional tug package. And for us, that could mean $50,000 to $100,000 in extra cost just to do these trials, right? So I just want you to understand that it's any aspect of the removal has an impact, whether short-term or long-term, on the terminal. And we have to determine whether or not that is acceptable in terms of the risk for the organization. So, you know, we're looking at likelihood of each aspect. We're looking at risk, or sorry, at severity. And so navigation study is one, hydrodynamic and sedimentation is the other, and debris impact is another. And none of them, again, those studies will be black and white, but we're gonna have to determine the impact on the terminal. And then we'll have a stronger voice as to where we need to go. But hopefully everything works out in favor of the project, but at this point it's premature for us to say.
Thank you. And also, Ms. Edwards, is there anything you would wish to add from the perspective of the Squamish Nation?
Thank you, Chair. Hello, everyone. I'm Kathleen. I don't know if I've been introduced, but I am the title team at the Nation. And I've been working on this project for the last year or so with everyone here. So hi, everyone. I just wanted to, I guess, reinforce and perhaps Councillor Joyce Williams can just reaffirm after I'm done speaking, but just reiterate that the Nation's position is in support of the project and continuing to work with all the affected stakeholders to further the studies and, you know, talk about win-win. I think everyone wins if salmon wins, and salmon will win if this project moves forward. That doesn't mean that there's not going to be a lot of work to get there to make sure that the impacted stakeholders are, you know, the impacts are addressed, the impacts are understood, and that's where we are right now. And I just want to, you know, again, reiterate that it's been a pleasure working with everyone here on this project, and that we are continuing to advocate for the importance of this project with all the work that's being done. Councillor Joyce, are you wanting to add anything to what I've said?
Council Williams, you're in the room, I
Yes, thank
understand?
you, Kathleen, and thank you for the invitation today to join in this update. Yeah, just thanking Kathleen for sharing. So, oh, there. Just reiterating the support of the Squamish Nation and thank Kathleen and Peter on behalf of our Rights and Title team for stepping up and doing a lot of the technical work on behalf of the Squamish Nation. And just going back kind of to the history and the importance of collaboration and engagement, regardless of what it was built for, that Squamish Nation was not engaged. We did not have any input of the work that was taking place, which is a part of that history and a big, very important piece to acknowledge today, the work going forward, that the collaboration engagement with Squamish Nation is key and important. And I appreciate this aspect now moving forward, that we need to continue to work together with all stakeholders, with all levels of government. Yeah, and just continue moving forward in a good way and working together to make this happen for our Sokwe. So I know we're running out of time, so I won't take too much time, but yes, thank you again, everybody, for coming together today and doing this very important work in the traditional Squamish territory. So looking forward to continuing to work with everybody, and thank you again for having me here this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Williams, and congratulations on your recent re-election. Thank you very much, Ms. Tobe and your group for coming and presenting to us today. This is certainly, I think, a very important unfolding of events that's going to occur in Squamish. It affects a lot of different people in a lot of different ways. And so we thank you for the update and look forward to future updates. I think this is something that we do want to keep abreast of. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you
that,
very
Council?
much. Thank you very much.
We'll move on to item 4, staff reports, short-term rental update. Ms. Philp, are you there?
I am. Good morning. I'll just queue up the presentation here. Okay, I can see Councillor Herford. Hopefully he can give me the nod if you can see the presentation. Great. Good morning, Chair and committee members. My name is Asia Philp, planner in the Community Planning Department, and the project.
Well, let me just interrupt you, Ms. Philp. I think you're still in presentation mode. You've got your notes and so forth here.
Oh, excuse me for that. Let me see if I can share my other screen. Okay, apologies for that.
There we go. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, so again, I'm the project lead on the short-term rentals program, and today I'm presenting a very brief short-term rentals update in advance of bringing forward a fulsome one-year program review that will be coming to you this January 2022. A quick timeline to jog our memories. The STR bylaws were formally adopted in November 2020. This was after a 2-year extensive planning process to develop the regulatory framework. We opened short-term rental business licensing and temporary use permit applications in January 2021. The TUP window closed mid-February, and the TUPs were issued at the end of March. Proactive enforcement began in April 2021, and this ramped up in July when our third-party monitoring system came online that identifies STR addresses and the details of each listing. So as of October 1st, there's approximately 160 unique STR units being listed on the various STR platforms. The balance between entire home rentals and partial or shared home rentals continues to be heavily skewed towards entire home rentals at 84% of the units. This graph shows the STR trend over time, beginning in fall 2019 to present. See that the number of units has been decreasing over time, with a steeper decline beginning in January of 2021 when STR licensing was initiated. But it's difficult for us to determine the exact factors that have caused this decline. Certainly, the COVID pandemic has had an impact. The district passing and enforcing STR regulations could also have had an impact, but we don't know to what extent either factor influenced folks' decision to exit the STR market. All we can present is the data and the trends that we're seeing. So thanks to Tourism Squamish for tracking and sharing their STR tourist accommodation data. The two charts shown here. In the left chart, this highlights the monthly occupancy rate, comparing the 2020 months in blue to the 2020 months shown in red. And we're consistently seeing a higher occupancy rate in 2021 when compared to last year. The right side chart shows the average daily STR room availability comparison, again with the 2020 months in blue and the 2021 months in red. Room availability has been consistently lower for 2021 compared to last year. And year over year, we've seen a significant decrease in the STR inventory that's available to overnight visitors. The occupancy rates have increased, which is showing that there's a clear demand for STR overnight accommodation. And district staff will be working with Tourism Squamish to highlight further tourism-oriented perspectives and concerns as part of the full year one program review. The long-term rental housing market continues to be very challenging. However, there's a small glimmer of hope with the latest 2020 CMHC rental market survey reporting a 1.4% vacancy rate, which is a small increase over the previous few years in which we had a 0.3% vacancy rate. And a quick reminder that a rental vacancy rate of around 3% is generally considered to be a healthy target for rental housing markets. But unfortunately, we're not going to get an updated picture of how long-term renters in Squamish are doing until about September of next year, when the 2021 census housing data is due to be released. Anecdotally, however, I think we're all aware that the housing picture has not improved over the past year. On the licensing side, we've issued a total of 51 licenses to date. See the breakdown by license type here. Issued very few monthly licenses, with the majority being annual or yearly licenses. We also issued 14 STR TUPs, and all 14 of these proceeded to obtain their $3,000 business license. On the enforcement side, you can see our enforcement staff have been very busy on the STR front. They've identified 70 properties for enforcement and have sent out over 50 warning letters to date. Compliance has also been positive, with 43 properties having come into compliance. And you can see the breakdown of how these properties reach compliance, with the majority voluntarily closing and removing their rental ads. For those who have not yet come into compliance, to date we've issued 11 fines, and we're anticipating ramping up enforcement for those who continue their non-compliance. However, to date we've not referred any to legal order or prosecution. We've also audited 9 of the 51 business licenses that have been issued. That wraps up the quick update on the STR program. Just wanted to give a really big shout out to Kelly McIntosh in Bylaw Enforcement and Tammy McDonald in Business Licensing. These two staff have been our boots on the ground implementing the STR program, and they've been doing a great job at it. So I'll pass it back to the chair and my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Philp. Council, are there any questions? And keeping in mind that there's going to be more of an update and review in January, here we're dealing with some statistics. Are there any questions on the presentation? Councilor Anderson.
Ms. Philp, I wonder if you seem to have a good picture of data available, but is there data that you would like to have, or that staff would like to have, or better ways of gathering and monitoring that data? Do you have any observations you could offer at this time about that function of data and monitoring market data? Are we do we have the picture and the methods for obtaining that we need?
Yeah, I'm fairly happy with the data that we've been monitoring to date. The third-party data scraping system has been working really well, and we're still getting the same data that we were tracking before. The one thing I would comment on is the underlying factors that might be influencing who's getting in and out of the market. We have no way of teasing that out with the data that we're collecting, and so to get that deeper data, that would involve sending out surveys and asking questions for those to determine what their motivations are. But other than that, we're very happy with the data that's being collected. Tourism Squamish is also collecting data, and combined, it presents a really solid picture of this market.
Thank you, Chair.
Councilor Pettengill.
Yeah, thanks. On the data question, I'm wondering, I'm recalling from some of our earlier discussions that the CMHC rental data, I believe, focuses on larger buildings that have a number of units inside rather than a suite and a home and that sort of thing. Do we have a future source, or are we planning to get a source that gives us an understanding of changes supply side? A lot of these numbers look at STR, supply side, and occupancy side. But I'm wondering, we see the vacancy up slightly in rentals overall, but do we have any way of understanding how many of the STRs actually converted to long-term rentals, or if the long-term rental market supply side has changed?
For the chair, those are great questions, and you're correct. The CMHC data is based on a smaller sample that doesn't include the secondary rental market, so individuals, homeowners doing it out of their suites and coach houses. So this is a proxy for the health of the long-term rental market. Have no further goals of obtaining any secondary rental market data above and beyond the other proxies that we use for tracking, which is the homeowner grant and some of the taxation and utilities data. And if I would just invite Gary Buxton or Jonas Velanishkis to comment if they are tracking that data or intend to do that secondary rental market data.
Mr. Buxton and Mr. Velanishkis, did you wish to comment?
Yes, just in terms of the secondary market, rental market survey, no, there are no plans in place other than that is, if we set up a housing society, that task has been sort of earmarked for that organization to do next year. But that's going to give us time data. It's not going to give us motivational data in terms of why units may have moved in and out of that housing stock. Ms. Philp is right. If we need to survey landowners to get that information. So there may be a location for that sort of work next year.
Councilor Herford.
Thank you. This issue is often a bit of a push and pull between the long-term market and the needs of tourism. And I've in your presentation, we've heard about Tourism Squamish participating, and it's great to see that. I'm curious about the representation of sort of the long-term renters in absence of our hopefully soon to be formed housing governance. But what's the thoughts of figuring out a way to include that perspective in the upcoming report, Jen?
Chair, we don't have any plans to try to engage directly with long-term renters out in the community. Previously, we had used the Squamish Integrated Housing Society group, and I would just do a quick check-in again with Gary Buxton to see if that group's still running and if they would be keen, and I'm happy to check in with them as we gear up for this 1-year review.
Yes, I mean, that group is still active, and it would get, its activities would get more formalized through the society. But again, there isn't a representative group that I'm aware of that sort of represents the tenants of the community. So it's going to be a little tricky to try and there isn't a repository for that information that a group has. So again, we would need to survey renters to get information on what's happening in that part of the community, which at present we don't have any plans to do that.
Oh, I just I'm gonna have, and I'm gonna tell you that I'm gonna have a hard time digesting a report that doesn't figure out a way to include that perspective.
Thank you. Mayor Elliott, please.
Thanks, Ms. Philp. For the annual report in January, I know there's other communities that are much further ahead of us, and places like Tofino, and looking at examples of their enforcement and how long it took in years to get where they wanted to go. And it might be useful to just have some of those examples to set the context for our community that this is an ongoing process. It's not something that happens overnight when you regulate STRs. So perhaps showing some of those communities we've looked to in the past and providing that additional context. And I guess, yeah, I'll leave it there. I think the long-term rental perspective is important from a data, how many purpose-built rentals we have, you know, what the average rent is. But my concern is that we're focused on enforcement and getting the numbers down to make it fair and reasonable for the people that are paid for their business licenses, while we work on a lot of other measures to improve long-term rental. This was never a solution to long-term rental. It was never pitched as that. It was contributing to it, but it's not the solution. So I just want to make sure it's kept in that context as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, anything further? Seeing nothing, thank you very much, Ms. Philp, for this update, and I guess we look forward to the more thorough review probably in January. Thank you. Council, we are slightly behind, so I'm going to recess this meeting now until 10:35. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back. Our next item on the agenda is Marine Zoning Forestry Engagement Update and Bylaw 2771 Amendments Review. Ms. McJannet, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Council. Good morning. Sarah McJannet here. Just looking for a verbal information. You can hear me okay and see my presentation on the screen.
We can see your presentation, except you're in presentation mode, I think. You still have the notes and so forth there.
Oh, fair enough. Just one moment to adjust that.
Still the same thing.
Apologies there. There we go. Hopefully you're not seeing my notes at this point. So
yep,
thank you
that
so
seems to have it. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thanks, Councillor Race and Chair. This presentation provides an update on continued engagement undertaken for the zoning amendment bylaw 2771, specifically as directed with the forest sector and Fisheries and Oceans Canada following the June 8th public hearing. Today's update will have a quick look back at our bylaw development roadmap and summarize the continued deeper engagement and research and inputs that we've collected with forestry stakeholders over the summer. I will highlight bylaw revisions and a process map describing the various intergovernmental, provincial, federal, and municipal approvals for log handling facilities, and then open to questions and discussion on the revisions we've presented for direction by council. So here's our roadmap, our ship's log, as it were. Our marine zoning update began almost another lifetime ago, pre-COVID, in late 2019. And following our intergovernmental, community, and sector-focused engagement sessions through 2020, we put forward formal bylaw readings and referrals last March. The bylaw received second reading in May 2021, and we hosted a public hearing in early June, at which point council opted to rescind second reading and allow for additional engagement with the forest sector specifically. So this is the specific motion directing staff to engage with forestry stakeholders and DFO on the M4 log storage zone specifically, and which had raised concerns for the forest sector. So the engagement activities completed June through September 2021 are detailed in our ongoing engagement log that's linked in the staff report. I'd like to extend thanks to the province, District Manager Dave Southam and Scott Shaw McLaren, both foresters with the Ministry of Forest Lands and Natural Resource Operations and Rural Development, in supporting outreach and engagement with licensees and key representatives. So we conducted in-person and virtual meetings with the province, BC Timber Supply, or BC Timber Sales rather, and we arranged for an on-water house sound tour and site visits to log handling and transfer sites. We also held a virtual meeting with forestry representatives in September that brought together license holders, including First Nations, forest companies, contractors, and industry consultants. So we reviewed information, provided opportunity for more input and discussion around several proposed bylaw adjustments. And we also reached out to Fisheries and Oceans Canada as described in the report. Of key note, since June, we have been providing ongoing updates to Squamish Nation as part of our ongoing intergovernmental referrals. We've requested opportunity to meet and discuss the specific forestry concerns that were raised, that the nation has been informed about, and also to review bylaw revisions, but we have not received additional inputs at this point in time, although we did receive input and support for the marine zoning bylaw early in the process leading into the public hearing. The marine zoning is being further reviewed and discussed by the nation's rights and title technical staff team. However, with the recent Squamish Nation election, limited staff capacity, and also a lot of other important concurrent projects like the Central Estuary Restoration Project, it's not a surprise that we haven't received additional comment. And staff note that before moving forward with any further bylaw readings, we recommend holding the bylaw to get Squamish Nation's inputs and that continued collaboration. And so we hope that will be forthcoming very soon. So the focus of the additional engagement, as you've seen, has been building that deeper knowledge of the coastal log handling and storage areas and activities and needs, the nearshore conditions where log storage is happening, reviewing and re-reviewing past and current tenures, as well as areas identified for future use by the forest sector. We've reviewed these areas in line with freshwater storage alongside the watercourse mapping and nearshore conditions as mentioned, to really look at where those initial water depth and setback provisions were having effect and causing some concern. And also we did, as you have seen, some regulatory process mapping and approvals, documentation for log handling sites and infrastructure. So respecting impacted forestry stakeholders and log handling activities and needs, the province really helped us review this larger Sioux timber supply area, which highlighted the spatial extent of timber and timber flows within the forest district, and also Squamish, highlighting Squamish as the marine terminus for log grading, measuring, and watering and storage for a lot of the Sioux TSA. So by reviewing chart areas, we got this expanded view of licensees that rely on log handling and storage sites in Howe Sound. And notably, there are 7 First Nations that have asserted traditional territories overlapping in the Sioux TSA. And more than half of the annual allowable cut is controlled by First Nations licensees. So there's really high involvement of First Nations in forest management, and these nations hold specific forestry consultation and revenue sharing agreements. So this includes the Squamish, the Inukshuk Nation, which has three nations, Douglas, Samaquam, and Skatine First Nations, the Liwat out of near Mount Currie, Nekwakwa, which is Anderson Lake, and the Tsleil-Waututh. Forestry stakeholders reiterated and expanded on their needs and challenges raised in the early engagement. So we have heard a lot about the reliance on tidewater access, the need for protected marine areas sheltered from wind and waves, near freshwater inputs, of course, to reduce damage from shipworm, as you can see in the photo, that thrives in higher salinity waters. One forestry operations manager described to me that the Sea to Sky Forest District is one of the most complex areas in the province to operate, given all of the diversity of uses on the land base, the cultural and community values, and the regulations that protect sensitive ecosystems, wildlife, visual quality, so on and so forth. So in our engagement, we heard that the sector has seen reduced timber supply areas with different plans and protections that have been put in place through such things as the Sea to Sky Land and Resource Management Plan, and also bigger land use changes over the last 20 years locally that have shifted the size and location of log handling and storage operations in Squamish. So the biggest example, and as you saw this morning, was the shift of log storage out of the central estuary to the eastern side of the sound, alongside the Squamish Estuary Management Plan and the creation of the wildlife management area. In light of these shifts, so there's this additional concern that land use changes and requirements kind of layered in terms of regulation at the local level have the effect of limiting or displacing log handling and storage areas further. So that's the major concern. There is a challenge that we've surfaced, that the sector we don't have a current estimate of the total required log storage area right now. But in discussion, we understand they are trying to quantify this in terms of, is there a metric to describe the timber harvest volumes and equivalent marine storage area requirements? So we note that, there's work being done. There's a bigger needs assessment that is needed and warranted, that's very much outside the scope of the marine zoning update on its own, but it would be valuable to support and to continue to work with the sector through sector-based strategy work with the province, First Nations, and economic development. So in terms of spatial area for storage for this M4 zone, that was the focus for a lot of the concern. In terms of spatial area, the south side of the basin from Site B to Watts Point is especially critical for storage and staging for both incoming and outgoing timber. Many of these storage sites are co-located with watercourse outlets. So you can see here on the east side, there's major watercourses such as Olson, Shannon Creek, those are north of Darrell Bay, and Gonzales to the south of Darrell Bay. So these M4 zones that we've proposed in the bylaw encapsulate all of the current approved and provincially tenured areas for long storage, some of which are longer term and some are short term, and that are expected though to roll over with several applications that are already in process and some consolidations that are happening. In total, these M4 storage areas represent approximately 42 hectares in active tenures outside of the intensive log handling sites at Site B on the west side of Mamquam Channel and over at Wood Fiber. And we note also that within that 42 hectare approximate area, there are about 10 hectares that are over at Watts as part of Blackmount's handling and dump and barge grid area. So there are some log dump and sorting activities on the water within that. So we can see that there's a moderate amount of tenured boom tie-ups that exist outside of the estuary compared to the estimated needs of the day that were, for example, highlighted in the 1999 Squamish Estuary Management Plan, which noted that about 36 hectares is required for boom types outside of the SEMP area. So this gives you a picture of that. For illustration, also, we provided a sample 2-hectare log storage site south of Shannon Creek, which is approximately 100 meters from the watercourse. And you can see some of the bathymetry, water depths shown here, and the shoreline classification. And so this illustrates a significant sheltered kind of log storage area that's been there for decades for historic and continued use, and contains a lot of infrastructure such as dolphins and pilings for securing booms along the foreshore. So while some of these tenure areas might be set back from a creek, practically log booming, as you can see here, often extends beyond tenured areas and depends on kind of boom lengths and volumes being temporarily staged and transported. Where existing log storage areas are situated within proximity to water courses and important fish habitat, we have it. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Apologies, Council. Linda Glendaves let me know that my microphone is not super easy to hear. Hopefully, I can just get a note about whether that is a bit better. Yeah. That's okay, Linda. Sorry. Council, can you hear me okay at this point?
We can hear you now. What was happening is you were kind of fading in and out. Whether you were too close or too far away, I don't know, but it was just a little inconsistent.
Oh, apologies. Okay. I will.
That's good right now.
Okay, I'll just speak a little bit closer to me. I have a new laptop also, and I am just trying to figure out if I was maybe covering up the microphone somehow. Apologies, Council. Hopefully you caught more or less the words I was saying. So I'll just continue on. In terms of these, oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, go ahead. I think we caught most of it.
Okay, great. I can reiterate anything in the question and discussion period. So in terms of these log storage areas where they're situated in close proximity to water courses or other important fish habitat, we have expressed an interest and intention in working progressively with the forest sector, First Nations, and the province to really facilitate opportunities to look at these nearshore site conditions, the coastal shoreline, and looking at measures to prevent and mitigate harmful alteration, disruptions, or destruction of fish habitat, which DFO sort of points as had. This can occur together by reviewing local data and commenting on referrals through the provincial tenure process and renewals, and also alongside DFO review alongside municipal permitting processes. All right, so we've also done a little bit more work and looked at nearshore water depths in these key storage areas. These are areas that are less than 20 meters at chart datum. So you can see on the depth zones there, the lighter colors are the shallower areas. This is basically confirming local knowledge from our forest licensees that have highlighted issues around depths in this area, and also accessing and looking at hydrographic data that we can view through our House Sound of Cats and Marine Reference Guide. So this is a great opportunity to use some of the data that's surfaced through that new decision support tool. So in summary, forestry stakeholders have noted that existing depths in a lot of these historic and continued log storage areas are less than 20 meters at chart datum, and they're also in close proximity in many cases to freshwater inputs that make it difficult for the sector to meet prescribed conditions as they were initially set out in the bylaw. So this has created a challenging base case wherein much of the provincially and federally permitted log handling and storage uses and the management plans and approvals would already be at odds with the municipal zoning as it had been crafted. So we have done more discussion and gained more insights from DFO's Fish Habitat Protection Program staff, and this has really helped to inform a second look at the approach for the M4 zone. So insights that we gained from DFO include that all log handling sites are unique and each has specific biophysical context and foreshore. And so in looking at different intertidal, subtidal conditions that are assessed on a site by site specific basis, these are done through the DFO review. There are long-term centralized sites with high intensity and frequency of use that can be contrasted with some of these shorter term use areas that are associated with short-term timber sales. There are new sites versus renewals or reactivations. There are long-standing kind of heavily impacted sites versus sort of lower risk projects and lower impact sites. DFO has acknowledged that not all historic sites are ideal, and that also there is a limited opportunity in some cases to really move and shift away from those, and that in some cases staying within an existing footprint is preferred from a fisheries standpoint over relocating to new sites. All of this to say that there's a lot of site-specific review that's necessary. There's a new regional code of practice for reactivated log dumps that's forthcoming that we discussed that would be that will provide renewed guidance for reactivation of log handling sites and storage areas. And another separate regional code of practice is also coming for new sites. Federal regulations, of course, are kind of beyond our local government purview. It is DFO that holds the jurisdiction and main responsibility for protecting fish and fish habitat, managing aquatic invasives and protecting marine mammals. However, as a local government, our zoning and development permit tools can help to support that shared responsibility and greater stewardship. So we're really focusing around that. So with all these things in mind, we've proposed several revisions to improve the clarity of the regulations applying to log handling and storage activities. And we're trying here to strike a balance with the site-specific review and guidance for future log handling and storage facilities and in water infrastructure for this use. So on the screen here, you can see the proposed bylaw revisions. They include additional definitions of use, a revised definition, and some zone-specific adjustments to the resource zone, our existing I-5 log sort zone, as well as adjustments to the M4 zone. So these are highlighted in the report, and I've just got a couple slides here just to highlight these. So firstly, the two additional definitions that we're suggesting are to define log sort operations for the I-5 zone, as well as log transfer site that is applicable to the resource zone outside of centralized log sort operations within the district. So the log sort operations definition is a long-standing permitted use in the I-3 and the I-5 zones. This definition fills an important gap, and I think it's a gap that Councillor Anderson had also pointed out early in the process. So we've tried to resolve this. The definition adds clarity and differentiates intensive centralized log sort activities from lower volume, shorter term resource zone sites where there may be log transfer from land to water, but it's outside of these major log sort operation areas. So log transfer sites are facilities and related foreshore improvements for the transfer of logs from forest harvest areas to tidewater, and they exclude centralized log sort operations. We've also added a minor clarification for industrial use for clarity and consistency to be inclusive of log sort operations, which we've now defined as a formal term in place of what currently is noted as simply log booming. For the resource zone, we've got some clarification for forestry use, which is under provincial jurisdiction, of course, outside of municipal zoning. So we're proposing to replace forestry with log transfer site as a specified permitted ancillary use. So the implication here is that as part of provincially permitted forestry operations within the resource zone, log transfer activities and sites would be permitted, and no upland zoning change would be required for log transfer from resource zoned harvest areas to tidewater. However, that being said, there would still need to be a marine zone that addresses the log dumping activity, which would be addressed through that M4 zone. In the I-5 log sort zone, there's a modification to delete outdated log sort setback and screening provisions to bring them into greater alignment with the current I-3 zone, the general requirements. And so I can speak to that if there's questions around that in the discussion. So in particular, the M4 zoning changes. I apologize for the heavy text here. There's some detail. I'll try my best to walk you through clearly. The suggested revision is to shift from a more prescriptive regulation across all sites and situations. So these were the conditions of use in the original zoning bylaw that required a minimum 20-meter depth and 100-meter setback to water courses and important fish habitat. So shift that from a prescriptive condition of use to determination of siting at development permit based on detailed plans and application of our guidelines for environmental protection that exist already in our development permit area 1, our community plan. So this means that siting provisions for any new alterations or in-water structures would be reviewed on a site-specific basis under those existing environmental DP guidelines, and that would be occurring in concert with provincial aquatic tenure and federal fisheries review. The revised bylaw states the intention in general terms that log storage should be set back from sufficiently set back from the high water mark to prevent tidal grounding, and we've also maintained the setback provision of at least 5 meters for log storage from ecological conservation zones, P4, or mixed use marine zones, M2. So in this way, the district's development permit area guidelines augment and work in concert with the zoning tool specifically. This is just a highlight of the development permit area 1 requirements and application. So we basically have in our existing bylaw under development permit area 1, DPA 1 applies to aquatic review and assessment areas defined as 30 meters seaward from the natural boundary, so the foreshore, as well as 15 meters upland of the natural boundary. So where we apply specific guidelines for aquatic marine areas, this would require site bio-inventory and assessment by a qualified environmental professional based on the district's terms of reference and require proponents to meet guidelines to avoid and protect and mitigate or compensate for impacts to environmentally sensitive areas in a certain circumstance. So in reviewing the proposed shift of siting provisions. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Chair, I just have one more slide. Were you?
We're having difficulty hearing you again. So you're fading in and out. So the suggestion from staff is that we're going to recess for 5 minutes just to let staff go and assist you with your microphone. Seem to have a microphone problem.
Okay, thank you so much.
Declare recess until 11:08. Now I'll call the meeting back to order and take it away.
Thank you so much, Council, and apologies for the technical difficulty. Technology is tricky sometimes. So as I was saying, although you probably couldn't hear me, this slide, and I just have a couple more slides and I'll open it up to questions and discussion. This slide just highlights the district's Development Permit Area 1 existing requirements that apply to land and water alterations, new structures, new in-water structures. So these definitely are pre-existing. They were established in 2018 with the new OCP update, and they apply to land alterations and works within our aquatic review areas. So on the marine side, that includes 30 meters seaward from the natural boundary, so water lots 30 meters seaward from the natural boundary, so the foreshore, as well as a 15-meter upland backshore area. So our aquatic guidelines for marine shorelines basically require site bioinventory and assessment by qualified environmental professionals. They're based on the district's terms of reference and require proponents to meet guidelines to avoid, protect, mitigate, and compensate for impacts to environmentally sensitive areas that have been mapped within the municipality. So the guidelines, as you have seen in the past, they're around avoiding and minimizing avoiding infill, minimizing disturbance on vegetation, substrates, water quality, and marine life. So this has specific import to the siting and design of pilings, docks, ramps, grid barges, all kinds of infrastructure that may be required in the case of a log handling or a log handling facility or a log transfer site. The whole point around these guidelines is to, wherever possible, preserve coastal function and processes and sensitive habitat. And also our guidelines note that all development is subject to review and approval by provincial and federal agencies. I'm going to speak a little bit closer to my laptop, as I understand I'm still cutting in a little bit. Okay, so second to last slide here, here's the log handling and storage process map that we prepared to offer a better view of the interplay between the provincial, federal, and municipal approvals process for log handling sites. It's quite simplified, but hopefully you can get a sense of how they interrelate. So local governments are referred for comment on new tenure applications, as well as maybe referred on renewals where special notations or requests are made. And so we just started those discussions with the province. This provides opportunity for us going forward to continue to engage with forestry and the province around tenure approval and renewals, to basically look together at the siting consideration for tenures, sharing data around coastal shore attributes and ecosystem information, and to focus on best management practices for coastal ecosystem protection while meeting forestry needs as well. Municipal zoning on the right-hand side in green shows that municipal zoning would need to be in place for tenured log handling uses, and a development permit acquired basically for any kinds of land alterations or new infrastructure. This also shows the federal review and the interplay there that DFO does, Fisheries and Oceans Canada, under the Fisheries Act, Species at Risk Act, and other acts and regulations. So it highlights that where the review that DFO does, the codes of practice that are in play, and in some instances where activities are within a set code of practice, they only trigger notification to DFO, whereas some works that don't fall within these standards and codes of practice do trigger requests for review, in which case there may be a Fisheries Act authorization required, or in some instances, there may be no harmful alteration, destruction of fish habitat, and that simply a letter of advice would be given, and proponents would have to follow standard avoidance mitigation measures. In relation to the District of Squamish Development Permit Area Review, we do require development permits, except where there's a Fisheries Act authorization in place that also includes riparian impact mitigation per our own District of Squamish guidelines. So that's the process map for log handling and storage that we've created to hopefully help bring greater awareness to the interplay between these levels of jurisdiction and approval. And very finally, there's another last proposed bylaw revision that we've put forward in the package today. This is a non-forestry related revision to add marine-oriented tourist and recreation use to the M1 Marine General Zone with subject conditions. So this is to provide a little bit more flexibility for supporting marine-based recreation activities in gateway areas, including provision for some on-water storage. And this was something that came up in the public hearing and in continued discussions with stakeholders. So this provision would apply to M1 portions, for example, in the Upper Mamquam Channel area. The proposed conditions of use are intended to ensure that structures supporting marine-oriented and rec uses are incorporated on docks and floats that simultaneously provide public community water access, which is an important focus for marine areas, and also allows for a small structure for equipment storage of an area of less than of 10 meters or less. So with that bumpy and hard to hear presentation, I'll conclude. I'm here to answer your questions, repeat any important information that you may have missed, and receive inputs for consideration and your direction. I've got a main motion slide on with the recommendation, but I'll pause here for now. Thanks, Council.
Thank you, Ms. McJannet. So Council, before we go to questions, I just want to point out that one of the purposes of this presentation is to get input. And so what I'm going to ask you to do is to focus on questions at one stage and then separate it from comments at another stage. And we will circle back and try and ensure that we have consensus on the comments so that we articulate good feedback to staff, which represents the consensus of Council. So starting with questions, are there any questions? Councillor Anderson.
Ms. McJannet, I have two questions relating to the proposed definitions, and I wonder whether we may be able to retrieve a couple of your slides. First of all, I think one was titled New Proposed Definitions, and there was one immediately after that, Revisions to the Definition of Industrial. If you may be able to retrieve that. It was the text. We have it under attachment 2 in log sort operations, new definition. Just for the convenience of Council. Yes, there it is. Thank you very much. I wanted to ask whether you'll see in the log sort operations in the top of your slide, one category of activity that is not addressed, and my question is, should we insert it? And that is dewatering. That is, we're taking logs that are transferred to Howe Sound or Northern Howe Sound out of the water for either processing at a mill or doing some type of a market-related processing at the log sort. Why I mention this is because this is an activity currently at one of our log sorts, and it has been proposed over the years that this could be a new expanded activity at the others, or at least at one or another of the others. In Squamish years ago, we had a lot of dewatering for the sawmill, the big sawmill. So it's a definition that's not included there. We've got everything else, all these other activities, sorting, dumping, and so on, but not dewatering. So that's just a question or an observation for that definition, whether it's worthwhile to include dewatering. It's distinct activity, ongoing now and potentially in future, and involving future investments in facilities.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Through the chair, absolutely. I think that's a great catch and a distinct distinction between watering and dewatering, and something that we've learned a little bit more about, and understanding the incoming marine timber that's arriving that basically gets pulled out of the water, which is called dewatering, of course. So I would definitely treat that as a great friendly amendment suggestion, and I'll make note of that. Thank you.
Chair, I have a follow-up question, and Ms. McJannet, it is on the immediate next slide concerning a proposed revised definition of industrial, if I'm not mistaken. There we go. It's at the bottom of your slide there. Now, in the red highlighting, you've got log sort operations. I wonder whether a better, more generic, general term might be log handling, because this all gets complicated. We have 12 different activities that come under log handling, sort operations capturing some, but not all. So it's just a question or an observation again that log handling is a typically used generic term that might be a fit here. Perhaps that might be something that might be assessed. Thank you, Chair.
Council? Nope. Mary Elliott.
Can't let Ms. McJannet think she was only getting one question there, too. The regulations that Department of Fisheries and Oceans is working on, they refer to log dumping, right? So they're coming up with a regional, but does that align with log transfer or log sort in our definitions?
Thank you, Mayor Elliott, to the chair. That's a great question. So the new regional code of practice, which is forthcoming for reactivated log dumps, applies to, it states the construction, operation and decommissioning of a reactivated log dump, which is a specific term. And they note that these log dump facilities may consist of things like the installation of skidways, rock armoring, bullpens, anchors, boomstick containment, barge grids, log storage, and associated float camp facilities. So it appears through these codes of practice that they do have a sort of a larger grouping of activities under this log dump, but it's very much related to that transfer site. What we've tried to do in introducing this log transfer site definition is that what we were looking for was basically a terrestrial kind of land-based definition that kind of connects with the on-water log dumping for these kind of more remote sites where they're not a centralized log sort, where there's logs coming from all over and there's really active, sorting, collection, boom bundling, that kind of stuff, where it's simply like a truck, forestry logging truck coming down, and logs are either transferred from land to water via a barge grid or by a skidway with active dumping. So yeah, the DFO guidelines and codes of practice refer to all those things within that reactivated, and then they will have a separate one for new sites, but they are inclusive of all those things, and it's within our own municipal regulation that we're drawing some differentiation just for recognition of the different intensity in areas and activities that are happening locally.
Thank you for that. Part of your report mentions that stakeholders still felt there was risk because they weren't entirely sure of where the district's approvals, I think it was related to where they kick in. And so it's just so that I'm clear, it sounds like we would only apply DPA 1 to new log handling or log sort, but not where a federal Fisheries Act authorization is required. That includes our riparian assessment. But it would not apply to reactivating. I'm wondering if you could just clear that up for me.
Thank you. I'll do my best. And also, I didn't mention that we have Megan Light, our environmental specialist, also focused on marine areas as well here, so that if I don't get it right, she will help support. Okay, so thanks, Megan. Big shout out to you. In terms of the question around the application of our development permit area requirements, so independent of federal fisheries review, our development permit area 1 kicks in basically before any kind of construction or alteration of structures or buildings, and in addition, where lands are designated for protection of natural and for protection of the natural environment, any alteration from land or land and water. So those are the triggers. So that would be for any new structures, in water structures. So that could be for an existing site, that could be for additional structures, replacement structures, or if there's some kind of expansion, or for reactivation of former sites that have not been used for a long time. So the application of DPA 1 just applies to the trigger around alteration of land and water or new structures, but not for existing structures that already exist. So for example, there's pilings that exist, there's other infrastructure that exists in some of these sites. We wouldn't be retroactively applying it unless there was some kind of expansion or new structures that are coming into play. I hope that answers your question, but let me know if not.
Thank you, that's helpful. And so just so that I get a sense of how this proceeds, can our DP Area 1 permit be pursued concurrently with any provincial or federal approvals so that there isn't a delay, or do they have to be linear? Because obviously time to market is important for this industry. So yeah, I'm just trying to understand, like, do we have to wait until they have all their other permits and then we do DPA 1, which would be kind of scary if I'm a forestry company, or does it happen all at the same time?
Thanks for that question. I'll make one comment and then I'll pass it over because Megan turned her video on, so I know she's keen to expand. Essentially, applications can be made concurrently, and so certainly, given the time that's required to process these types of applications, it's very common for applications on the federal side as well as the municipal side to be made concurrently. Typically, we would like to see that there is a tenure that's already secured for an area. So that's almost akin to like the owner's authorization, essentially. So, but applications can be made. However, we would not issue a development permit if we know that the federal permit has not been, has not fully gone through its review. So there is a sequencing of approval, like final approval that happens, and we want to make sure that it's tied into the federal requirements so that there's some harmonization. Megan, I'll pass it over to you to expand.
Yeah, Sarah, honestly, I think you covered it there. So is there any further questions to that process?
No, that's helpful. Thank you. Chair, I've got a few more technical questions, but I'm happy to turn it over if there's other questions.
Well, maybe go to Councillor Pettengill and come back to you. Go ahead.
Thanks. I've got a few, so maybe we'll have to switch back and forth. I'm on the east side. It's, I think, fairly clear that there's a lot of existing uses. There's upland, associated uses, and so on. So it seems that these regulations would permit some expansion and a lot of that what's there now to occur. I'm less clear about the west side in practical terms. I think, the wood fiber site, from what I understand, is an ideal site, and that would be permitted in front of there. But around the rest of Howe Sound, with these regulations, and some of them, we still require some sort of upland use. Like, in practical terms, what could you easily add on the west side of Howe Sound outside of wood fiber, like excluding wood fiber?
Thanks for that question, Councillor Pettingill. Through to all of council, outside of the intensive industrial zoning, the I3 that covers off the wood fiber LNG kind of area, we know already from consultation with the province and BCTS that there's a former Site 5 log dump facility that's has not been used for over 20 years that has been identified as an additional log dump site. That's been long kind of documented. However, there hasn't been full tenuring that's for the water area that's been secured at this point in time. So if you recall, earlier in this process, we had some discussion around pre-zoning that site. And so, but beyond that Site 5, we're not aware of any additional log transfer or log dump facility needs on that west side. I think there have been some really, really long historic log storage areas even further to the north, but those don't exist anymore. And we're not aware of additional area on that west side beyond that Site 5. The focus for log storage is really in the shadow of the wind shadow of Watts Point and the protected areas on the east, where there's historically been a lot of storage focused there.
So thank you. We lost you for a little bit there, but I think I got the gist of that. If I can clarify then, notwithstanding the M4 along most of the west side of Howe Sound, other additional upland zonings, rezonings would be required in practical terms before activating that M4 area on the west side? Is that?
Just to clarify further, on the west side of Howe Sound, the majority of that shoreline outside of the wood fiber intensive industrial site has resource zoning. So under that resource zoning, with the changes that we've highlighted for log transfer site, it would be including those log transfer sites for future areas that could come forward for transfer of logs from the foreshore. However, a rezoning for the water would be required. The proposed bylaw outside of the wood fiber area currently is just for that M1 marine general. So we haven't pre-zoned any other sites. And so as mentioned, but it was probably hard to hear me clearly, a marine rezoning would be required that would go along like hand in hand with a provincial tenure for a specific water lot to rezone from M1 to support log handling or log storage in future. That would be required.
Okay, thank you. I guess I misread my maps. I thought they said M4 rather than M1 along the west side. So I appreciate that clarification. Just following up on the mayor's question about concurrent applications. There's been other instances where someone has done concurrent provincial applications and they say, well, you know, for example, the Eagle Mountain pipeline doesn't need to consider wood fiber and wood fiber doesn't need to consider Eagle Mountain because they're being done concurrently. Now that one's approved. And so you can only sort of reference when doing things concurrently existing projects. So is that the same sort of thing that would happen with our concurrent processing, or we consider, yes, you've got other permits in stream. So as we consider our DPA, we're going to consider it in terms of the assumption you've received and built whatever you've applied for provincially and federally.
Thank you for that question. I'm going to attempt to answer, and hopefully I've understood you correctly. And Megan, please jump in if I'm off track. With those concurrent applications, typically what we try to do is make sure that application documentation is aligned and consistent, and so that we don't see, one application go into one jurisdiction that is different or not aligned, or if there are changes, for example, if there are changes requested by Fisheries and Oceans Canada to better address habitat mitigation, we would want to make sure that those changes are also reflected and harmonized kind of within our own permitting, so that you don't have two agencies permitting sort of different or requesting and permitting different adjustments to a proposal. So we do try and harmonize in that way. And so because DFO, Fisheries and Oceans Canada, holds that primary responsibility under the Fisheries Act, they're definitely kind of the lead approving agency on the fisheries side. Our guidelines kind of complement and also pick up some of the additional pieces around riparian area protection in an integrated way. So, we definitely are doing that kind of additional review on our side as well, but we're trying to harmonize as much as possible. Megan, I don't know if if there's anything else that you want to add to that that's more nuanced or.
Yeah, I think I can just clarify the DFO process just a little bit more. So any project, and then unless it's under the code of practice, which no logging falls under that right now, requires a request for review. So that request for review goes to DFO, and then that reviewer determines whether a letter of advice is sufficient or if they need to apply for an authorization. So if they need to apply for that authorization, the proponent can let us know, and they'll be knowing that they'll be submitting those similar documents for the authorization that they are to us, so that we know once they get that authorization, they are exempt from DPA 1, as long as they included those riparian mitigations. And if it's just a letter of advice, we do still require a DPA 1 permit, and then they'll have all those documents already that they submitted. So hopefully that's aligned with ours. And we have been working with other projects to let them know, hey, these are our requirements, and streamlining it for them. So it's a quicker process.
I do have a couple other questions. I'm happy to yield.
Thank you. I'll go to Marilyn, and then I'm going to put myself on the list, and I'll come back, but I'll start focusing on winding up soon, so you can think about comments. Go ahead, Marilyn.
Thank you. Ms. McJannet, on Watts Point, you made a mapping change for consideration from the M4 to I-5. And then there's a little piece that's also I-3. So could you just help me understand why a portion of it is I-5, which I think allows for the logs, the centralized log sort that's there, and then the piece that's I-3?
You bet. Thank you for that question. I'm actually just I have a slide that shows that in detail. So I'm just going to bring that up now. One moment. I think you're still seeing definitions. Just one moment. Are you able to see the Watts Point map now?
Yes, okay.
Perfect. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, so on the left-hand side, you can see the original zoning applied to the Watts Point lease areas. I will say that for Watts Point under Blackmount, there are a number of leases here that are all sort of separate lease areas. And so it's a little bit confusing in terms of all of the smaller scale kind of lease areas. Originally, we had given the amount of on water log storage in the sort of central pocket area, we had suggested M4, but in re-looking at this and after our site visit, it's very clear that, and this is an area that is actually currently zoned I-5. We are proposing to revert back to the I-5 zone. And so the I-5 that's currently shown on the right-hand side, which is proposed, is the proposed revision going forward. This is consistent with the current I-5 zone. And then beyond that I-5 area on the upland and in the water, there are some additional expansion lease areas that are currently zoned I-3 that we've just left as I-3. For that reason, the reason is because there's also barge loading facilities and other like aggregate, transportation and barging of aggregate as well beyond just kind of log sort. So we've tried to, there's a hybrid going on where we've tried to maintain the existing I-3 zone for the lease areas and components that involve some of these other kind of more generalized industrial uses, and then stuck with the original I-5 zone applied to the focused log sort dumping and on water storage area in the middle there. So I hope that explains the difference between the I-3 and the I-5, and we're very much trying to kind of align with those provincial tenures.
Thank you. My only other question at this point is that in 39G.2 conditions of use for M1, it talks about the public boat launch and the parking requirement. And I thought we had expanded the parking requirement to not just be in consideration of the immediate upland parcel. Anyway, that's just a technicality, but I thought council had provided feedback that depending on where we put the boat launch, that parking may need to be further away.
Mayor Elliott, can you just repeat the reference specifically so I can follow along?
Yep. In section 39G of the Schedule B new marine zones, this is for M1.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, 39G.2 talks about conditions of use and the public boat launch.
Okay, I'm with you now. Yep, thank you. And could you just repeat the consideration and the comment or the question?
I'm trying to remember if it was this bylaw specifically, but I thought council had suggested that that some parking adjacent to the boat launch is probably required, but that sufficient parking, especially if it's in the downtown core, may not be available on the immediate upland parcel, and that we should consider a broader definition. But I'll leave that to you. Just wanted
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll definitely go back and have a closer look at that and just go back to previous discussion and take it another look. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question around the M1 zone and the docks that might show up. And if I read it correctly, if a business tried to have a dock where it had some business activity, that dock could not be private to that business. It would have to have public access. Am I correct in understanding that? Is that the definition of community water access that would apply there?
Thank you, Councillor Race, and through to the rest of council, you are correct. The condition of use that we've set out for community water access is that it's public. For any kind of additional marine-oriented tourist and recreation uses, which we recognize as very much an important use within these marine gateway areas. We wanted to still preserve that connection and opportunity for public access. We had originally had conversation early in the process around private docks for residential upland use. And in the same way, we wanted to expand expand that around private docks for commercial use as well. Commercial activities could definitely happen on the water and on docks, but not at the proposal is not at the exclusion of some kind of public access for marine areas. In the same way, the province also for marinas and commercial, adventure tourism uses, for example, they're also looking to ensure that there is still provision for public access along foreshores, as well as public access an offering for the public to access moorage as well. So we followed that same spirit with the regulation, but we're very interested in council's input at this time to whether that's something that council wishes to kind of open up further or revisit. Essentially what the bylaw as it reads now, if someone wanted to have a private commercial use dock with no public access, as it stands right now in the zoning, that would require a site-specific rezoning to allow for private, like exclusively private use. That's how it's been.
So this is purely docks that are more or less on a private water lot, a business operation in the M1 zone would have to provide public access. And that would mean public access across their property?
That wouldn't necessarily mean public access across the property, although we are looking to, like through upland redevelopment, we do negotiate public access along foreshores and properties. That's something that we have policy around and work to do for wider public access and enjoyment of the marine areas.
Thank you. I'll hold my comments. Councillor Pettengill, and then I would like to go to comments for Council General.
Okay, thank you. So before the initial draft of this bylaw, we had a lot of feedback from a lot of sources, and my sense is that it was very much focused on maintaining or even improving the restoration and protection of the sound. And then the forestry industry felt it had consulted well enough, so we did some consultation there, have proposed some adjustments. How do we know that the proposed changes are still consistent with the level of protection that we'd like to see in the sound?
Thanks, Councillor Pettengill. That's a great comment and question. I think my initial kind of response is that I think it's an ongoing balancing act. I think we're trying to recognize and establish zoning that is aligned with a lot of these long-standing tenures that exist now and the permissions that exist now, while using our development permit tool for environmental protection to guide and regulate the changes over time through these tenure reviews, application of siting consideration, looking at new data that's available to us, and working with the forest sector. And I think there's definitely opportunity and interest by forestry to work with us on this, and also with First Nations. And I think a growing awareness that the district, like through this process, we've been able to share what our updated development permit area guidelines consist of, because I think there wasn't broad awareness for the forestry when we updated the OCP to the extent that these guidelines exist now and are needing to be applied as we move forward. So I think we've been able to bring greater awareness to that. But in terms of coastal shore protection, we're using the tools in the toolbox that are available to us, and progressively kind of working through the zoning, strengthening the zoning. We'll continue to strengthen the zoning as we work with forestry in the province through the sort of the transitions and shifts that are happening for forestry as well. So I think it's an ongoing process of alignment and coastal protection. I think as we bring the bylaw back forward because we'll have to go through a subsequent, second reading and public hearing, we'll be able to also hear from from forestry, even further, as well as our stewardship groups and stakeholders and other agencies as well in terms of how we've whether we've achieved that fine balancing act, but it's definitely a work in progress.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is a little bit related. We've taken some prescriptive things out of the zoning, and we're trying to handle the DPA. My experience with DPA guidelines when we sort of raise issues with other projects is that, well, these are just guidelines, so we can't actually require it. And so with what we've done here, are we giving up significant ability then to manage some of these things by putting them in the DPA as opposed to zoning? Or does the DPA in this case, is it more stringent that you have to stick to what the DPA guidelines say? Or are they still just guidelines?
Thanks for that question. At the end of the day, yeah, development permit area guidelines are guidelines. The environmental DPA guidelines, the addition of aquatic marine requirements mirror a lot of the requirements that you see in some of these best management practices that exist for the forestry sector. So I think that they're a great starting point to be able to apply to alterations and log handling in future. I think they will have to be refined as we go. Absolutely. And there's always going to be an opportunity to strengthen and protect them. In the same way, like the Fisheries Act also is going through changes. So there's, Bill C-68, I believe, has brought, has offered strengthened protections, and there's all these additional codes of practice that are in development. So there's strengthening that's happening there as well. And it's just going to be a matter of working through the development permit area process for alterations in future. We'll figure out where any potential gaps may exist and work to fill those gaps and strengthen. I think our intentions and the objectives that we've set through the EDPA are really strong.
Thank you. So council, will now go to members of council for comments. I have Mayor Elliott, Councillor Anderson, Councillor French.
I'd like to move the staff recommendation that we receive this update and direct staff to bring forward rezoning amendment for bylaw consideration of second reading.
Is there a second? Councillor Herford, you wish to speak to it? Go ahead.
Just briefly, if you can turn your mic, thank you. I really appreciate the additional engagement that came from our discussions in June. I think it really has helped clarify jurisdiction and also the needs of this industry a little more clearly. It's helpful to have those revised definitions. I'm generally supportive of the amendments that staff have made and look forward to hearing any additional public comments at second hearing and a public hearing. Thank you, Ms. McJannet.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Following Mayor Elliott, I think that staff really must be commended for the great engagement work done during recent months. And I should be noting the involvement of Jonas Valiniskis, our planning director, as well as the role played by the ministry in facilitating tours and further engagement and contact networks. I also wish to note that the careful attention in the language in our report before us to beyond the community, beyond even our region. So there's careful wording to note the regional impacts beyond Squamish. I also wish to observe that I've heard from some of the forest industry stakeholders that not all log storage sites used in the past or potentially desirable for future use, also from an environmental point of view, are under tenure. And there's a note in the report that staff heard that an overall fulsome review of log handling needs and priority storage areas and options collectively with other stakeholders should be undertaken. But of course, that's outside of the current marine zoning initiative. This is also true for the forestry land strategy, which is more focused on terrestrial land needs of the industry, and that land strategy as proposed in the OCP. And I had a deja vu in reading the engagement report from this summer. This is what took place 20 years ago with the ministry involvement in particular in the Chikai Fan. That's where our zoning and land use plan came from that time. We now need to look at the success of this summer and the engagement, the success, in my view, and apply it to that future forestry land strategy. I wish to, as a point of information, there is a typo in there regarding BCTS. It is BC Timber Sales rather than BC Timber Supply, just a small typo, but it does come up a few times. More importantly, there is in our report a map of the Sea to Sky Natural Resources District. The map is labeled as being of the Sioux Timber Supply Area, and this is an important clarification. There are 4 factors accounted for in the description of this region, the Sioux Timber Supply Area: area of productive forest, First Nations timber right holders, annual level cut, and employment. All 4 of those numbers are needing to be revisited because the definition of the region must be expanded to include the entire natural resource district, not just the Sioux Timber Supply Area. The Sioux Timber Supply Area, and this is an ongoing administrative kind of, what shall I say, it comes up a lot, confusion, because of the administrative responsibilities of the ministry people we're speaking with, but we must include the tree farm license. That affects forest area, employment, First Nations timber rights, and AAC. So for the purposes of public information and engagement ongoing, we need to correct that and replace Sioux Timber Supply Area with Sea to Sky Natural Resources District. All the numbers are changed once we do that. Finally, I'd like to comment briefly on the M1 changes. This is in regards to recreational boat and dock use, and in the Upper Bland Channel is one of the areas of interest. I think that I would like to have some further thought and consideration of this on our part of council, but I'd like to hear from the public first. I'd like to hear from those stakeholders. I suspect that, and I do hope we will hear from, that there are site and vicinity considerations and circumstances that need to be considered here. It may not only be uninteresting from an investment point of view to invest in a dock that would include public access, but there may also be practical local issues that are part of the picture to be considered. I also wish to comment that the proposed split zoning of the Upper Malcolm Blind Channel into M1 and P4 is still problematic from my point of view, and also needs further ongoing consideration. In our last council discussion, we did record that this might be a temporary. Once we do further planning, and some planning processes are underway or scheduled to be underway, and some maybe we will get underway, these all need to be taken account in this P4 proposal for the Upper Malcolm Blind Channel. Finally, I'll mention that right now, Squamish streamkeepers are counting pink salmon in the Upper Blind Channel and in its tributaries. And we can see issues of lack of freshwater flow in the numbers that we're recording. We've got lots of salmon in the northerly tributaries, but from the west, where there's been a deterioration of freshwater flow over the last decade, and going back further, we can see the effects for the pink salmon that are being counted. So this is just one of the things we need to look at in evaluating need for restoration, and that restoration for fish habitat will also have implications for recreational use in the Upper Blind Channel, and the proposed dock by the Chamber and Tourism Squamish, Forestry Center Society, and other stakeholders are proposing that dock in the upper end. You know, all of this needs to be also reviewed ongoing, and we should hold open for further information to be gathered in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor French, then Councillor Herford, and then I'll put myself on the list. Councillor Pengill.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll echo the comments of my colleagues that I believe staff has done an excellent job of circling back to the forest industry in this go-around. Hand in hand with that is thanks to the forestry sector. I sort of got the feeling they didn't jump quickly and aggressively into our process in the early going. And based on what I see in the staff report and the presentation, it looks like the industry has responded extremely well and provided the information that we need and the feedback that we need to get to where we are today. Some great work has been done. Councillor Anderson's focusing in on dewatering and making sure that that's not left out, I think is important at this point. And also agreeing with Councillor Anderson, what we have for the upper Malcolm Blind channel in the way of designations is also problematic for me, and I'm looking forward to ongoing discussions about that particular area. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Councillor French, Councillor Herford, and Councillor Pettengill, and myself.
Thank you. I've been impressed with this round of engagement and subsequent results recommendations for this project, and I'd like to commend staff for their work here. When I started digging this staff report, it was so much more, so many more layers came to light that we knew something was. I think we felt something was missing in the first round, and a lot of those gaps were filled. I do think the boat launch upland access that Mary Elliott mentioned earlier was something that also comes to my mind. I think there's some changes there that were captured, but I'm very supportive and impressed with the engagement and the results of that engagement. Engaging to listen and learn and take action rather than just to tick a box. It's very, very, very good. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Pettengill.
Yes, thank you. So a few things to address. Really appreciate the efforts to add more public water access to the M1 zone. I think an overarching thing to me, especially coming out of the CERT presentation earlier, is how much focus and effort and success we've had on rehabilitating Howe Sound. And so I think have some hesitation still about moving away from zoning for some of the site-specific as a tool to manage some of the site-specific conditions rather than the DPA. I'm just not quite there on the DPA yet. I'm also a little bit hesitant on relying on the standards of upper levels of government. My understanding was that we were trying to exceed some of those standards, having seen the results of upper level government regulations. And while there's been improvements, I think recent decisions show us we can't fully rely on them. So I would like to keep those tools a little bit more in the bylaw as opposed to DPAs. The other piece, and I know it was council direction that staff meet with forestry, and that I really do appreciate that engagement. I think it's been critical and very thorough, but I'm missing that sort of follow-up piece where we take those sort of siloed perspectives and get everyone in the room and sort of see, hey, do all these pieces really fit together? Do we think this really all works? And I understand there has to be some compromise, but to me, these feel like very siloed perspectives that I'm supposed to sort of decide on it, and I don't really have a good sense of whether or not they're actually compatible, or we're just sort of picking one or the other. And so I would love, I guess maybe I'll have to wait for public feedback at second reading, but it's hard to make changes at second reading. So anything we could do before then to get some of that understanding would be really helpful to me. A final thing, and it's not directly addressed this time, but I just have to highlight again, after the summer we've had, we see how severe and how quickly the climate crisis is advancing. I really think council should consider whether or not we want to permit new fossil fueling infrastructure in these zonings as broadly as we are. And that might be worth a rethink in my feeling before we consider final approval. But thank you very much for the thorough report.
Thank you. I would echo the comments, I think, of most of my counselors, fellow counselors, that the engagement and the changes with respect to logging, log handling, log sorting are a credit to staff's efforts, I think, and also a credit to the industry's efforts. And so I'm very supportive of those changes. The one concern I have with this proposed bylaw at the moment is with respect to the M1 zone and the possibility of a dock and whether or not there would be public access to it. I can recall somewhere farther back in the conversations we had also voting in favor of private docks at one point in this process. For me, when I was thinking of that, I was thinking about private residential docks, and it hadn't occurred to me about the impact on particular businesses. And the public hearing, I think, and some of the comments we've received since then has forced me to focus on those. And so, for example, if somebody wanted to build a dock adjacent to a business for their business that didn't necessarily require into zoning, they would have to allow the public access to it. I think that's a bit problematic. I think it, first of all, there's the question of how does the public get there? Do they have to cross private property to do so? Does that mean that they have to open up their property to the public crossing it to access the dock? Secondly, even if they just paddle up to it or somehow get to it otherwise, does it interfere with the business operations, which is the reason for the dock in the first place? And thirdly, it could also create a liability issue for the owner of the dock who is trying to manage that and that the public can somehow cross it. So generally speaking, I mean, it is laudable, I think, to work towards public access of our waterfront. And I'm one of the people, and one of many people who have been sort of focused on that for probably the last 20 years. But I'm not sure that that's the appropriate way to do it. I think it's maybe more appropriate to have public access off of something like a park, for example, as we're planning on doing at Waynock Park, where we have a public dock coming down and would be available for public access. We're going to have more opportunity in the future as we rezone different parcels along the Blind Channel and perhaps other water lots to secure public lands and public access to water in that process. So I'm not sure that it's necessary that we have public access at a business dock. If we're going to allow business docks in the M1 zone, then I think from my perspective, it's just not practical to have them with public access. And I think for many businesses, the idea of going through an M2 rezoning is perhaps a little bit onerous or a bit of a stretch of resources. So I think for me, that is the area that I would give more consideration of. And I also echo Councillor Anderson's comments respecting Councillor French, respecting the Upper Blind Channel and how we might deal with the I guess 3 or 4 zoning, I can't recall, the public zoning there, and whether we revisit that. My experience with that kind of zoning is that once it's in place, it's very difficult to move. And so we might consider some opportunities there before we impose that kind of zoning. I think for most of the Upper Blind Channel, it is appropriate, but there are, I think, some exceptions that might emerge. So I would be a little bit hesitant to putting that in place immediately. But apart from that, I'm very supportive of the changes that staff has made. And thank you. So are there any further comments, Council? Mayor Elliott.
I kept my comments to the forestry portion of this, but don't want to see any changes to the P4 until after the access study is complete. So we have the bigger picture context, and then spot zonings can take place within P4 if required to enable a dock. So I am not inclined to agree with my colleagues on. I think we need the bigger context, and we decide access as a whole before we go back and change P4 zoning. When a community is developing quickly, these kinds of zonings help us take a pause so that we don't get the types of businesses we didn't want to see in that area. So I don't think zoning is ever permanent. I think once we finish our marine access engagement and can see the big picture, then there's opportunity to look at specific spot zones and changing those to enable any sort of tourism access in the Effingham combined channel. So I'll just leave it at that. I just wanted to voice that not in alignment on that, and really the public should speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Patton.
Yeah, I hope it's not too late, but just what Mayor Elliott said, my understanding was the public dock access piece was related to M1 and not P4, and I was speaking in favor in the context of M1, not P4. So I don't know if that's a question, maybe just a clarification on my part.
Just to get clarity, so it seems to me in these comments that there are two issues. One is with respect to the P4 M1 split in the Upper Blind Channel, and there's been 3 opinions on that. The other is with respect to private dock, public dock issue. So trying to give staff some coherent feedback. Let me just take a straw poll of those that are satisfied with the P4 M1 split in the Upper Blind Channel. Put your hands up in favor. It's 3 and opposed 3-3. So staff has a tie with that. We don't know where Councillor Stoner might fall. So for the moment, that feedback for staff is a bit split. And the second issue is the point that was raised by Councillor Anderson and myself with respect to public access and private business docks. In favor of that? Hands up. So, sorry, just to be clear, are you in favor of the way it is presently drafted, that it would be public access to private docks or not? So in favor of public access to private docks? 1, 2, 3, opposed? 2, 3. So staff, you have a split on that as well. But apart from that feedback, is there any further comments on the motion? I'll call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McJannet. So we'll move right into item 3, pump up savings in heat. And we will try to deal with this as quickly as we can so that we have lunch. Go ahead, Mr. Pickett.
Thank you very much, Councillor Race. I'm just going to wait a second until I have the ability to share content. Here we go. Okay, I trust that people can see this. Oh dear. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ian Picketts. I'm the Manager of Sustainability and Climate Change at the District of Squamish. We're here today to ask for program support for the Pumping Up the Savings in Heat or PUSH Concierge Model Heat Pump Program. A heat pump works by moving heat from one place to another. So in the winter, it extracts and compresses heat from the outdoors and moves that heat inside. In the summer, it works in the opposite fashion, providing air conditioning benefits. So this is a very important climate change adaptation co-benefit of a heat pump, as we are seeing warmer summer temperatures. And it also provides very important air quality co-benefits as well, which is very important in events like forest fires. Because a heat pump moves and doesn't create heat, it is possible for it to be more than 100% efficient. So currently, units available on the market are at least 200% and sometimes up to 450% efficient as a traditional combustion-based heating system. I'd encourage you to refer to the latest B-Side podcast, which is on climate and buildings, for excellent descriptions of how a heat pump works, offered by Karine Ledoux and Allison Jenkins. Fuel switching heating systems in single-family homes from carbon fuels to an electric system, on average, will reduce GHG emissions by 6.5 tons of CO2 equivalent per year, or a 72% reduction for that home. This is significant. Most of the remaining emissions for that home relate to natural gas hot water heating. This is a big part of our CCAP Big Move for target, and it's also worth noting that this is a step toward a much bigger movement or program. So we want to add to this model. We want to support a bigger range of retrofits, more financing, more rebates, etc., for a larger suite of retrofits and improvements, and in a larger suite of housing types. The image that you can see on your right is from our Buildings Explainer document that is available on our Climate Action website. There's a lot of great information there that I encourage you.
If I can interrupt you for a minute, we are not seeing a presentation.
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. Okay, can you see it now?
Now we can, thank you.
Okay, sorry, when it takes up the whole screen. So I'll just start at the beginning and go through the slides very quickly so you can see them. So this is the background on heat pumps. This is the GHG reduction targets, and the image on the right is from our Climate Action website. And that is where I got to. Thank you very much, Councillor Race, for letting me know. So the Community Energy Association has done considerable research on this topic. They looked at case studies across North America to try to determine the best way to initiate heat pump implementation in communities. There is a linked report in the report to council that you can go to get more information. So some of the big outcomes from their research are as follows. First is that financing alone has been shown to not be sufficient. People need help through the process. Heat pumps are complicated, and it is a time-consuming and tricky process to get one installed. Another key outcome is that communications have to begin early, much before someone is faced with a situation where they have to replace their heating system. If this doesn't happen, a like-for-like replacement is much more likely. Finally, the concierge model is found to be very effective with a program administrator. So this is someone who is usually externally contracted and can act as a single point of contact for a homeowner. They can guide the homeowner all the way through the customer journey, assist with things such as communications, which would be vetted and disseminated through our communications team, helping to navigate through the steps to install a heat pump, and also navigating financing, incentives, rebates, etc. So there's 3 major steps to this program. The first consists of setup and communications, where evaluate and onboard contractors, and also we are hoping to set up a purchasing agreement to reduce the cost of individual heat pump units by purchasing in bulks. Any savings would be passed on to residents. Step 2 is the customer journey. So this is the largest step. The program administrator will review and select applicants, guide homeowners through an energy assessment, contractor selection, and heat pump installation. And finally, step 3 is follow up with homeowners. One noteworthy inclusion in this program is 1 year of contracting coaching by the contractor for people who have had a heat pump installed, so they can learn how to best utilize it and optimize performance. Also, data evaluation and performance and satisfaction will be reviewed and collated. This is also very important as there is a lack of good data on heat pumps currently. So this step 3 can serve to help other communities as they move forward. Our target for this pilot project is 40 homes in 2022. This is significantly lower than the 137 homes that are expected to retire their heating systems in Squamish in 2022, but the data show that this is still a reasonably ambitious project. This is starting with single-family homes, but it is important to note that this is a first step toward a larger program. So our long-term vision is to build upon the scaffolding of this program and provide more services, access to more types of retrofits, more financing options, and building toward the similar concierge model that supports a range of retrofits in Squamish for a number of housing types. So significant funding has already been attained to support this project. This includes funding from BC Hydro, FCM, the Real Estate Foundation, and the Bullet Foundation. Over $400,000 has been secured to date, and some of this has been able to be carried forward into the pilot program. The DOS budget for 2022 is $60,000 for this. So this includes $40,000 from the Carbon Neutral Reserve, and part of that is a $500 top up for 40 heat pump units, and then $20,000 from the CCAP operational budget. This program is being offered in collaboration with Whistler, New West, and Squamish. So these are the three communities that are participating. And one thing that is noteworthy is that if Squamish and Whistler partner for the program administrator or the concierge person, they can realize savings of up to 40%. This project will help us achieve important organizational goals as articulated in our strategic plan, our official community plan, and the Community Climate Action Plan, in particular Big Move 4, which focuses on decarbonizing existing buildings. It also contributes to broader knowledge, measurement, and awareness, larger home retrofit goals, and local community green jobs. The resolution is that the District of Squamish, in collaboration with the Community Energy Association, implement a pilot of the concierge model for heat pumps or PUSH program for the 2022 calendar year. This includes the presentation, and we welcome questions and comments. Thank you.
Council. Councilor Anderson.
Mr. Picketts, a friend of mine in the development and construction field excitedly showed me some advances, examples of advances in heat pump technology. And the question arose for me is, some of these advances may involve alterations to wall assemblies to take advantage of what these installations can deliver. And I'm not the one to expound on what they can deliver, but it's very exciting. So my question is, are we being mindful when we consider zoning bylaw and program design of evolving technology? Are there indications that there are new types of installations that might have implications for our regulations and zoning? That's my first question.
Thank you, thank you, Councillor Anderson. To the chair, as far as I'm aware, the program is able to be quite reflexive of new technologies and is technologically agnostic. So there is the latitude to improve. Could you just please clarify what aspects of the zoning bylaw might come into conflict with what you noted? Thank you.
I might save that perhaps for a little bit more research on my part, but it has come up. Now, I recall in the previous in a zoning bylaw review that I was involved with 10 years ago, there were needed changes to account for solar installations. And I'm just wondering, because of evolving technology and different goals with respect to that program, because of the physical installation needs or circumstances for roofs or wall assemblies. So it's the language in the zoning bylaw that in that instance needed to keep up with the technology. So I've just made perhaps as an observation for follow-up, and if you maybe sort of take advice that maybe this is something to look for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Anderson, you had another question?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Chair. And perhaps this, again, may be an observation, Mr. Picketts, but I thought I would bring it out, and if you have a response, I would welcome it. I'm a previous director of the Sea to Sky Clean Air Society, and one of the key focuses of that group and of its management plan for our airshed was wood stoves and old technology wood stoves, and the need to have change-out programs to have people update with new appliances. So a concierge service, such as you're describing for heat pump technology, that's exactly what that field needs. And Whistler is the only place in this corridor outside from forest fire events that has air quality advisories. And it is due to, at Christmas time, wood stove uses. It's quite serious. The other parts of our communities within our corridor that experience serious health risks due to wood stoves is First Nations communities from here to Lillooet Lake. And so this is it is a long-standing observation that wood stove changeout programs are not receiving the resources that they need, and Burn It Smart workshops as well. So my question to you, and I might just add that this is in our OCP under air quality, both wood stove changeout and the air quality management plan are referenced there. But is this something that you and your team, including Whistler and the Community Energy Association, can consider? Is how we may be able to benefit that effort of wood stove changeouts. There is some overlap, but I know it's only a small overlap. But if you may have some response to this or consideration, that'd be welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Through the chair. So for the purpose of this program, we need to be quite directed. So we were able to partner with Community Energy Association and 2 other communities toward this. So the pilot program, by kind of design and need, is focused on heat pumps, which represent a very large opportunity to reduce emissions. But I can say that the broader concierge program, it is our plan and our intention to build upon it. When we have someone like a program administrator, a point of contact, our hope is to expand that to include more and more. So someone that can support in broader retrofits, broader energy efficiency matters, and that I would certainly be open to, and I think others too would be open to including wood stove replacements in that. So I do agree that the scaffolding of the program could be built upon to support that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Pettengill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Picketts. Very happy to see this program come forward and excited to see this kind of thing. Your comment, though, that in the pilot we'll be able to support about 40 people a year and 130 some odd will be doing changeouts. Given what you've seen, is your suggestion that people just wait, the program can fit them in, or is there like a good resource you can recommend? Like if I just want to get going, I know I need to replace mine. Do I need to wait for this program, or can you give me a tip on where I should just go so I can move ahead on my own? And I'm using me as an example. I don't actually have a heat pump to change.
Councillor Pettengill, Danielle Weiss from the Community Energy Association is definitely has significantly more expertise than me on heat pumps. So if you don't mind, Danielle, I will put you on the spot for this question, as I think you're better equipped to answer it.
For sure. Thank you, Ian. Yes, the program can quickly support those homeowners who want to endeavor down the path of installing a heat pump on their own. There are quite a few provincial and utility-based resources that homeowners can already access and have used in the past. To date, there's been 2,500 heat pumps installed as part of the Clean BC Better Homes BC program and the betterhomesbc.ca website. So it is out there, but 2,500 of many millions of homes is not enough to see the significant GHG emissions reductions we're shooting for. So hence the suggestion for a concierge program.
Thank you. Question I had was what part the district plays in this, because you mentioned buying in bulk and follow up with the homeowner for a year following, make sure it's working and so forth. And it wasn't really clear to me whether the district is active in that, trying to facilitate some other groups to do that. Does it require FTEs in the district, for example, full-time employees? Could you clarify our role, what our role might be, not just in the pilot, but in a program going forward?
Yes, Councillor Race. So I believe you kind of alluded to the answer in the question. So the program administrator is very likely to be a third-party consultant who is contracted to do this work, and we will likely partner with Whistler to provide this this individual in order to reduce the associated costs. New Westminster has their own utility, so they're in a little bit of a different situation. So there are groups available that offer these services, and so the program administrator will be covered through the funding for the program, and their support will be overseen by both District of Squamish staff and community energy associations who will serve as project managers. So there is some staff time allocated to this. It's estimated at a 0.05 FTE at this time. This is quite a conservative estimate. We are right now essentially planning to put as much as possible on the program administrator to carry out the duties. There's a lot of advantages to this, one of which is that people get the most consistent possible messaging and communications. We do foresee that people might reach out to the local government first before the program administrator, so there will be some staff time needed to allocate to this, as well as kind of provide feedback to the program administrator and work with Community Energy Association toward ongoing improvements. But at this time, we expect that it'll be quite minimal, the staff time, and it'll be mostly just organization and oversight and a little bit of direction. Ms. Weiss, I invite you to add on that if there's anything I've missed. Thank you.
I don't have anything to add unless there's a follow-up question.
Thank you. No, so essentially our role would be in contracting with a third party, sharing that responsibility with Whistler.
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you. Council, any other questions? So there is a suggested recommendation. Councillor Herbert's moving. Councillor French is seconding. Anybody wish to speak to that? Councillor Herbert?
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this forward, and I think this is an important part of retrofitting. We have more direct control with our new built environment, but as we know, the majority of our homes or dwellings are already built. So I think this is an important step forward, and I think it's a well thought out program. So I'm happy to support it. Thank you very much for the work.
Thank you. Mayor Elliott, followed by Councillor French.
Just thanks very much for bringing this forward and continually pushing us forward on our 6 big moves. What I really appreciate about this program, as well as some of the other ones you brought forward, Mr. Picketts, is the collaborative nature of these, so that it's not one community trying to move this ball forward. We're working with other communities so that you can see what it looks like in a larger community, a mid-sized community, and a smaller community. And so I just really appreciate the work with the CEA and our colleagues in the Lower Mainland and in the Sea to Sky, so that we can go further, faster together. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor French, and I'll put myself on this.
Thanks, Chair. And speaking in support of the motion, I find this program to be a complete no-brainer, and the partnership with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Resort Municipality of Whistler make it even more appealing. And this really is universal, this notion of switching energy sources to heat pumps. So while it's great that we're working with the Resort Municipality of Whistler, I see so much bigger potential with other communities that hopefully will fall in line. And once again, Squamish is looking like a bit of a leader on this front. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And I'm also in support of this, and I had I'm not an expert on heat pumps, but I did watch a friend of mine in a renovation actually have one installed, which was actually, in their case, relatively simple. And you know, any good trade could do it. There can be an issue with noise. I know in some of the older ones, and you've seen them, but this one is not noisy. It's relatively new. The other thing that it seems to be very pertinent, given the summer that we just had, is that heat pumps are not quite air conditioning, but they certainly can provide a source of cooling for a home, which may become more relevant in the future. So, so I think this is certainly a worthwhile effort, and anything we can do to facilitate this transition. And like Councillor Anderson says, the other thing that can be placed in some cases is wood burning facilities, which I think we all understand the difficulties with those. So if there's no further comment, seeing none, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Mr. Picketts. So Council, we are at recess time. I'd like to give us 45 minutes. We're just a little bit behind schedule, so I'm suggesting we come back at 1:15. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome back. We're now on item 4, sub 4 of our agenda, BC Transit January expansion. And I'll turn the floor over to Ms. Gunn. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Dora Gunn, a transportation planner with the District of Squamish. Today I have Bronson Bullivant, Senior Transit Planner with BC Transit, here with us today. And he's going to be providing the presentation, so I'll hand it over to him. Unfortunately, Rob Ringma was also planning to join us today, but wasn't able to make it at the end. So it'll be all Bronson. So I'll just share my screen here. 1 second, Bronson. Apologies, I'm having trouble sharing it. Just can't quite get the button to work. Apologies. There's no other way to do this. Bronson, is there any chance you can get it to work on your end?
My share content button seems to be grayed out, unfortunately.
Oh yes, that's because the power was given to me. I think it maybe has been given to you. I'm really sorry it's not showing on my laptop.
Give me 1 moment. I can see if I can figure it out. Just don't have the right one open, so sorry about that.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me share this.
You know, I actually think I've solved my problem that I was having. So Bronson, if you wanted to give another shot with me sharing, we could try that one more time.
Sure, let's go back to you, only because I don't think this is the correct version.
Okay. Apologies, Harley. Thank you. Okay, let's see if we can do this now. All right, and then slides. Are folks seeing the right thing right now?
Looks good.
Okay, I can get started then. Thanks, Dora, and thank you, Mayor and Council. As Dora mentioned, Rob unfortunately won't be here to present with me, so I'll be taking it on. It's a pretty dense agenda for this specific presentation, so I'll do my best to wing through it, but I might take a couple breaks to have some sips of water. So my name is Bronson Bullivant. I'm a Senior Transit Planner with BC Transit, and I've been here working in Squamish for the past 3 years now. And I'm excited here to talk to you about the transit improvement process, as well as an update on the Transit Future Action Plan. Next slide, Dora. So I will also be providing a brief update on ridership in Squamish, as well as the province of BC. I will go through the expansion that's coming up in January, both the conventional and custom expansion. I will then walk through the draft priorities for the Transit Future Action Plan that's been in the works for the past almost 2 years now. And then I will go over the transit improvement, the TIPS MOU, and look for endorsement from council. Next slide. For British Columbia, we are still seeing decreased ridership levels. The slight increase on the light blue line that we see in the middle shows the first week of September when universities started up across the province and the related increase in that university ridership. When this chart was created a few weeks ago, ridership was at about 65% of pre-pandemic levels. Go to the next slide. And just for clarity, on the left, it is average rides per day of a weekday, and on the bottom, it's the week of the year. And this graph here is specific to Squamish. So a little bit different story in Squamish. If you remember from previous presentations, I've given first 25 weeks of 2019 doesn't have accurate data due to new technology on the buses, and therefore it was difficult to compare to pre-pandemic levels. Thankfully, we are past that now in 2021, so we can compare true pre-pandemic ridership to current ridership levels. In week 38, which is the week of September 26th, we saw ridership rebound to about 90% of pre-pandemic levels. And for the month of September, ridership recovered on average about 80% of what it was in 2019. So a very good news story there for Squamish. We'll go to the next slide. Pre-COVID, council endorsed a 1,500 service hour and one bus expansion to the conventional transit system. Priorities that were implemented came in part from the Transit Future Action Plan engagement, as well as previous priorities. Weekend improvements was one of the most important areas for the survey respondents, indicating they wanted more frequency as well as faster travel times. We will be looking to remove all combination trips on weekends, which were implemented originally to save hours. For those of you who don't know what combined trips or combo trips are, when the Route 2 Highlands arrives at Highland Mall, it turns into a Route 1 Brackendale and completes that part of the routing before going back downtown, which means it takes a long time for it to complete. This service change will look to add frequency to both routes and remove them being attached to one another to provide more convenience. Furthermore, 2 Highlands will also begin 2 hours earlier on Sunday. Right now it's starting at 10:30 a.m. So we'll be providing service starting at 8:30 a.m. starting in January. Other improvements will be adding in frequency to the middle of the day, utilizing that extra bus that we're getting in January on the 5 South Parks during the summer. And one last piece is we've also implemented running time improvements on all routes based on traffic patterns and congestion we're seeing in Squamish. This has seen routes 1 and 2 increase their total trip time from 60 minutes to 65 minutes, which has a big impact on trip frequency and lining up trips for specific times. Essentially, when it's on an hour ahead way, we can only really balance it based on every hour. That's when a trip can come and a trip can show up at a specific area. But when it's running at 65 minutes, it really makes it difficult to get those trips to line up. So that's one of the difficulties we're facing in January 2022, and we've been looking to fix over the next few years. We'll go to the next slide. Pre-COVID, council endorsed also an 850-hour expansion to the handy-dart system in Squamish. These were enough hours to either extend the current service span on weekdays or to add weekend service to the handy-dart system. As requested by council at a prior meeting, BC Transit developed and distributed a survey over the summer months to handy-dart clients, senior centers, and residents across Squamish to gauge the need and requests of handy-dart clients and caretakers. The majority of the feedback received requested an increase to extend the days of available handy-dart service to include weekends. This addition of weekend service is also supported by the 2019 BC Transit Custom Service Report that was conducted in Squamish. That report indicated that in terms of increasing service equity with the conventional transit system, that the days of handy-dart service should be first considered when working towards increasing service equity, and then the hours of span of service as identified as the next priority. The expansion of handy-dart service will now give handy-dart customers greater service equity with the conventional service, as it will now run 7 days per week. With the 850 available annual hours, we will now be able to offer handy-dart service on Saturdays and Sundays from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And we will implement this along with our conventional expansion in January 2022. We'll go to the next slide. I'll be moving on to talking about the Transit Future Action Plan and how it's kind of intertwined with the TIPS MOU and what we're seeing over the next 3 years and ultimately over the next 5 years. So the goal of today will be to review the service level priorities and the related high-level investment that is required as part of those priorities. Once this is complete and once we get endorsement or support for these service level priorities, we can move forward to integrating them in the draft plan and get that to council for the next council meeting or committee of the whole. Go to the next slide. So the next, I think about 6 or 7 slides are summary slides, modified slightly for a PowerPoint presentation. So these slides are going to be similar to what you will see in the final plan, not exactly what it looks like, but they are just a summary slide, so it's a little dense. I'll do my best to talk through it and explain it best I can, but I hope it doesn't get too boring. Go to the next slide. So this slide depicts the changes from January 2022 and June 2023, that what I just explained a couple slides ago. The slides following this will have a similar format to this one. The tips letter that I will review after I summarize the service level priorities will highlight the costing between 2022 and 2025, with the remaining 2 years of the plan priorities not costed out due to financial estimations being too difficult to predict that many years out. That small little red dollar sign depicts the approximate cost based on the hours and buses required for each one. Furthermore, there's a column here titled support, and that kind of just highlights where we, how we got that, how we came to that specific service priority. If it was through public engagement, it was from a previous plan like the Transit Future Plan, or it was from some level of analysis such as runtime analysis. Go to the next slide. Thank you. So the first year of priorities highlights the main theme that came out of public engagement, which is required to get more people on the bus in Squamish, and that is frequency to the main corridor, supported by public engagement and reinforced by ridership capacity constraints. The real goal of the TFAP is to lead Squamish from a coverage-based system to a frequent transit corridor system. Those changes will require new routes and lots of hours, but as a first step, we are looking to increase the frequency of service on routes 1 Brackendale and 2 Highlands. These hours and buses will enable the system to provide a combined 15-minute service between the two at peak travel times, which are considered 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. as well as 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. There has been a jump in peak travel times during the middle of the day, but ridership still suggests that the true peaks are at the regular commuter times. So this is for a total of 3,000 service hours and 2 buses. Go to the next slide. In year 23-24, these things change a little bit. In years past, BC Transit Fleet Department indicated that Squamish needed additional buses to meet their spare ratio. With a modification of scheduling based on the runtime analysis, we were able to hold off on the spare ratio buses until the second year in the TIPS process. All buses in this year will be allocated to the spare ratio, which will ultimately support decreasing the number of pass-ups due to buses not being required to be in the shop for mechanical issues. All priority improvements in this year will be completed in the off-peak. This means the buses are not needed because at these times we're not using the maximum number of buses. The first priority is to expand the duration of 5 South Parks. Ridership remains strong this past summer on the 5 South Parks, even due to the pandemic, and improving the span of service was a key priority based on engagement. Ridership is down 19% compared to 2019 in July, but in August, overall ridership grew 11%, so August of this year. Other improvements that are listed for this year is to make additional weekend improvements, such as introducing weekend service to Route 4 Garibaldi and increasing the service span on 1 Brackendale on Sundays, as well as increasing the frequency on 2 Highlands in the middle of the day. The total investment would be 4,000 hours and 2 buses. Those last 3 items were all based on public engagement results and supported by specific questioning that was asked in the survey. You can go to the next slide, Dora. So in years 24 and 25, there's hopefully some big changes happening in Squamish. Prior to speaking to these specific priorities, it should be noted that in 2022, we hope to complete a frequent transit network study as a separate priority in the TFAP. This consultant-led study will look to concretely establish the appropriate route for an FTN, which was previously called Core Transit Network in the TFP Transit Future Plan of 2015. This will include traffic analysis as well as further engagement to ensure the appropriate streets are selected. The priorities listed on this slide show high-level costing associated with the vision. The reasoning that there are cost savings are those little green dollar signs on the second two priorities associated with the bottom two items, yeah, because the current 1 Brackendale and 2 Highlands will be replaced with shorter routes that will technically save hours and will be rolled into the connection between Garibaldi Village and downtown. So I understand that this image might be hard to kind of picture, so I gave a draft image on the next slide just showing exactly what I'm talking about. So this shows a breakdown of where the associated items fall within the area of Squamish. With the new shorter routes that go to Brackendale and Highlands, it'll be much easier to provide frequent transit service that gets to key destinations such as schools and gets people to work at the appropriate time. The corridor that stretches between downtown and Garibaldi Village will be frequent enough so that the connections won't cost convenience to the customer. There will still be local routes that run over top of this new FTN to ensure coverage is still provided. Go to the next slide. In year 4 of the plan, plan priorities, there is potential to introduce new service to South Squamish as well as Britannia Beach. This local route will also provide connections to the waterfront landing and Totem Hall areas. As this is a new route, it is a significant investment that would require an additional vehicle. Further engagement will be completed to ensure we are meeting the demands of residents once this plan is going to be about 4 years, 3 to 4 years old at this time. You can go to the next slide. In the final year of the plan, it looks to further make improvements to the frequent transit network by layering on additional frequencies between Garibaldi and downtown to 15-minute service between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. The initial investment would look to have 15-minute service at those peak times, and this additional layer of service will look to make that 15 minutes all day throughout the middle of the day as well. Additional to that, to complement 5 South Parks, there are hours allocated to servicing the North Parks as well. This will be contingent on infrastructure improvements at those parks, as well as further public engagement to ensure that this is the appropriate new area to be serviced. Go to the next slide, Dora. This slide shows a summary of the 3-year expansion timelines that is aligned with the TFAP that I just kind of went over. And the associated costs as well. As part of our transit improvement program, we take the first 3 years of priorities from the TFAP and cost those initiatives out for our local governments to assist with their budgeting and decision-making process. By way of this formal MOU, Council will be agreeing to support the financial requirements in year 1 of this table. Year 2 and year 3 are also included for longer-term planning purposes, but next year we would review the priorities and update the table as needed to make any adjustment or shifts that will be required. Today's staff and BC Transit are requesting that Council authorize and endorse 2021 3-year transit expansion initiatives letter from BC Transit so that we can add the request to the BC Transit Service Plan and overall budget ask of the province of BC. Once the budget is announced next February, we will receive notification if the province has provided the matching funds for this expansion, and we can move to working towards the implementation of the year 1 priorities. I think that's all I had if you want to go to the next slide, but Dora, I know you also added on one more at the end too.
Thank you, Ms. Boland. Council, questions? Mayor Elliott.
Thank you for the presentation. I am wondering if we or BC Transit knows what level of service frequency increases ridership. Like where's that relationship? You know, is it at 15-minute service that you'll see ridership increase, or is it a bigger span than that?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. It's a good question, and at BC Transit we found that the magic number to provide a level of convenience where someone would make the decision to change from I'm not going to wait anymore for the bus to I will wait for the next one is 15 minutes. Now, that isn't necessarily the same or similarly laterally amongst larger areas such as Vancouver or Toronto, but amongst systems within the province of BC, it has been 15 minutes is that magic number. Now, we do see frequencies that run higher than that in Kelowna and Victoria, but in those systems, we also align to have 15-minute service as a true FTN and as a true way to get people onto the bus. Now, as a ratio of what is there true ratio between number of or the frequency of buses to increase in X percent of ridership. We haven't found that yet. We just know through our customer satisfaction surveys that is when people start deciding that they will use the bus based on those surveys.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my question, I guess, for district staff is, have we modeled what our transit system, based on that sort of magic number of 15-minute service, what our transit system needs to look like by 2030 to meet our climate action plan goals, which is a doubling the number of transit and active transportation trips taken? Do we have a sense of that? And the reason for my question is because we're adding a bus here and 3,000 hours there and 1,000 hours there. But by 2030, we have to have a transit system in place that is basically double or better what people were using at it in 2019. So do you have a sense of that?
Through the chair, it's a really fantastic question. It's something that we've struggled with a lot. It's really hard to know how the changes you're making translate into ridership. There's no exact equation that we have that gives us those answers. We know certain things that we can do that will increase ridership, but we don't know by exactly how much in Squamish. So all we can do is continue to monitor it over time. So we make incremental changes and we see what kind of effect that has, and then we adjust as we move forward.
But given what Mr. Bullivant said, 15 minutes on all of our routes would be sort of the key indicator we would be going for.
Through the chair, I'm not sure if we need 15 minutes on every single route, or whether 15 minutes on our frequent transit network might be sufficient. Bronson, perhaps you can add to that.
Yeah, through the chair, it is a kind of the direction that we're heading is only to have the 15-minute level of service on the FTN structure, which will be between Garibaldi and downtown. Right now, between those two locations on the routes 1, 2, and 9, we do operate roughly a 22-minute frequency. So shared between those three routes, we have between Garibaldi and downtown 22-minute frequency, but it's really difficult for customers to be able to use one of the three buses to get between those two locations when the final destination for all of those three routes are different places. So with this FTN vision that we have, it'll be combining those three routes down into one, which enables us to provide that same level of service that we currently, well, better level of service by 7 minutes, all along that corridor. And that's the final vision. And all of these supporting local transit routes or routes that don't have 15-minute level of service will be feeding into that FTN route. So at all times, people will have connection to a convenient service that connects between the two main hubs in Squamish. In the future, that goal will be to further expand that FTN network out to include more areas. And one additional piece to that, we are looking with this investment, we're looking to almost, not quite, but almost double the service level investment over the next 5 years. So the goal really, and this is further explained in the draft plan that will be coming to you, but the goal of kind of one of the key performance indicators or KPIs that we're aiming towards is service hours per capita. It isn't a perfect science. We're looking at things like mode share, vehicle kilometers traveled, and all of the other KPIs that exist within the transit world. But one KPI, which is service hours per capita, is a fairly good indicator of a level of service per resident and an indicator of what level of service and what level of investment that community wants to provide to their residents. So places like Victoria and Kelowna, and then the larger systems such as Vancouver and Toronto, they're all hovering between 1.8, 2, and over 2. And over 2 is really the golden number for a transit system to have effective service for every person in that community. Right now, Squamish is under 1, and our goal is to get that up to above 1.7 to 2.
Thank you. I noticed that the Route 9 was conspicuously missing from any expansion in this plan up to 26, 27.
Through the chair, it was highlighted and asked within the public engagement whether or not the respondents wanted to see improvements to the 9 Quest University, and all questions asked, there was also always another route that the respondents had preferred over that route. That being said, there's always opportunity to modify our investment levels based on if that changes. And that's why I've kind of indicated that there will be further engagement, because we can do engagement in 2019, 2020, but that things could look a lot different 2 to 3 years out. So there can be further engagement based on just to ensure that we have hit the mark with those. One more thing as part of that FTN study that I mentioned very briefly, which will be consultant-led, but BC Transit, District of Squamish, as well as others will be part of the key stakeholder group. I would envision, and when we have those initial conversations with the consultant, I would envision that the 9 Quest University would be supporting the new FTN vision, because it would be going through the places that the corridor necessarily wouldn't be. It services areas right now that the routes 1 and 2 don't service. So keeping that service coverage on the 9 Quest University while still providing direct service there is definitely the goal. And depending on how the FTN study, what outcome comes of that, we could also look to make improvements at 9 Quest University.
Okay, my last question. The one part in the expansion that I was curious about was expanding the South Parks improvement package to get the 2 additional months before really achieving those goals around better service, weekends, late nights on some of our core transit network. So why is that a priority? We filled in the gaps in the day. We run it June to September. Wouldn't those 1,000 hours in 23-24 be better spent on improving frequency on the core transit network at this point in time to increase ridership?
Through the chair, you are correct. It would be better utilized to improve the FTN, the future FTN structure, or the current route 1 and 2. The improving 5 South Park span was actually repeated quite a bit in the verbatim text responses of the survey, and there were questions directly related to where we'd want to see new service, and one of the options was actually expanding South Parks year-round, with another option of improving it to a lesser degree to look to make improvements elsewhere. But that was a priority continuously repeated amongst the survey respondents. So that's one reason why it was there. And the other reason why it was in 23-24 instead of improvements to those key corridors is because of the buses. We won't have the buses that year. Those buses are going to be utilized for the spare ratio. So we could look to add span on as a instead of improving 5 South Parks, but we couldn't add frequency at those key times because we couldn't get the buses. We don't have buses for them at those times. So that's why there was a compromise between making one improvement over making another.
We can't get buses, or we won't. There's no buses in this plan.
There's no buses in this plan in that year. We are acquiring 3 buses, which for most systems is a lot of buses, and all of those buses that are currently in that year are being utilized for the spare ratio. We could go above and beyond that. We could make changes like that. It's just that would be a very large investment, and without knowing how the improvements that we make in 2023 or 2022 September, it might be a little bit too much all at once just to ensure that we are operating the new improvements smoothly based on the runtime analysis.
Council Pettengill.
Thanks, Ed. I think following along similar line of questioning, just looking at 21-22, the cost per hour of service hour for the 5 South Parks route is more than double the weekend improvement, and there's a bus listed. I'm assuming this is a bus we're buying, and this implies to me that as part of this, that bus will be active for 2 months, or sorry, in the summer, but inactive for the rest of the year. And that's why the cost per hour is so much higher for here. And I guess where I'm going with this is trying to, I guess what I'm wondering is if we're going to be adding a bus, should we only be doing that when we're using it all year long? And so is it better, the per hour cost is cheaper, and as long as we're planning that it's the bus is in full service when we need to bring on a new bus? Does that make sense?
Through the chair, I'm a little bit confused, but let's see if I can clarify a little bit. So your question is related to our improvement this year, this June 2022 for the 5 South Parks, adding the bus there. Why are we making that change when it might be better utilized to get a bus at a different time of year when we can use it for more of the year? Is that kind of your question, or am I missing the mark?
I guess where I'm going is when I look at the cost per hour, like instead of doing 500 service hours, should we be adding 1,500, for example? Because we've got the bus in theory. And so in the summer, maybe not as many people are working, we can do the parks route. And then during the more miserable season, when people would rather take a bus than a bike, we can have more service. And then the cost per hour is lower. Total cost is higher because there is more hours of service, but we're getting sort of more value for our dollar. Like I guess I'm sort of worried in the South Parks improvement for this year, if we effectively end up with a new bus that's going to sit idle for most of the year.
Okay, I see what you're saying now. Sorry, through the chair. So that additional bus in the cost breakdown that I provided in 21-22, that the first slide of the TFAP priorities, it was a breakdown, but kind of my best guess of splitting it out by the cost. In the tips letter, you'll see that it's all grouped together. So I did my best estimates here. That one bus is kind of grouped with all of these improvements. The one bus is the intention of the one bus is to fill in that gap, because right now we don't have the buses available. But for the rest of the school year coming up, that bus will be used for either if there's pass ups, they'll be used for specials or for there's a layer of service within transit where we have extra hours allocated for the bus breaks down, or if there's an emergency, or if there's too many pass ups in a place where we typically don't expect it, we send a vehicle out. And right now we don't have that option. But when we get this bus, we'll have that option again to have larger capacity vehicles being able to support those either school runs or one-off situations there where a bus breaks down where we don't have that spare. And that's kind of why in the following years, those 3 spare ratio buses will really help soften this. And kind of to get back to your question, that one bus is intended not only for that 500 hours expansion, but it's really intended for all 1,500 hours to provide service elsewhere and provide support elsewhere as well. Hopefully it kind of answers your question.
Thank you. I had a question with respect to possible service to Britannia Beach. That, of course, is in the regional district. And I'm wondering, does BC Transit have a role to play in apportioning costs between the District of Squamish and the regional district? Or is that something that's left up to us to do? And if we did get a contribution from the regional district, does that apply gross or net? In other words, does it apply just to the district's portion, or does BC Transit also share in some portion of that?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. And unfortunately, I don't think I'm the best person to answer this. I would defer to Rob usually, Rob Ringma. I believe BC Transit would play a role in facilitating the cost sharing agreement. It wouldn't be Rob, it would actually be our operations manager. But what I can do is I can get Rob to get back to you on that specific question. Unfortunately, I don't have a good concrete answer for you right now that I would put my full faith in. I think so.
Yeah, it's not going to happen immediately anyway. So it was just more curiosity, but we can eventually get that information and maybe have a discussion with the regional district. Thank you. Councillor Herbert.
Thank you. I guess I have a very general question. And we had the COVID delay of expansion, and now we're looking at these future plans. And I was just trying to understand, is that sort of 1 year pause just put us back a year, or is there an element of sort of accelerating a few things to bring us back in line with where we thought we'd be maybe, 3 years ago or something like that? And I just couldn't quite see that myself. Can you speak to that, please?
Through the chair, Squamish is an interesting case because of the typical university ridership associated with most of us that I work with isn't really a factor here. So ridership has rebounded to almost where it was in 2019 now. That being said, we are missing a full year, almost 2 years of potential ridership growth. So there are elements of this plan that are looking to really jumpstart the improvement packages of years past. In years prior, investment had ranged from 3,000 hours to 1,500 hours, and we were looking to, at least from my experience in the past couple of years and years before that, there wasn't enough investment to really get ridership going, and that's going to be an issue that we're facing over the next. Right now, we're projecting over the next 2 years in most of our systems. That 65% number that I referenced at the start over the entire province of BC, we really aren't expecting that to get past 80 to 90% over the next 2 years. Now in Squamish, again, we're already at 90%, 80 to 90%. So the investment level, the investment trajectory here is much higher than we've had in years past. And my hope for that is to push that past the brink of what people are currently used to, and hopefully it changes the mindset of transit. So this new frequent transit really gets people out of their cars and onto the buses between the major destinations in Squamish. So that's the goal, at least. Hopefully, did I kind of answer it, or do you want a follow-up question?
No, that's okay. Good. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good with that answer. I'm curious about the FTN concept and just the need for an exchange in the Garibaldi Estates area, and what that could look like, or where that is in the planning process.
Through the chair, very, very good question. And one thing that I've left off of the presentation today are infrastructure priorities. It will be included in the plan, and definitely one of the key infrastructure improvements that are required to make that FTN vision happen is getting an exchange in Garibaldi. With staff, we're currently working towards siting a location. When we have a concept of roughly where that location will be, we will work with the consultant to ensure that it is the appropriate location, has the appropriate number of bays or number of vehicles that could lay over there. But we are working towards that in real time. It's probably going to be something of a on-street exchange, similar to what exists right now downtown. Because, yeah, to your point, that is definitely going to be needed to have a transfer point for all of those routes. It is in the works.
Thank you. Council, any further questions? Mayor Elliott.
So when we do the improvements to the frequent transit network in 22-23, so that additional frequency on the 1 and the 2 to get 15-minute service during peak hours, where does that leave our evening and weekend service? What's the frequency later after 7 p.m. and on weekends for the routes 1, 2? And also, we're not talking about Valley Cliff at all yet. So curious about that.
Through the chair, yeah, you're correct. In terms of Valley Cliff, in terms of frequency in the evenings and on weekends on the routes 1 and 2, I believe it's between 30 minutes and 45 minutes. I did the analysis a few months ago now, where I looked at kind of just nailing down a number for frequency in the main part of the day, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And that's kind of where we came up with that 22-minute number. Outside of that, I didn't look at it in too detailed of a manner, but I can definitely do that and get back to you on that specific question. The service change in 22-23 does not look to improve those specific times, and that's mainly because that's not where ridership is generated. Ridership is generated through the meat of the day from 7 to 7, and that's what the goal of this is. And as I said before, and broken record now, but there will be opportunities to make changes to how we want to implement the years after year 1. If we see that a lot of people are like this, people are saying that they don't want to see improvements to the core times. They didn't have an opportunity to respond to public engagement, and they actually think that improving service on the weekends is most important. We can reevaluate that in the following years, but right now the engagement suggests that this is where people will utilize the bus. They responded that way in the survey, and that's where we see the ridership. So that's what we want to focus on. But I can get back to you in regards to what that number actually looks like in the evenings and on weekends. As for Valley Cliff, that big lump sum of hours on 24-25, part of those hours will go towards improving the frequency on Valley Cliff. Eventually, the Valley Cliff will be rebranded in FTN points that comes out of the new downtown transit exchange. It won't be completed within the 5 years, so it's kind of outside of the scope of this plan. But when we do move it closer to around Loggers Lane area, it's on not a defined location just yet, but there will be improvements of frequency along the Valley Cliff as well. Free Valley Cliff.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. As I'm learning more about frequent transit network FTN, I have in my head that there's more getting on buses and getting off and then back on, as opposed to get on one bus, drive for some time, and reach destination. So in that FTN scenario where I think there's a little more onboarding and offboarding, does the research indicate any rider frustration with that and causing people to not use the system because of the on and off, or is it generally just not a factor?
Through the chair, really, really good question, and it definitely is a factor. If you have to transfer and the wait times are over 15 minutes, so between 20, 30, and right now in Squamish, if you have to get off and wait for a bus, it can be usually up to an hour if you're waiting for a specific bus to get you to a specific neighborhood. So yeah, it definitely is a factor, but with the reasoning why we are looking to in September 2022, why we're looking to add frequency to the Route 1 and 2, and then in 24-25, looking to add even more service to those, is just to ensure that when we do make that switch, that we have the frequency required to make that not so much of a factor anymore. In most cases, there will only be either 0 or 1 transfers, depending on if you're coming from Brackendale or Highlands to Garibaldi to get downtown, and vice versa. There might be up to 2 if you're looking to get all the way down to Britannia Beach eventually. But that frequency level on the main FTN corridor between Garibaldi and downtown, we don't have a name for it yet, but that main one should be frequent enough so that waiting factor isn't really an issue.
Thanks, Jared. And just as a comment, I think as I think this through further, I know that I've heard the complaint previously that sometimes you could get onto a bus in the Garibaldi Highlands, drive all the way out to Brackendale before getting to your destination downtown. So the frequency could offset that frustration of being on a bus for an hour for a trip that in a car could take 10 minutes. Thanks.
Through the chair, just, and I know that wasn't a question, I just want to add on that the purpose of the removal of combination trips on the weekends in January, that will completely remove that issue that you're hearing from residents. They won't have to do the Brackendale or Highlands depending on the direction they're going. So that will be entirely removed with additional frequency.
Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I just, that issue of changing buses and the frequency, I think I'm assuming that every effort's made to sort of align those so you don't wait your maximum 15 minutes for your first bus and then you wait your maximum 15 minutes for the second bus and you've got accumulated 30-minute effective frequency. And is that going to be part of the process, is lining those up so that when the one route comes in that there's something sort of designed specifically to sort of so you can flow across to your other bus, or the siloed a little bit from a timing perspective?
Through the chair, yeah, so really good question. The purpose of having this new FTN structure with transfers really opens up the door to us from a scheduling perspective, because we have so much more frequency and the routes are so much shorter. Lining up those specific trips with specific trip times is definitely going to be the goal. We do try to do it now. It might not look like it because some of the routes are so long. So when a route's operating on 60, 65 minutes now, and there's opportunities for it to get delayed along the entire way, we might not be able to hit that mark. And then the next one isn't for another 65 minutes. So we do work towards it now, but with the new FTN structure where those headways decrease from 65 to 30 minutes, running more frequently, all of a sudden our scheduling department has a much easier time with lining up those specific trips. So that is the goal for sure.
Councilor Pettengill.
Thanks. As I look through this, I see a lot of attention, reflection of council's priorities and public feedback, which is excellent. What I'm wondering though is, as you work through this, has anything bubbled up where, like, hey, there's this one opportunity that if you guys just stretched a little bit, it would be fantastic. Is there something like that in here, or is this really like, this is really solid, this is hitting all the points and really exactly what we need to be doing?
Through the chair, sorry, and my apologies, I'm not fully understanding. In terms of stretching priorities, do you mean like bringing in something else completely different that might work, but we're not doing it because it's too far-fetched? Or
yeah, that kind of thing. Or, you know, if you just got one more bus in year 2, like that would make a world of difference. Like, is there anything like that that you come across, or this is really an excellent sort of plan, and you're not constraining yourselves too much to the feedback?
yeah, through the chair, very good question. I tried to be okay. So I think it's a really good plan because I made it. But that being said, I'm very liberal with the hours and buses in this plan. I dialed it back, and just because of how crazy my original idea was, but it's still extremely liberal from the fact of way more buses, way more hours than I would typically plan for a system. I just know from previous iterations of these council meetings is that you would like to be as aggressive as possible with transit. So this is a realistic, aggressive version of the plan. I was not holding back number of buses or number of hours. I mean, we could always add on way more buses, but there's always the constraint of capacity for those vehicles as well. I know we're working towards setting a new operations and maintenance facility where we're looking to increase that. But right now, this is as much as we can do with what we have available. So didn't hold back. There will definitely be other opportunities for different kinds of transit service in the future, and we'll include it in the plan as well. But within 5 years' time, this is definitely the best, at least what I think is the best version of what Squamish could do. When I say other versions of transit, I'm referring to digital on demand and things like that, which will be included in small snippets in the final plan.
Council, any further questions? Seeing none, there is a recommended motion. Are you prepared to move the staff recommendation? Councilor French, seconded by Councilor Herbert. Comments? Mayor Elliott, Councilor Anderson. Councilor French, did you have your hand up? You move the motion, you can go first. Then Mayor Elliott, Councilor Anderson.
I think that what our friends at BC Transit and our own staff have put in front of us looks well into the future, and I'm supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Elliott.
Thank you. I appreciate the work on this, and I was just going back to look at the engagement summary from the transit future plan. I'm still uneasy with expanding the South Park service before we address some of the weekend frequency and later frequency. So we have people working shifts. When you look at the engagement report, and non-riders actually said they would prefer to ride the bus on Friday and Saturday, and over 20% of them said it was a later night service. So I just wonder in future years whether we're missing an opportunity to gain some ridership by addressing people working later shifts, and addressing the folks that might want to travel downtown or to another part of town for a meal, and have a couple glasses of wine and still be able to get home in a reasonably timely way on transit, that sort of thing. So, or for youth that are just wanting to visit friends in the evening and still get home safely. So I still think frequency on the weekends, at certain times, frequency in the evening are important to me before we do a major expansion into the South Parks or other destinations to try and really capture that ridership. I also think for me it's trying to model what our transit system might look like by 2030, because what that helps us do, is advocate to the province for the level of funding that will need to be there for communities that are trying to reach net zero in a timely fashion. And so if we're just sort of doing this in 3-year increments and not sort of focusing on what does it need to look like by 2030 and 2050, we can't, as politicians, then say to the government, you need to increase your transit funding by 30% over the next 10 years and you know, whatever by 2050. So I would like us to try and get to a place when we're revisiting this expansion plan again to be able to say, here's what we think is required by 2030, so that Mr. Bullivant can bring us our aggressive but realistic transit expansions in future years. And that we have a place to have a conversation with the province of how long it would take us to reach those goals, moving at the pace we're currently moving. And maybe they're aligned, but I don't know that right now. So, and I just want to make sure, maybe with a nod of the head, Ms. Gunn, whether we're fixing the time for the Valley Cliff bus alignments after school in January. We are, that is part of this. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I'm happy to support the recommendation to receive this report. I appreciate the report and its thoroughness, and there's lots of little things that will come up in future. I can suggestions. I'd like to just echo Mayor Elliott's comments regarding south of Squamish parks, that we be clear about our priorities and think about those carefully. But I mainly want to post something as an observation and a consideration for the future, and it arises for me in reading the 2026-27 plan, potential North Parks introductory service, introduction of seasonal service to parks north of Squamish, contingent on infrastructure and further public engagement. The question arises for me, why not leave this to the private sector? In fact, a private sector service has explored this quite closely, and the obstacle in the way of introducing services has been infrastructure and relating to highway safety, not least. We have also a major employer north of Brackendale with 40 employees and have been interested in transit service and has discussed this with the private sector operator. We also, a related issue is we have a lack of morning schedule interface between the regional carrier to Vancouver and our local transit service. So what I'm suggesting is that we might, if we need to, give some attention to if there are any policy issues here or clarity regarding our relationship with private sector services. The regional district does have a policy statement which refers to and embraces private sector collaboration. I just post this as an observation and a consideration for the future. Of course, this is that particular item is 2026-27, and we have some things to do before we can contemplate it anyway. But I think the general issue of collaboration with private sector services, if it's not addressed, maybe it should be addressed in policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Herford.
Thank you. Speaking in support, I like the way Mayor Elliott put it, aggressive but realistic plan. We all seem to be in agreement that we need to move quickly to, for a long number of reasons, to boost ridership. And I think this is a solid plan to do just that. I look forward to seeing how these changes affect the ridership going forward. And I would like to see that sort of context of, you know, out there in 2030 or 2040, like how are we on pace to meet these lofty goals that we have? I don't want to be ashamed to find out, you know, 10 years down the road that what we thought was aggressive but realistic was inadequate. So I want to make sure that we have that. So anything that can help provide that context, given that there are tremendous amount of variables, of course, in these things, but some more points of reference there would give me even more comfort. So, but support at this time. Thank you so much for all the work on this. Very well thought out.
Thank you. Further comments? I'll call a question. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Gunn, Mr. Bullivant. Thank you very much. Also moving on, move to item 4, sub 5, 100 Place rezoning. And Ms. Fletcher, we'll see you there. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm just going to take a moment to share my screen. And can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Awesome, thank you.
And
So good
before you-
afternoon. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to say, before you start, I was just going to remind council, sorry to cut you off like that. Just going to remind council that one of the purposes of this is feedback. And so once again, to try to articulate feedback for staff, I would hope to separate questions from comments, and then we'll try and circle back on any that might be unclear, contentious at the end. So when we're making comments, Ms. Fletcher and I will try to keep track of them, to organize them, and we'll just see where that goes. But with that, please carry on, Ms. Fletcher.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Chair, Mayor, and Council. My name is Jessie Fletcher. I'm a planner with the District of Squamish. And today I'm here to reintroduce an application for rezoning at 1100, 1120, and 1140 Hunter Place. I also have Devin Kianaga, municipal engineer, with me today to help answer any questions that council may have after the presentation. So today we are seeking feedback from council on the density and employment space mix, employment-related uses, community amenity contribution offer, affordable housing proposal, public realm improvements, height and parking of this revised application. If feedback is supportive of the density and the uses, staff are seeking council recommendation to bring bylaw number 2634 for first reading next week, October 19th. Prior to second reading, staff will reconcile any outstanding items and complete the traffic impact assessment. The district received this application in September of 2018. At the time, it contemplated an OCP amendment as well. The applicant was required to address several technical items throughout 2019 prior to this project being introduced to council in 2020 for the first time. So the subject site triggered the Environmental Management Act, so the applicant had to work with the Ministry of the Environment to obtain a release. A portion of the subject site falls within a conditional densification area for flood, which has required the applicant's consulting engineer to work through the site plan to ensure it could meet the requirements of the conditional densification area for rezoning. These conditions are outlined in our official community plan. The Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure requested a traffic impact assessment. Staff and the ministry were required to approve a terms of reference, and the applicant has submitted a second revised draft traffic impact assessment based on feedback from staff and from the previous council meeting. This is still under review. And when introduced in 2020, council reviewed an application with a floor area ratio of 2.13, which would be an OCP amendment, and an above ground parking. This new application differs significantly from the previous one. The revised application sought to address many of council's comments from the previous committee of the whole meeting, and these have been addressed in the report today. So for some context, this slide shows the land use designation of the subject sites highlighted in yellow, and the adjacent land use designation and their respective floor area ratios. The subject lands are designated mixed employment in the OCP. Mixed employment calls for a creative, complementary, and flexible mix of employment generating uses. Residential only and retail only land uses are not supported, and the maximum FAR for mixed employment is 1.7. The application, if approved, would be subject to Development Permit Area 3, the Universal Guidelines, Development Permit Area 6, the NAMCA Blind Channel Guidelines, and Development Permit Area 2 for flood. And this is just a high-level summary of what is permitted in the existing zones. So the subject site is split zoned. 1100 and 1140 Hunter Place are partially zoned C4, downtown commercial, while the remainder of the site is zoned I1, or light industrial. The applicant is proposing to rezone the subject site to a comprehensive development zone with 30% of the gross floor area dedicated to employment space. The updated site plan includes 5 distinct buildings connected by a common courtyard at grade. Public access to the courtyard will be secured by statutory right-of-way, as detailed in the bylaw requirements. After a recent revision to the floodplain bylaw, the developer proposes to partially sink the parkade below grade to create a continuous pedestrian area extending from the public realm throughout the site. A loading lane is incorporated along the east side of the site. The proposed zoning has been split into 3 parcels to accommodate subdivision in the future, while still preserving the overall site layout. The 3 parcels have distinct parkades. Parkades 1 and 2 will eventually be connected to provide Parkade 1 the opportunity to access and exit from Hunter Place. The intention is that this connection will only benefit Parcel 1 to relieve pressure on the future Pemberton intersection, if pressure exceeds what the traffic impact assessment predicts. Only traffic from Parcel 1 is proposed to access Pemberton Avenue, while Parcels 2 and 3 will access Hunter Place. Buildings are proposed to be upwards of 30 meters in height and 6 stories, though a height bonus is available for the office building to permit a 7th story. The additional height will accommodate high ceilings and architectural roof details. These are some renderings of the proposed development. Form and character will be reviewed at development permit. Employment space in the updated proposal has increased to 30% of the gross floor area from 26%. If the employment space is realized and fully tenanted, it would create approximately 208 jobs in the development compared to a residential population of 410. The job to resident ratio is a reflection of proposed office space, which tends to generate densely populated employment space. The subject site is split zone downtown commercial, C4, and light industrial I1. This rezoning seeks to change that zoning, the zoning of the I1 zone parcels, while the use and density of the C4 parcel would remain largely unchanged in the proposed CD zone. The proposed height is 30 meters and 6 stories, with the office building permitted to go to 7 stories. The applicant has demonstrated that they are able to provide parking for the proposed development as required by the zoning bylaw. The applicant is providing 279 residential parking spaces for the 225 residential units, 67 stalls for employment use, and is providing cash in lieu for the remainder. As the project evolves, the cash in lieu amount may be adjusted, but they are expected to meet the zoning bylaw. The primary driver that may change the amount of employment parking included is the requirements from BC Hydro for electrification based on both the heavy electrical requirements this project will drive by not using any gas, and the requirement for electric vehicle charging. As electrical demands increase, the size of on-site transformers or substations do change. So this is an image of the previous proposal for Hunter Place. The massing is representative of the impact of the above ground parking and a larger floor area ratio of 2.13. Some of Council's comments from the previous meeting are included here, but it is not an exhaustive list. At the January 2020 committee meeting, Council indicated support for the previous density and preferred the CAC option that provided affordable housing instead of a cash contribution. The density of the revised proposal is smaller, and the applicant is proposing 17.5% of the new gross floor area be dedicated to affordable housing. 3 of those units will be available for childcare employees, which also aligns with Council recommendations. The applicant has provided a view study, revised massing, and has provided more detail around future uses. Employment space has increased to 30% of the project, and the TIA, or traffic impact assessment, has been revised to look at scenarios where all traffic goes to Hunter Place versus traffic being shared between Hunter and Pemberton. Neither scenario raised red flags, but in order to reduce potential congestion at Pemberton once the bridge is completed, the applicant will ensure that Phase 1 traffic will be able to access Hunter Place. In staff's opinion, the only unresolved item is regarding phasing of the project. Because the applicant will likely seek to subdivide the project into 3 portions and development will only begin when on-site leases are up, it is challenging to anticipate how the parcels will develop. The applicant will have to comply with the district's regulations regarding construction, including keeping all equipment on-site during development. This application triggers the community amenity contribution policy. The applicant has proposed that CACs be calculated on the increase in density on the I1 zoned land, which is consistent with the CAC policy. Given the size of the finished development, including the existing C4 zoned land, the applicant has increased their affordable housing contribution to 17.5% of the new gross floor area to be affordable units instead of the 10% that is typically required. The following items will be secured in a land development agreement. Acoustic requirements. The applicant will hire an acoustic engineer to establish acoustic requirements for proximity to rail in alignment with the CN best practices. These requirements are expected to exceed best practices for adjacency to highway noise. CN Rail has several other requirements for developments in proximity to active rail lines. The land development agreement will secure that the applicant implements strategies to the satisfaction of CN and that a standard covenant be registered on title warning of rail proximity. The applicant's consultants have submitted plans regarding their ability to meet these requirements, which are currently under review. So in electrification, all residential units will be entirely powered by electricity, including the hot water tanks. All CACs will be secured in the land development agreement. The number of childcare spaces, including the higher requirement of space per child, will be secured in the land development agreement. It will also require design drawings of active transportation accommodation north of the site to the Buckley Avenue, Cleveland Avenue intersection. There'll be language that holds the developer responsible for raising underground infrastructure along Pemberton Avenue, and that also secures the full build out of the frontage along both Hunter Place and Pemberton Avenue. There'll be a covenant securing the travel direction, access to and future maintenance of the north-south lane along the east side of the buildings. Approximately 40% of the courtyard will be activated with public access provided, and the actual amount and actual level of activation to be determined at development permit to the district's satisfaction. And finally, the developer will be required to signalize the rail crossing. To inform the community per policy, the project was posted at the district's development showcase, and 2 development signs have been posted at the site. No comments or requests for public information meeting were received. An online public information meeting was held during the month of June 2020. An ad was published in the Squamish Chief, and notices were mailed to properties within 100 meters of the development. 4 comments were received, and these have been attached to your council report today. Staff note that the public information meeting showed the previous form of development, which included 2 stories of parking and a floor area ratio of 2.13. So staff recommend that council receive the Hunter Place rezoning report for information and provide feedback on density and employment space mix, employment related uses, the CAC offer, affordable housing proposal, public realm improvements, height and parking, and that council directs staff to bring the Hunter Place rezoning for consideration at first reading, as well as to resolve any outstanding comments provided by council prior to consideration of second reading.
Thank you, Ms. Fletcher. Council. No questions? Well, I'll start off with one while you're thinking about it, and I'll go to Councilor Anderson. I was a little confused by the parking. Is that intended to be 1 floor or 2 floors? Because when I was looking at the floor plans, we miss a floor, then we jump to 3, 4, 4, 3. So is parking 1 and 2 or just 1?
Thank you, Chair. That is a good question. Parking is 1 floor.
And the part about it being below grade, so it's partly below grade, but not entirely below grade.
That's correct. And that's partially because of the grade of both Pemberton and Hunter being different and raised. So the way that it works is that it does slope up where the pedestrian area is to the top of the courtyard, and then parking is below grade. And I'm not sure if Mr. Kiyonaga can add a bit to that, but that was my understanding of the grading.
And when you talk about signalizing rail crossings or crossing, is that the Pemberton crossing? I think there are 3 that might affect this project. And so I was curious which one.
Yeah, through the chair, that is correct. It is the Pemberton crossing, which currently, I believe, requires just lights, which we don't have, but we'll be requiring the full bars and lights for this crossing.
Thank you. Council? Oh, Councilor Anderson. Beg your pardon.
Thank you. Ms. Fletcher, I wonder whether you may be able to show a site plan slide, and my question will concern the east side lane, and we may be able to illustrate it from that slide.
Absolutely. One moment. Can you see the site plan?
Yes, that should do us. We can see the east side lane. My question is, now that's a 6.5 meter lane, so that's 2 lanes. laneway that is a 2-lane laneway. My question is, it appears to have a 2-lane entrance egress from Hunter. What about the south end? What is the entrance egress from Pemberton into that laneway? Is it designed as two laneway connecting to Pemberton?
I can speak to this one if you want, Jesse.
Thanks, Devin. Yes.
Take it, that means you can hear me too, which is good. Through you, Chair, the Pemberton access, I believe, is just a single way. It's hard to see, but it says one-way traffic, just kind of under the green line. I've actually been chatting with the developer about keeping that actually as just a single lane. So this is not, it's not a final design by any means. You know, so we might not actually see two-way traffic on the north section there, and that is also a private lane. So should point out that that won't be a district-owned lane.
Thank you. My second question really follows from that, and reason for my interest is that, as has been reported in the staff report, the staff have received a request from a property owner on Pemberton Avenue to explore the possibility of creating a new stretch of road. Now, this isn't only, as the staff report relates, to address increase in traffic at Pemberton Crossing. It is in fact to open up an opportunity to close that crossing. And that request from the neighboring property owner was accompanied by 2 reports from Bunt and Associates. So my second question is, when we consider the implications of that request and that suggestion from the Bunt and Associates that another laneway could allow us to close the Pemberton rail crossing, my general question is, isn't that a red flag? And the other red flags that, or are they, that go along with it for me at this point, when we're considering first reading, is the raising of Pemberton Avenue and the complexities involved with that. It's a 60 kV power line through there. Access to the east end during construction and raising of Pemberton Avenue. I'm just giving you just a high level list of all of the issues and complexities. Crossing signal improvements, planning for them. Why are we doing them? What are they going to bring us? They won't bring an end to Whistling, for example. So my question is, at this time, are these not major issues to consider? And a useful tool for council would be to have in front of us the traffic impact assessment. So my question is, at this time, do we have enough information here at council to consider some of these quite, well, they're puzzles and significant opportunities, and as the Bunt reports point out, maybe also for cost savings as well as safety. So that's my question, Ms. Fletcher, or to staff generally. Are these not quite significant issues that for us at this time, shouldn't we have that traffic impact assessment now in order to properly assess them before second reading? And I ask it as a question. I don't have an opinion on this myself, but maybe for your guidance. What do we normally do here? We don't have a traffic impact assessment. It probably addresses some quite significant issues.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, I think I'm going to take a stab at this first, and then I'll have Devin address some of the other parts of your question. We have been looking at all these issues in a lot of detail, and staff have reviewed the traffic impact assessment. There are some small fixes that we would like to finalize prior to bringing it to council and to the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure. As it relates to the recommendation from the neighboring lot, we were quite interested in the idea at first, but we were concerned about the cost associated with land acquisition and future maintenance of that road. Staff retained the services of a third party to examine the area where the Pemberton Bridge and intersection would go, and determine if a safe intersection with access to Pemberton East could be designed here. It was determined that it was possible, considering that it would require significantly less land acquisition than an additional road, and that the rail crossing improvements would be the responsibility of the developer. There would be no maintenance cost increases to the district beyond the expected bridge impacts. The current design prioritizes active transportation, and that the traffic impact assessment shows us that both the Hunter Place and Pemberton intersections can function well with the development. Staff did not think this suggestion was superior to the existing design. We have suggested the option of having parcel 1 of Hunter Place move north where feasible, which will increase flexibility if the volume at either intersection exceeds the expectations of the traffic impact assessment. This option retains flexibility without increasing the cost burden on the district. And Mr. Kianaga, I don't know if you wanted to address crossing improvements and the raising of the 3-phase power.
Yeah, absolutely. So through the chair, the crossing improvements are, as I think as Jessie mentioned in her presentation, are going to be completed by the developer as part of this development. So as she mentioned, we were really excited about this idea actually, but then when we dug into it, we gained some concerns about the potential costs associated with bringing in a separate lane. One of the main reasons that it looked good on paper at first was that to close the crossing appeared that it might actually be less expensive than keeping it open. However, in the end, what we found was a big chunk of that was based on upgrades to that crossing. Now, if that crossing is already being upgraded as part of the development, in our mind, that took a lot of that benefit away, essentially, from that cost comparison. So we, as Jessie said, we are not only looking at just having the flashing lights and beacons, flashing lights and bells, that's what they're called. But in addition, putting the bar in as well, which actually goes, possibly goes above and beyond what is the minimum standard essentially for that crossing, according to I believe both Bunts and our own consultants' review. So I don't know if that addresses, hopefully that addresses kind of the details around the crossing. With regards to increasing and raising the power lines, yeah, that's definitely something that needs to be looked at as Pemberton Road is being proposed to be raised. There are a lot of benefits to raising Pemberton Road. There are some domestic lines on that line that could very likely be undergrounded, so they won't create as much of a height restriction. But then the high power lines themselves, they may have to be raised or undergrounded as well, depending on the situation, which is something that our bylaw actually requires of the development where it's possible. So.
Thank you, staff. I'll just comment that the laneway could just as well go on the east side, according to the neighboring property owner. They're very interested to explore this, and this may be another sort of scenario to look at and to evaluate for costing. I'll just pass on also that there's a pressing interest on the part of neighboring property owners to have a dialogue with district and the developer. These are complex issues, and there are quite a number of questions, more than what we've addressed here so far. I have one brief question, further question, Chair, and that is, Ms. Fletcher, I wonder if you could confirm that the pedestrian or the active transportation pathway through the courtyard is intended to address both pedestrians and cyclists, because after all, we do have a cycling path or a multi-use path on the west side of the proposed development. And I ask this because some people who have been involved in active transportation issues through this area for a long time have suggested that, well, we better, including bikes and the way people ride them, if you like, and the bikes they have through that public courtyard, that has to be properly planned for. And in fact, a representative of the developer was suggesting to me that maybe they should be separated and that should be only for pedestrians. So I just wondered if you could confirm that we are going to have two active transportation pathways, one on the west side of the development, one through the courtyard. Is that the current thinking? Thank you.
Through the chair, to this point, we have retained both the 6 meters on the west side of the property and public access through the courtyard, because there is some concern that having cyclists and pedestrians share that type of space may not be ideal. And so, but from an active transportation perspective, the direct route of the corridor may also be quite attractive, especially for people who are walking. So both options are still available to us.
Councilor Patton, go.
Yes, thank you. Couple of questions. I'm wondering if staff can clarify the number and type of units. I saw there's, as I understand, 26 affordable rental, which is 3 more than the 10% requirement, which I guess means that a little under 90% is market purchase proposed. I'm not clear on how many units that is and what's the breakdown of single bedroom versus 2 or 3 bedroom. Do we know that information yet?
Through the chair, we don't have a full breakdown of that information, but I can add a bit of clarity here. So in terms of the affordable units, because the developer already has a certain amount of gross floor area through the C4 zoning, they only calculated the CAC on the new residential density, which is consistent with our policy. And because of the size of the site, they propose 17.5% of that new gross floor area as affordable units, as opposed to the 10% that the policy recommends, which gets us to 26 units based on the existing proposed density. In terms of the actual breakdown of number of units, that will be determined later, but we do know that 50% of the units will be 1 bedroom, and then 20% of the gross floor area will be 3 bedroom units. So about half of all of the GFA will be 2 and 3 bedroom units.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of the daycare, are there any commitments in terms of a not-for-profit daycare?
Through the chair, they will go to a nonprofit provider first, so they'll have first right of refusal.
Okay, thank you. And I didn't have a chance to pull up my calculator. The ratio of new residents per daycare spot, is that on track with our strategy, or is there a bit of room for new spots for the broader community as a whole, or how do those numbers work out?
Through the chair, so in terms of children generated by a new development, we didn't have anything to really determine that, so we had to do some creative math to kind of figure out what that would look like based on what we know from our previous census. And the provision rate for both the downtown and for on-site exceeds what our targets are, which is, I believe, our target is 20 or 30% of children. I'm sorry, I don't know the number off the top of my head right now. And so that exceeds both the downtown and then the district-wide requirement or target. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess the last question for now, you mentioned some challenges with doing the whole building with clean, renewable energy. But looking at the commercial space, it doesn't seem like it's got big open bay doors and so on. So I'm wondering, is the reason why the whole building couldn't go step 4, step 5 even, and reduce the dependence for energy, and therefore what is needed could be the clean energy?
Through the chair, so this type of building, I believe the highest step they would go to would be step 4. And then in terms of the commercial spaces, that's something we could discuss with the developer, but I don't have an answer about whether or not that would be possible.
Council, nobody for the moment? Mayor Elliott.
The layout of the buildings suggests that it's there to preserve the ability to subdivide. Why is that important?
Through the chair, that is an important to the developer for, my understanding is financing over time, and also for preserving leases. So 3 of the properties have existing leases on the north side, whereas parcel 1 does not have any leases. So it makes it easier for the developer to move forward on that part of the other 2. And then beyond that, it's a developer preference.
So these portions will get subdivided as we go along.
Through the chair, that part has not been determined. We presume they will be consolidated and then subdivided as they move along.
What agreements are there for some of the affordable units to be larger? 2 and 3 bedroom versus all studio or 1 bedroom, which is what has been happening and which doesn't help families.
Through the chair, it's not something that has been discussed with the developer at this time.
The units that have to have more bedrooms on the larger end, and then some of the units such as 1 bedrooms or studios on the lower end of that spectrum. But I expect that by the time we hit public hearing, we will know, we would have to know what that size, the average size is going to be that's going into land development agreement.
So follow up to that is that instead of following the OCP guideline of 20% of units being 3 bedroom, this proposal is suggesting that 20% of gross floor area would be 3 bedroom. Because we could get a better quality 3 bedroom, but just to Councillor Pettingill's point, it's hard to know how many units that's going to be. So I'm not sure if I'm trading apples for apples here or apples for a lesser fruit.
Through the chair, yeah, so we had a lot of discussion about that when we started talking about the 20% of units being 3 bedrooms. Part of that too is the 20% of 3 bedrooms would cut into the remaining 30% of 2 bed. So basically half the project was designed as 2 bedrooms and half as 1 bedrooms and studios. And so they would take from the 2 bedroom dens and 2 bedrooms to make 3 bedrooms, which would make them in theory squishier 3 bedrooms. The number between the 30% GFA and the 30% of units was not a large significant number. It was 3 or 4 units. So from a staff perspective, we thought it was if 50% of the units were 2 or 3 bedrooms, that was reasonable in hitting our targets. But again, there is some council discretion there.
On the childcare space, where, I think it's in the lane, but where would parents drop off and pick up? And if it becomes one way, how does that all work?
Yeah, through the chair, that is not an issue that we've looked at in much detail. Presumably the lane would be an option, as would be the parking underground. And then there is also some parking in the north side of the lane. It is something that we would likely explore closer to development permit.
And then talking about the outdoor public realm for this development, 40% of it would have a public right of way. So I'm just trying to get a sense of how you would protect some of that outdoor space just for residents and how you would delineate that from what seems to me just a large open courtyard. So are they getting outdoor space in their buildings, like on the floor, or are they going to have a fenced off ground level outdoor area?
Through the chair, the units will have private outdoor space in the form of patios, as well as an indoor amenity area. There is no provision for private outdoor space at this time for units. Presumably they would share with the courtyard open space. Part of the 40% and where the discretion comes in is we would be looking at spaces that might be used for commercial uses and of course for childcare uses, and that's where the 40% might shrink. But those are discussions that we would expect to have, again, through land development agreement and closer to development permit.
So as it stands, does it meet the requirements for outdoor amenity space, indoor amenity space, and that private space on your balcony?
Through the chair, it does currently meet the requirements.
Because they're sharing some of the ground level space.
Correct.
Okay. Do the improvements to the rail crossing eliminate the whistle?
Through the chair, I don't know the answer to that question. I don't believe that they do. And that is only from my understanding of the other rail crossing. I'm not sure if Mr. Kiyonaga knows the answer, but.
No, that's a good question. Once you put in bells and gates, I'm not sure. they blow the whistle by Cleveland, but there's also the loggers intersection, which might actually be what triggers the whistle. So we'll find out.
I can offer through the chair. If it's,
Go ahead, Mr. Buxton.
If it's a controlled crossing, we can make application to Transport Canada for whistling cessation.
But I guess my question is, even if, as Councillor Anderson perhaps suggested, even if that closed, isn't that crossing so close to Cleveland that they're whistling anyway for loggers or Cleveland? Like, I'm just trying to determine if there's any advantage to or what infrastructure we put around that crossing because they have to whistle for loggers, which is just up the way.
Through the chair, the same issue would apply that if the Cleveland crossing was similarly fully controlled with lights and barriers, we could make application there, in which case you're not whistling at either of the crossings. But if Cleveland remains as it is, yeah, they'd be whistling across that one. So that would sort of defeat the purpose. I agree.
And then loggers too, wouldn't we have to gate that one?
Correct, yeah. So yes, it would be, you'd have to control all three crossings to get whistling cessation at the three, yeah.
Thank you. Councilor Pettengill?
Yeah, thanks. I guess a clarification. We've been talking about this in the context of it going to C4, but I believe we just asked staff to have another look at C4 because we didn't think it worked in another location. So in terms of a target and assessing this, how much do we have to hold ourselves to C4 as opposed to sort of thinking a little bit beyond that possibly?
Through the chair, I don't know that this, I would call this going to C4. The employment requirements are much higher. The density is constrained, whereas the C4 density doesn't have an upper limit to it. There are setbacks here where there aren't in C4. I believe the C4 conversation, and correct me if I'm wrong, was limited to the Cleveland stretch of C4. So what's happening here is there is the C4 density remains for the residential in terms of the calculation of the community amenity contribution, but then we do add a higher requirement for employment space on them, where C4 requires 20%. The comprehensive development zone will require 30%, as well as higher, lower lot coverage and increased setbacks. There will be, and then there will be an overall density for residential.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of things, our ability to change things like the look of the outdoor space or the number of bike parking spots or regular parking spots, is now the time we need to adjust that, or some of these things that we would deal with at development permit phase and so on?
Through the chair, anything to do with zoning requirements, so that would include amount of outdoor space, parking, bike parking would be comments to address now. And if they're not related to the use or the density, they are things that we can change before second reading. If they have anything to do with use or density, those are comments that we would require now and we would need to postpone first reading. And then if there are things that have to do with design and layout of the courtyard, if they are sort of broader comments, we can look at putting those into the land development agreement. Otherwise, they should be addressed at development permit.
Thank you. Seeing no more hands for the moment, just a couple of questions. When I look at the map of this site, I'm forced to ask the question, I mean, have we looked at the surrounding area? This is a significant development, and when you look at the area between the rail line and the highway and Hunter Place and the water, this site seems to take up most of that site, or a majority of that site. And would we consider, or have we considered really, what else might happen in that area so that they're all coordinated? And I mean, I look at this and I sort of have some questions. I mean, first of all, could we close Pemberton Avenue from the rail line to the highway and just use it as a linear park, for example, or something like that, or active transportation? Do we really need a district road through there to serve maybe just one storage area and some other low traffic areas? Or could they be served by Hunter Place? What about park area in that location? Because it's surrounded by a mall on one side and railroad and development and so forth. There's really no green space. So is it possible to secure land for green space? I understand we have to flood-proof the area and build up something, whether it's Pemberton Avenue or not. I'm not sure if there's any real future development potential there between Pemberton Avenue and the water. And I recognize there's private lands there, but there's also going to be a requirement for a dike, and you wonder whether it becomes economic. So, you know, looking at the bigger picture, because it seems to me that this is our opportunity to kind of approach the whole of it. And it may not all be built at once, but to design as though there's sort of a finished product one day between the highway and the rail line. And I'm just wondering if any consideration has been given to that. That kind of an approach to it, as opposed to just dealing with this development more or less in isolation.
If I can take a stab at it through the chair. So those are great comments. This is the biggest piece of land in this corner. And we have looked at certain aspects in terms of, you know, how does this affect Pemberton Avenue and the private properties on the other side of it. You know, the diking requirements. So the Pemberton Avenue would essentially become a dike in this case, and whether there would be future development on the channel side is unclear because those are fairly small properties. And given the constraints that we know we have on development near the water, it's, you know, it's unclear whether there is any development potential left there in the future. And I think the lands between this development and the highway, you know, they're very close to the highway, so it's likely that those are going to remain as employment lands in the future. But I think that we can take maybe bring a better overview of how this integrates with those lands when we come back for second reading. So I think we'll note this comment and we can come back with more information.
Councillor Anderson.
Chair, I wonder if I could propose a slightly amended resolution from that that's been put forward by staff, and it would simply be as.
I still have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let me stop you there, but you may eventually.
Very good.
But at the moment, we're still in the question.
Okay.
Go ahead, Maria.
One of the permitted uses is multi-unit flex unit. Can you remind me again what that is?
Unit is a suite within an apartment, so it is a smaller suite that would conform with building code within an apartment suite.
So like a lock-off?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And then in the height description of the zoning bylaw, sorry, it talks about the building height is limited to 30 meters for a 6-story building. And then if it doesn't contain residential, it can be 7 stories, but the height is still the same at 30 meters. And I am confused.
Through the chair, the applicant did approach us to ask whether or not they could have more height on that building, but it was for roof purposes. So the additional height on the other buildings will give them the ability to more architecturally define the roofs, and as well as provide higher roof heights per story. For a 6-story building, we typically see heights much lower than this and smaller, like roof size or ceiling heights for each floor. So with the extra height here, we anticipate getting both higher ceiling heights as well as roof detail, whereas on the office building, if they do need to go to a 7th floor in order to meet their employment ratio, so provide more employment space so they can keep that ratio, the building itself may not have, for example, a large sloped roof, it may be a flat roof instead.
Thank you.
Councilor Herbert.
Thank you. This rail crossing in Pemberton, I'm interested in. My purpose would be to figure out a way to have that closed. And I know that the developer is putting the bill, but at the end of the day, it's funds being applied to it. So maybe those funds, whether we have the mechanism or not to secure those funds to do an alternate solution to the problem, if you will. I don't necessarily accept sort of the default to like, well, the developer is going to pay for it because there's funds there, and how are they best allocated? And I don't know. In the conversations today, I don't know that I've heard a consensus around the council table of the best solution there. So maybe there's a way as those other lands develop to gain a laneway to add the two-way traffic on the, what would be the, I guess that's the where the one-way lane is proposed down the side. But my biggest thing is the daycare space. I think the siting of and the pickup drop-off plan need to be highlighted as early as possible in this equation, and also with the subdivision, the phasing of the project. I'd like to understand when we're going to see those spots, because I think we all know we could have used them, 3 years ago. So I'd really like to understand where that sits and the pickup drop off modeling. And given that the timeline on this is an overall build out is quite long, I'd like to know where that is. And I think from the start of my comments, you could maybe guess that I'd like that to be in phase one with a safe plan for pickup drop off throughout the construction phase of the next pieces of this. And I agree that I'm happy to see that this is included in sort of the overall package. But I think we all feel the immediacy of the need and to do that safely throughout the construction phase and then in perpetuity as it's operating. So some greater clarity there would be appreciated going forward.
We'll call that a question. Council, any further questions at the moment? Although I'll go to staff. Go ahead, Mr. Kennedy.
Sorry, I'll comment on the first, or through you, Chair. I'll comment on the first part of Councillor Herford's question. I won't speak to securing the funds because I don't know the answer to that. But I just will point out that we keep referring to it as a lane, and you picture a very small impact in a very narrow laneway when you use the word lane. In reality, we're talking about, so the proposal that was given to us was one to handle WB20, so full tractor trailers. So you can't actually picture it as a lane. We're talking about a complete, road width, and we're talking about to meet our standards like a 20-meter plus road right of way with generous turning radiuses and whatnot to be able to accommodate the appropriate traffic. So I just want to make sure that it's clear. We're not talking about a 6-meter lane. We're talking about 20 meters and all the implications that come with that, including the amount of land that would have to be acquired to be able to fit that. I don't know what the neighbor has in mind for their own property, but there are also the other properties like the dealership to the north and also then this development as well. And so when you start looking at those widths, you start encroaching quite a bit. And so I don't have a crystal ball, but if we were to then encroach into this development, you suddenly might be reducing density, and then I don't know if the funds are available for the traffic. So I won't go any further down that rabbit hole, but it just spirals. And so this is the stuff that we've been discussing and going back and forth on and really diving into on our end. And so I just, when I hear the word lane, I want to make sure that I provide at least at this point in the review and in this point in the project, to fit what is being proposed is not a lane, it's a full-blown road, and it comes with all the maintenance implications that come with that. So anyways, just wanted to make that clear as we're going forward.
Go ahead, Ms. Fletcher.
Thank you. And through the chair, just to add in terms of the funds, we just want to clarify that they're not funds that would be coming to us otherwise. They're funds because of a required infrastructure upgrade. So for example, if increased density requires additional like lighting or power or water, that falls to the developer. And so this is the same case, whereas the increased density really requires us to increase the safety at that crossing, that falls to the developer. Where if you're closing the crossing, there would be no funds there presumably. And through our discussions about closing the crossing, because this is on an active transportation route that takes you to downtown, we would want to retain pedestrian and cyclist access through that crossing so that we wouldn't be cutting off a connection through downtown for those travelers.
And Mr. Gaynaga, just so I'm clear, are we talking about the lane down the east side of the property?
Through you, Chair, no, we're talking about the proposal to be able to create a road. In this case, it was proposed on the west side of the property. I think Councillor Anderson had suggested it could go on the east as well, which is possible, but that would have to be proved out.
Yeah, the east side of the property is private property.
Correct.
That's right. Okay. Council, any further questions? So we have a resolution recommended. Part of that resolution is feedback on a number of items. Does anybody want to make comments with respect to feedback first, and then we'll consider the resolution that might come out of that? I know that's kind of a backwards way, but I'm trying to highlight feedback for staff. We put the resolution on the floor first, missed something. So I'll look for comments, particularly those that are highlighted in the proposed resolution. Mariella.
Chair, maybe could we start with what staff are taking away from this conversation so we don't have to have our whole conversation over again?
Sure. Ms. Fletcher? How are you doing so far?
I've got multiple pages of chicken scratch, but I think I can come up with what's going on here. So we see that we are looking for more clarification about the type of units and size and amounts. We've heard about more planning for childcare, including pickup and drop off, and then how it will work with phasing if parcel 3 was built earlier than parcel 1 and 2. More clarification regarding the ability to go to step 4 for the commercial space. And those are the main comments that I have written down. Oh, and then, of course, Councillor raised your comment about the overall integration with the adjacent properties and land.
Okay, Council, having heard that, do you want to add or enhance any of those comments? Councillor Anderson. Councillor Pettengill.
Thank you, Chair. My concern with the present wording of the recommendation is that 3 topics are not explicitly listed, if you like. We have A to G, but one is traffic. And secondly, active transportation. And thirdly, engagement, and in particular with neighbor stakeholders. So I suggest that there is interest, presumably here among my colleagues, in further information regarding traffic and traffic issue options. Active transportation, I could speak further to myself. I've been using that area for active transportation for over 5 decades, and I suggest that there are still some further things to explore. and issues to resolve within and outside the context of this development in that vicinity. And regarding engagement, I've related that the neighbor stakeholders, plural, are deeply interested because of the potential impacts on their access and on future property planning, this sort of thing. So I just wanted to note, Chair, that those three topics are not listed: traffic, active transportation, and engagement. And I do suggest that all three are kind of should be open file folders for further dialogue and gathering information. I'll leave it at that for now.
Councilor Pettengill.
Thanks. So when I look at the bike parking, I think for the commercial or office in particular, there doesn't seem to be enough, nearly enough. I think if we want people to be using their bikes, they need a place to put them, and end of trip facilities is really important. And then on the flip side, again, from my perspective, way too much car parking on homes for 400 cars here, and talk about homes for another 500 cars on Bailey Street. You know, when I speak to people and they say we need more parking, there's a parking emergency, and so on and so forth, I think what people normally mean is when they want to go to the post office, they want a parking spot in front of the post office to be available, which isn't the same as more parking. I think people have that on intuition, but my understanding is that after decades of experience, we've seen when you just add parking spots in general, you get more cars and more competition. So you're not going to be able to get, doesn't get easier to get that spot in front of the post office that you want. And so I think we need to improve our conversation about parking. And if getting that spot in front of the post office when you want it is the problem we're trying to solve, we're going the wrong way in adding and requiring this many parking spots at a building. So I would like to see us not require that, get more affordable housing, get more affordable daycare, and address the parking situation in front of the post office and the bank and so on through other means that are actually more effective at addressing that. And so I would have trouble supporting this with the amount of parking that's there. I think the other thing too, again, brought it up earlier with the summer we've had, I want to see the whole building go to step 4 and 5. There's not big bay doors on industrial units that have to be open all the time. So it's not clear to me at all why we can't have a higher energy standard for the whole building. Really glad to hear about the focus on not-for-profit daycare. It was hard for me when I look at the rendering. Some of them, it looks really nice, like there's lots of green space and so on. But in other renderings, it looks like there's a whole lot of cement, and it's very, from my perspective, uninviting. And, you know, I think we understand all the benefits of densification, but we do really need to protect outdoor spaces that are really enjoyable to be in. And I think being green is a piece of that. And so it's a bit hard to tell where that is in this development. And so I'm not sure I'm comfortable there. And then height units and CACs, for me, it's a lot easier to understand all of those as a unit. And there's still a fair bit of open questions on the CACs and the units and the exact size and split on the affordable and so on. And so maybe that what's in the report is okay, but it's a bit hard for me to sort of sign off one way or another without seeing a more complete picture. And so, you know, I'd be hesitant. I would prefer to do a bit more work actually before even going to first reading, but definitely not second reading with the information I have here.
Thank you. Councilor French.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to just focus in on the fact that liquor store is included in the list of approved uses in the commercial spaces. And then the rest of the uses, some of them are quite broad, like one that just simply says retail. As long as we're singling out liquor, I think we could also consider specifically naming cannabis retail as an approved use. And picking up on Councillor Herford's thoughts about phasing, I agree, a daycare space early in the development would be ideal. And I think that could fit well if the office building, if that particular building that is proposed to house the daycare is the first building to be constructed. As we saw with Redbridge, phasing can be a challenge. Redbridge we started with one phasing plan, it evolved over time, and we ended up with another. But I think that that is a priority to get that daycare space built as early in the development as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Elliott.
Do you have a motion on the floor yet? Okay. Do you want me to put a motion on the floor?
You may. Councillor Anderson also indicated he might have a motion as well. I'm not saying. But I was looking for comments, but I think we're kind of almost talking about the development generally at this point. So somebody wants to put a motion on the floor?
Did you have an amendment, Councillor Anderson? Because I'm happy if you want to put that on the floor first, so you don't have to amend my amendment if they're not aligned.
Chair, I've really spoken to my suggested amendment already, and I'm sure that staff have taken notes, and that was simply to register that traffic active transportation and engagement, stakeholder engagement might have been listed in the list of topics, and it was simply that. So I would open the floor to Mayor Elliott if she wishes to put forward another motion.
I move the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Anderson seconds. Comments? Mayor Elliott?
Thank you. I certainly appreciate the tremendous amount of change that's happened since we saw this last. I think the massing is much more appropriate. It has moved some of the residential uses further away from the highway. I agree with my colleagues, just better understanding how this whole area will work in terms of traffic flow and people, active transportation would be helpful as it comes back for readings. I want to be really careful about the phasing piece because there's really important leases that are there, and I don't want to jeopardize anybody's long-term lease by insisting on a particular element, but also, you know, potentially the childcare can move to a different building in order to achieve it earlier in the process. So to me, making sure we protect the tenants that are there is critical in my thinking. I am a bit concerned about the shift from 30% of units as 3 bedrooms to, 20% of units as 3 bedrooms to 20% of GFA. So that visibility will be important. And I'm just still not clear on, you know, in many buildings downtown, we've required outdoor amenity space in the building as well as indoor amenity space. And I'm not opposed to people sharing this public realm, but I just want to get a better sense of that context and that story as we go forward with readings, just so I can get a better sense of the livability of what we're building here. But generally, I think this is more on track. And certainly more supportable than what I saw previously. So thank you.
Councillor French, Councillor Anderson.
Thanks, Chair. So just some additional thoughts on the specific items that staff have asked us about. Density and employment space mix. I think we've got a good mix in what we see here. The community amenity contribution offer, I also think hits a sweet spot. Affordable housing proposal, I support. The public realm improvements look great. I don't have any concerns with the heights that are proposed. And well, I hear what Councillor Pettingill is saying about that parking spot in front of the post office. And I agree with his thoughts around making that a priority for those that are using downtown for short-term parking needs. what I see in this plan for the number of spaces and how they're distributed looks good to my eye. And just one more thought on phasing and protecting the existing leases. I agree with the mayor, it does need to be a priority. And I think that we can find a way to take care of those leases while also getting the daycare space built early in the project. As the mayor pointed out, the daycare space could go somewhere else other than where it's currently suggested in the documentation that we see. So I support the recommendation for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson, then I'll put myself on the list.
Thank you. Since we've last seen a Hunter Place development proposal, I think much has taken place, and I think that the development applicants should be commended for the efforts that they've made. In architecture, urban design, as reflected in this updated proposal, are very thoughtful, creative, and reflect some real proactive planning or project planning. And for me, I can check off A, B, D, F, G. The two in the middle there are, that is, all of the issues or topics I think have been addressed very well with this. Community amenity contribution offer an affordable housing proposal. Well, that's a council ongoing kind of we're setting the stage here. But at any rate, I wanted to come back to my concern regarding the traffic impact assessment and active transportation and engagement. And Councillor French has referred to the experience of the Scott Crescent development. My experience with that development is that new road network plans were delivered to council and the public very late, which did not allow for probably desired input, including from the neighborhood involved. The active transportation provisions in the Scott Crescent Land Development Agreement did not have a lot of public exposure or involvement. And this is reflected in puzzles still to be solved today. So I just, from that experience, I want to be sure that we're ready and have that all of these puzzles solved and a clear picture before we go to second, third reading. With respect to engagement, the current safety and practical issues that arise on Pemberton Avenue today involve some testimonials that local businesses and property owners are keen to share. And I'm convinced that they have some interesting observations and offering some interesting ideas and solutions for towards collaborative solutions. So I think that let's not lose that opportunity to work together towards solving these last remaining issues regarding traffic and active transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I'll put myself at the bottom of the list and go to Councillor Pettengill, Councillor Philp, and then myself.
Thanks. I do appreciate the changes that have been made, and I think it is a better proposal. I do clearly still have some concerns, but maybe even more importantly, some questions. And I just find that once we start getting into readings, it gets much harder to make adjustments, I find, and it seems that it's easier before we get into readings to make those tweaks just easier for everyone. And so for that reason, I'm not going to support this, but I hope that what that ends up doing is just having the developer sort of double down on addressing some of the concerns before we get to first reading, so that we can see whatever go forward successfully in a way that people can support. But at this time, there's just too many outstanding questions, and I think some challenges in terms of downtown parking and so on with what is proposed and the energy profile and some of the outdoor spaces. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I'm pleased with the changes from last we saw this, and I'll try to run through the list here of feedback. I think the density and employment space mix is good. I was happy to see that. The employment related uses, I think that's good. I do have a question one thing for me, and Councillor French brought up the inclusion of the liquor sales, which I always thought triggered a rezone. So I was surprised to hear that was included. I didn't pick that up. So maybe that's something that staff can work through or clarify for us in the next presentation. And then I think the CAC contribution is in line with policy. The affordable housing proposal, I would like to understand the unit size or I suppose diversity of those units better. I don't think that was flushed out. The public realm improvements. I like some of the images there, but there is a lot of concrete, as was mentioned by previous speakers, and I'm curious about how that the space that would be required outside for the daycare and so on, and how that all interplays, as well as public movement across through the property. That point, actually, I don't have an issue with the height. I think that's okay, but I do think some viewscape images would be helpful to really understand that. But on first scan, I don't have an issue necessarily with the height, but I would like to see some viewscape work. But the parking, I really think that the active transportation potential here is huge, and I am seeing in other parts of town overflowing bike racks in the summer. So I do think that that particular attention to that, although I know we've been talking, vehicle parking seems to be the hotter topic, but particularly with the access to the commercial space and its proximity to a big piece of our active transportation network coming right there, I think it's aggressively pursuing the bike parking wherever possible would be beneficial to the full functioning of this development. And I'd like to understand the phasing. That my earlier comments around early trying to get the childcare space early in the process. Obviously, there's many factors involved in executing that, but I'll put my wish list out there. But there are commercial spaces throughout the property, and if there's a long timeline from as far from a phasing perspective, maybe for the first 5 years, the childcare is in a certain spot. If we're looking at or something similar. So I would like to see that as early, as practically possible. I guess is maybe the best way to say that. But yeah, thank you for all the work on this so far, and the evolution so far has been very positive, and I think with some further refinement, this could be a good project. So happy to support at this point.
Thank you. Like my colleagues, I'm generally favorably inclined with the progress this has made. I know this takes a lot of work on staff's part and the proponent's part, but I think this is certainly an improvement over what we saw, gosh, a while ago now. And particularly for me, it was in creation of more open space. If I hear one comment about development, the way it's occurring now in the downtown area for a particular building, usually it's because it's too close to the next building. And so the more space between the buildings that we can provide in a development like this, I think the better it will be received by the public. And looking at the particular items in the resolution, I'm not going to go through them all. I'm generally fine with all of them except for public realm improvements and parking. And public realm improvements generally is partly on site. I mean, it is a paved site, and I can understand that, but green space inside the site or more green space inside the site, but also surrounding the site. And so on that, I'm not going to repeat the comments I made earlier, but for me, approaching a development like this with the impact it has on this particular area, which is a really pretty defined area with the street, the water, the highway, and the rail line, then I think an overall vision at least is going to be important. And so we can understand how what we might approve here is going to impact and fit in with the rest of that area. And I can appreciate other landowners are involved and they may not have a vision at all yet. But I think some concepts at least that we can kind of start working towards. And I think we should kind of take the blinders off and think laterally here and possibly closing roads, acquiring land for park and making deals with adjacent owners and things like that is the kind of thing that I would look for. And I know that's not a simple process, but just to try to get the best development possible, we could get for this area and the best development for the public as well, and take these opportunities to acquire more public domain if that's possible. Parking, I do have a concern with parking and the parking variance that might be required, which we got over 60 odd units or 60 odd places that were proposed to be cash in lieu. And those are commercial places, and I understand some of the comments around parking, but those are the spaces that will service the various commercial units, people coming, going different times during the day and so forth. And the problem for me is if we don't have that properly serviced, then inevitably people will just park in the neighboring parking lot at the mall to the detriment of all of those businesses. So I think we have to be careful with that. And I understand the desire to have active transportation and transit-friendly developments and so forth. But I just think it's unrealistic to start expecting everybody to just not take their cars to these developments. And so I think I would be concerned about that particularly. And it doesn't mean you have to get all 67 or 65, whatever that number was. But certainly a portion of them, I think, would be preferable for me. Yeah, those were my comments. And so I will call the question on that. Is there anything, first of all, is there anything staff wants to clarify? Oh. I'll call the question then. Any further comments from council? Call the question. Any opposed to the motion? Councilor Pettengill opposes. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Fletcher, Mr. Kinaga, Mr. Velanishkas. We are due for a short recess, which ended 4 minutes ago, but we'll have a 10-minute recess. So we will come back at 20 minutes to 4. Thank you and welcome back. We are on our last item for today, Islands Way North and Firth Drive Traffic Calming Infrastructure Plan. Ms. Gunn, nice to see you again. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Dora Gunn, Transportation Planner with the District of Squamish. I'm just going to take a second to share my screen, hopefully more successfully than last time. One moment. Same problem, but I think I've solved it. All right. I hope everyone can see the slides. So today I'll be providing an update on traffic calming and active transportation on Highlands Way North and Perth Drive. Starting off with a bit of background. So Highlands Way North was prioritized for traffic calming through the district's traffic calming policy. The prioritization is based on speeds, volumes, what's adjacent, so things like schools or commercial areas, existing active transportation infrastructure, so sidewalks and bike lanes, as well as the collision history. Some options were developed and presented to Council on May 12th in 2020. Perth Drive was also considered at this time because staff recognized that changes made to Highlands Way North would affect traffic on Perth Drive. The options that were chosen were based on a variety of considerations, so things like the road type, the available space, the cost, the effectiveness, as well as transit and emergency vehicle use. A public survey was run in the spring of 2021, and I'll talk more about that survey shortly. Just a quick reminder of the area that we're looking at. So this is a portion of the Highlands. In the lower center, you can see Garibaldi Highlands Elementary. The area of concern is shown in red. That's the Highlands Way North portion between the Boulevard and Portree. Perth Drive is shown in blue. And both Highlands Way North and Perth Drive provide access to some of the neighborhoods past there. So Pia, J Crescent, Bluebird, those types of streets. And then a reminder about the transit and road classifications in the area. So the first map shows the transit routes. The green route is the route to Highlands, which travels north on Perth and then south again on Highlands Way South. Highlands Way North. The second map shows the road classifications in the Highlands. So Perth Drive is a major collector. Highlands Way North is a local road. The road classification affects how we approach traffic management. So local roads are intended for lower volumes, lower speeds, and things like speed humps or chicanes are reasonable traffic calming solutions. Whereas major collectors are intended to provide quick emergency vehicle access as well as carry higher volumes of traffic. And so to improve safety, we're generally looking at good active transportation infrastructure, and then sometimes narrowing the travel lanes, which could include something like a median island or curb bulge. Okay, so moving on to the survey. As I mentioned, it was open for 3 weeks this past spring. We received 541 completed responses. All but one of these were from Squamish residents, and about 75% were residents of that immediate area. The survey provided a short background on the issue and then had 4 options for Highlands Way North and 1 for Perth Drive. For each option, the public was asked to provide their level of support and then prioritize their concerns. So starting off with option 1 on Highlands Way North, which is 2 raised crosswalks and 1 speed table between the Boulevard and Portree Way. The image shows an example of a raised crosswalk. So moving through these options, for each one, I provide a graph that shows the level of support. I apologize for the size of the text. I couldn't export it from the survey program any other way. But for every graph, the yellow is the support and the blue is the lack of support, with the darker yellow being very supportive and the darker blue being very unsupportive. And then I've summarized the 2 yellows, the very supportive and supportive together, and I've put that on each graph. So you can see in this case, it's 45%. So this option was supported or very supported by 45% of respondents, with another 14% indicating a neutral level of support. It was unsupported or very unsupported by 41% of respondents. The top concern was that this option would not be enough to address the speeding concerns, followed by that it would shift traffic over to Perth Drive. And then the next highest count was for those who didn't have any concerns. So for this option, it actually received the highest level of support out of the 4 Highlands Way North options. It's relatively low cost and it will affect speeding. It has the potential to divert a small amount of traffic over to Perth Drive. We aren't sure exactly how much at this point, but we will conduct follow-up monitoring to see how much of an impact this has. And currently, Highlands Way North does have more traffic on it than Perth, and so shifting some traffic to Perth seems like a reasonable thing to do at this point. So based on this, we are planning to go ahead in 2021 with installing 2 of the 3 speed tables. So we're going to not install the 1 speed table that is at the Portree intersection because there's another option that conflicts with this. If we decide to go ahead with that other intersection option in the future, we would have to pull out the speed table there. So we're going to hold off on that 3rd one, but move ahead with the 2 other ones at this location. Okay, for option 2, this is to install a road closure at the north end of Pitlockery Way. This would divert traffic bound for the Pia, J, and Bluebird areas over to Perth Drive. So this option was supported or very supported by 30% of residents, with another 7.5% who were neutral. It was unsupported or very unsupported by 62.5% of respondents, so quite highly unsupported. I did look at the responses by street, and not surprisingly, this option was well supported by folks who were living on Highlands Way North and not supported by those living on Perth. So the primary concern here, and it's something that we actually heard a lot about throughout the survey, was that it would divert traffic over to Perth Drive. There's also concern about residents in the Pia, J, and Bluebird area not having to drive further to get to and from their homes. And then after that, the third highest ranked was no concerns. So based on this, we have decided to put this project on hold. Ultimately, we do want to shift traffic over to Perth because it's the major collector and it should be handling more traffic than Highlands Way North. But we do recognize that Perth currently doesn't have good active transportation infrastructure. So we're going to focus some energy on Perth for the time being and see what we can achieve there. And if we do make good progress on Perth, then we may revisit this option in the future for Highlands Way North. The third option on Highlands Way North was to build a multi-use path on the east side, so the school side, between the boulevard and Portree, something like the example shown in the image there. This option was supported or very supported by 37.5% of respondents, with another 15.5% who were neutral. It was unsupported or very unsupported by 47%. The top concern here was the number of driveway crossings, followed by the concern that it may not stow vehicles enough on its own, and then the cost. So based on this, we're planning to maintain this option on the active transportation prioritization list. So this list is revisited annually and projects are prioritized based on the active transportation plan, the school travel plans, as well as cost, neighborhoods. So we try to spread out the work across neighborhoods, the number of residents served generally, and then coordination with our capital plans. So it might not slow traffic quite as much as the speed tables, but it does provide active transportation benefits, and it could contribute to speed reduction by narrowing the vehicle travel lanes. We'll revisit the design to see how other concerns like the driveway crossings can be mitigated. We're moving on to option 4. This is to reconfigure the intersection at Highlands Way North and Portree Way. It would remove the right-hand turn merge lane, as you can see in the image where the X is. So this option was supported or very supported by 17% of respondents only, with another 22 who were neutral, and it was unsupported or very unsupported by 61% of the respondents. The top concern here was that it would have limited impact on speeding further down on Highlands Way North, followed by making it harder to turn right at this intersection, and then the cost. So despite the low level of support, we are proposing to keep this on the active transportation prioritization list. It would improve safety at this intersection, and the safety at this intersection has been flagged by Garibaldi Highlands Elementary as a concern. It would also contribute to lower speeds at this intersection. When it comes to cost, staff will continue to look for grant opportunities. This project could do well for a grant that's focused on safe routes to school. Okay, so moving on to Perth Drive. So there was only one option presented for Perth Drive. This focused on a long-term vision for the road. A concept was provided in the survey, which you can see in that image on the slide. The west ditch has environmental value and needs to be maintained as an open waterway. And then due to space constraints, we're only able to have, in this current design, a sidewalk on the west side and then bike lanes in both directions, plus the travel lanes. Not shown on this cross section also is that in some parts of the road, there's actually enough space to add parking pockets on the east side. So this option was overwhelmingly supported, especially in comparison to the other options presented in the survey, by 78% of respondents, with another 11% that were neutral. It was unsupported or very unsupported by 11% as well. Rather than asking about the top concerns with this option, the survey asked respondents to list their top priorities for this design. And so these came out as the sidewalk on the west side at the top, followed by the sidewalk on the east side, which is not currently included in this design due to space constraints. And then an uphill bike lane that's separated from traffic, so a protected uphill bike lane. So we are planning to proceed with this project as funding allows. Since it's a major collector, the active transportation infrastructure here is a priority. We did a concept design actually after the survey was closed, and that came out with a cost estimate of 1.4 million just for the section between the boulevard and Portree. However, we applied for funding and we were unsuccessful with that funding application, unfortunately. So this time we are planning to revisit the design to see if we can make any cost savings or whether there are different options for phasing. Currently, the plan is to phase from south to north, but we're going to look at whether there's any chance of being able to phase from east to west, which means we could do just one side of the road at a time, which would be cheaper initially, not overall. Yes, so it's staying on the list as funding allows. I'm moving on now to the budget. So for the raised crosswalks and speed table, that's option 1. We have budget available in 21 for this project, and we're planning to complete it shortly. For option 2, it's on hold, no budget required. Option 3 and 4 will come out of future years active transportation capital budget and or grant to be determined which year. And then for Perth Drive, it is currently in the 5-year financial plan for 2023. But since we did not get the grant funding, we're going to have to revisit that. So we will review what is possible and have that answer for council as we go into the 2023 budgeting process. And now we have moved on to my recommendation, which is that council receive the report from Community Planning and Infrastructure dated October 12th regarding survey results and proposed plan for traffic calming and active transportation infrastructure improvements in the Highlands Way North Perth Drive area for information. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Gunn. Council, questions? Actually, questions or comments? It's free reign this afternoon now. So go wild. Mary Elliott.
Living dangerously. What is the difference between a raised crosswalk and a speed table? And you said a few different things. I think what we're proposing this year is a raised crosswalk and a speed table, but not the other raised crosswalk.
To the chair, that's exactly right as far as what we're proposing. So a speed table, they're very similar. The difference is that a crosswalk is a place intended for pedestrians to cross, so it'll have the traditional crosswalk markings. And in one case, on Highlands Way North, it'll have the flashing beacons as well. The speed table is just like a speed hump. It's not intended for pedestrians to cross there. It's just intended to slow traffic. And it really had to do with where the existing crosswalks were as to how that landed, whether it was a speed table or a raised crosswalk.
Now, just my own experience with raised crosswalks and speed tables is that you can still sometimes take them at speed. Not that I would do that, but I've seen other people do that. And so is our speed table actually going to be the kind that makes you slow down, or one that you figure out over time you can actually still do 50 over?
Through the chair, so that depends very much on the way it's designed. There's a lot of different design elements to these, and so they can be made to be easier or harder to traverse. It does also somewhat depend on what vehicle you're driving. So, and we do have to design these in a way that enables the transit buses to cross them. So BC Transit's provide us with specifications that work well for them. We haven't installed one following these specifications yet, so I can't speak to exactly how that will be for everybody else driving across it, but the intention is definitely to slow traffic. So that is our goal.
I mean, it was very difficult to, I think you could see which street was supporting which options, which is good. So we don't have that visibility, but it's sort of an impossible choice because no one wants to take the extra traffic, although it seems that Perth was built as that street, although not with the pedestrian infrastructure at this time. So are there things, and I think Councillor Pettengill mentioned this in a conversation earlier this month, around just temporary barrels we can fill with water or sand to narrow the lanes a little bit on Perth at certain points so that people have to slow down. So not an expensive option, but also waiting till after 2023 to start building is also likely going to be problematic. So I'm just wondering along the same lines as Councillor Pettengill is, are there ugly but effective temporary measures we could take to just focus people's attention a bit more on Perth?
Through the chair, I will say that we will have another look at that. However, we did look at it already. And it's really difficult to put something like a planter or a barrel or whatever on the road that doesn't block the bike lane. So we only have a certain amount of pavement to work with, right? And we have to leave enough travel lane width for the transit buses to get through there, which doesn't leave a whole lot if you don't want to block the bike lane. So that's our challenge. I will say that because we recognize the importance of the work on Perth and the cost is obviously an issue. So we will look at everything that we can think of to try and come up with a proposal that allow us to do something on Perth without spending $1.4 million. But I'm not sure that it is going to involve planters or barrels.
And can we follow up with the RCMP once the changes take place to do speed enforcement consistently then on Perth to support the neighbors living there?
Through the chair, yes, absolutely. We are in touch with the RCMP. When we have complaints in certain areas, we do reach out to them to up the enforcement, and we will continue to do that.
Councilor Herbert. Thank you. The speed tables and raised crosswalk, to follow up on the mayor's question, are they the same, essentially the same shape, just one has a crosswalk on top of it, and the other, but it's the same dimensions otherwise? Okay. So the third one, that where would that we're deciding it's proposed that we don't do at this point, where was that one, would it have been located?
So it was planned to be right on that southwest bound right turn lane at the intersection of Portree and Highlands Way North, which is the same location as we were considering reconfiguring in option 4. And because we haven't crossed that one entirely off the table, our intention is just to not install that raised crosswalk at this time.
Okay, but wouldn't putting the raised crosswalk there positively affect the safety of that spot? Even though we know that a full redesign there is sort of the A game. It just seems like there's a very low cost piece here, and even removing a portion of it with future works might not be so bad, given that the timelines are so long. So leaving that sort of known hazard, if you will, just unaddressed effectively, unless we put that table in. So I don't know, I still see value in that, and I know I'm not a big fan of building something just to take it apart, but I don't think it's going to come apart in the next 6 months, a year, 2 years, or in some cases, or maybe with the volatility of grant funding and so on, while a child is in kindergarten there, it's not, the issue isn't addressed until after they've gone through their whole time at the school. So I would like to see the third speed table, or I guess it's a raised crosswalk at that point there. And I'm happy to take the risk that we get the grant funding and we have to take it apart in 6 months. But I don't think that's the case. I think it's going to be a multi-year thing, unfortunately. So I'd prefer to see a slightly larger budget spend, and it's not huge. What was the dollar for the two?
And somewhere between 20,000 and 25,000.
Yeah, so another one there. I don't know, I'd like to see us do a third, knowing that yes, it may need to come out at some point in the future. But, I don't know how much money was spent putting that right turn lane in the first place by some previous council that we're going to seek funding to remove now. So I don't know, I'd err on the side of safety. We would prefer to see that raised crosswalk there as well. And if there is only budget for 2, although I'm pretty sure we can find enough for 3, maybe that one is actually a higher priority than the mid-block. Just to address that at the intersection, it's a high priority for me personally. But yeah, thank you.
Through the chair, so it would be possible budget-wise to do that. The only slight challenge that I see is that we have done the design work for the first 2. We have not done the design work for that one, and it's now October. So I just would need to check in with the capital projects manager to see what might be possible this year. But even if it's not possible this year, it would very likely be possible next year. So I could do those checks if council would like.
Council Pendle.
Thank you. Given that we can mix comments and questions, I'm going to start with my reaction as some context for two questions. So I guess from the report, I support the enhancements on Perth. I would like to see us redesignate Perth as a local road. And I think we should be putting speed tables on Perth and Highlands Way North. I think there's been some concern about visitor traffic on Perth as well to the trailheads and so on. And so I see some value in managing that. So my two questions coming out of that is, one, it's not clear to me why we would prioritize active transit on collector routes. It seems to me if something is going to stay a collector route, you're increasing the odds of conflict between motor vehicles and active transit users, whereas if active transit had another option, that might be safer. So I'm wondering why we would try and combine those things.
Through the chair, so we have houses on many major collectors in town. And so because of that, we have people coming and going from those houses on foot and often using their bicycles too. So in order to allow them to do that safely, we need to provide the active transportation infrastructure there. So those are actually a higher priority because we have lots of traffic and because in some cases the traffic is going fast because they're major collectors, then we need to follow up with the active transportation infrastructure. Now, it's not always needed to have bike lanes necessarily, especially if there's an alternate route. It is possible sometimes to just provide sidewalks. But in this case, there is enough bike traffic that seems to want to go up and down Perth that we felt that bike lanes were important. And I will just respond briefly to your comment about the major collector versus a local road. Unfortunately, we do need to be able to provide access to neighborhoods, which is why the network of major collectors was identified how it is throughout town. And so right now there's not a whole ton of people living at the end of Perth down in that, Thunderbird Creek area. But we do anticipate in the future that there could be more, maybe some time off. And even now, there's still quite a few people down there. And so we can't really just take away kind of a major access to an area unless we can replace it with something else. So if there was a different access road that we were going to change over to becoming a major collector, and when we were going to reduce a major collector to a local road, that could be possible. But at this point in time, that does not exist in this area.
So, and I guess you're getting into my second question a little bit, and say we were insistent and thought, it's better for this to be a local road. A local road would support the needs of the community there now, and as technology and so on evolves, let's not build assuming massive car expansion in the future. And so, given everything in our strategic plan and the climate crisis and so on, maybe it's appropriate to change this to a local road. But setting that aside for a moment, what would be the actual technical steps to redesignate this from a collector to a local road?
So typically that's done through a planning process. So something like a transportation master plan, which we actually are planning to start into in 2022. So it would require a review of access points to the neighborhood, and the numbers of people being served, that type of thing. And then a decision could be made based on that.
Thank you. Any other members of council? Go ahead, Mariella.
So I just, a comment is that option 4 to get rid of that slip lane on Forestry and Highlands Way North near the school. Couldn't we just barricade that and fix that issue?
Through the chair, unfortunately, the way the intersection is currently configured, the transit buses won't be able to make that turn. So if we don't allow the transit buses to go through that slip lane, then they won't be able to make the corner. So it's going to require a full reconfiguration.
Okay, thanks.
Council French.
Thanks, Chair. Just looking at the wording in option 1, staff proposed to move ahead with the raised crosswalk on Highlands Way North closest to the boulevard and the speed table slightly north of there. Is that proposing to raise the crosswalk where the boulevard and Highlands Way North meet? Is that the crosswalk that is proposed for raising?
Through the chair, no, and my apologies. Perhaps there was maps in the first time I came to council, but I didn't provide them this time around. So my apologies for that. It's the crosswalk that's just slightly north of there. So it's not the one at the boulevard. It's just a bit north of there. It actually connects into the Mike Weeks Trail, which connects into the school, and it has the flashing beacons on it currently.
Okay, yeah, I know exactly where that is. And then can you give us more specifics on the other one and where it's located?
Sure. So it's just a little ways further north. If you're traveling northbound, it's before you head around the corner. If you're traveling southbound, you will have just come around the corner and then you'll have it.
Okay, so those would be fairly close to each other at the bottom of Highlands Way North, leaving nothing to slow people down on the upper part of Highlands Way North. And I happened to be out for a run on a school day at 8:45 on Highlands Way North, going up, and was blown away by the number of kids that I saw heading towards the school at that time. I just think that it would be great if we did something at that upper end of Highlands Way North to slow traffic up there. But at any rate, I definitely support anything on Highlands Way North that's going to slow people down. Thanks.
Councilor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. I'll ask, I thought Councilor French was going to get there, but is there a reason why we wouldn't consider putting a speed table or something north of Highlands Elementary School on Highlands Way North?
To the chair, so yes, I mean, we could, but that area of Highlands Way North is much less problematic than the area further south. There's less traffic, the volumes are lower. We haven't had any speeding complaints on that particular portion of Highlands Way North either. And so I mean, there's many areas around town that could be prioritized for traffic calming, and that particular stretch of road was not one of them.
So a couple comments. I tend to agree with Councillor Herford that, you know, in general terms, to get as much done as quickly as possible, even though it may not be the most efficient way in the budget, within reason. And so would support things like building a speed table now and, if necessary, tearing it up in 1 or 2 years. Because I think we want to do this as quickly as possible, or at least start making some improvements. I also tend to agree with Councillor Pettingill with respect to Perth, and I can't remember the process, frankly, that designated these roads and so forth as collector roads versus not. But if Perth is a collector road, partly because of anticipated growth at the end of Perth, that could be many years away. And it could also, if it did happen, provide other exits and accesses to that area. So I wouldn't be afraid of looking at that and deciding whether or not it's appropriate right now, and treating it as a non-collector right now, and see where that takes us, and try to slow people down that way. I mean, we certainly have to have access, and it has to be good for emergency vehicles, buses, etc. But it doesn't necessarily have to be fast access. I mean, the difference between going 50 and 30 over a relatively short distance is probably less than a minute. So to me, it's a little bit of lateral thinking again. We might kind of look outside the box and say, well, maybe we should think about something like that. The other aspect of that is the question raised about getting active transportation off of Perth and putting them on Highlands Way North. And that's an interesting concept, because then it might give you more flexibility to deal with traffic calming and so forth on Perth. But it's what we've done in other places like the downtown area, for example, where we encourage active transportation one street and not in another street. So we might start looking at some of those types of redesigns and take sort of a more global holistic view of the area and see what might work for it. But I think I would be inclined to do it given the area as it is now, without at the moment contemplating significant growth anywhere in it. Maybe the odd infill and so forth, but kind of just take it for what we've got right now, and do it that way. But otherwise, interesting survey, good response. Predictably, it's a high-profile issue in that area. Are there any other comments from council? Questions? The staff recommendation is to receive the motion. Moved by Councilor Herbert. Comment?
I wanted to put a different, slightly different motion forward. But
Okay.
before I do, I have a quick question to staff. Ms. Gunn, I have the sorry, I'm just looking at the map of the area, and when I asked you about the raised, whether it's a raised crosswalk or a speed table, and there's the mention of sort of the design work needed. I'm looking at the map. It looks to me like if this was a speed table, just as you exit that slip lane, it may not be that raised crosswalk, which would be right at the intersection, which wouldn't have necessarily have the effect that we need. But I would like to see a third speed table included in the plan. Now, whether it has a crosswalk on top or not, we could leave to sort of the placement of it. But the goal would be to affect that, slow the speed at the near the intersection at the school. So if there's a placement that helps make it happen sooner, rather than a more complex engineering piece that needs to will take another year. But I'm going to make a motion to that effect. If we just said 3 speed tables, that you could figure out if you can squeak if a crosswalk is appropriate to be on top of 1 or 2 or 3 of them. Is that clear enough? Okay. So I'm going to make the motion then. Sorry, the wording, infrastructure or maybe I'll just add a sentence at the end, for information, however, that it includes 3 speed tables rather than the recommendation. And I'll just, I think that's the simplest way to do it. It would be at the end of this, the staff recommendation. It just says, regarding the survey, blah, blah, and it says infrastructure improvements to the Highlands Way North Perth area for information, and then just add that at the end, rather than the 2 recommended.
Sorry, just to be clear with the motion. So I understand that we're adding on to the present text of the staff recommendation. And you wanted to, with the addition of providing for 3 speed tables on which street?
Maybe we'll just say, however, with 3 speed tables included in option 1 rather than the 2 recommended.
Okay. Just so there's a little certain. 3 speed tables included in option 1. Is everybody clear about that? Is there a seconded? Seconded by Council French. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, I think that this this course of action is appropriate and gets and hopefully we can positively affect the issues in this area as quickly as possible, with the knowledge that there's, as outlined in the report, that there's more work to come. But I do think that the risk with this is that we've spent a bit of money to improve safety, and we may have to take this piece apart as we improve safety yet again down the line. But I'd like to see something in place, as many things in place as soon as possible. This feels like low-hanging fruit. So I look forward to seeing this implemented as soon as possible, and making this area as safe as we can as soon as we can. Thank you.
Councilor French.
Thanks, Chair. And speaking in favor of the motion, the particular spot that Councillor Herford has zeroed in on here, right out in front of the school, is a problem area. I myself have seen vehicles take this corner far too fast, and potentially very dangerous for the students that are traveling this area quite regularly throughout the day to get to and from the school. And I agree it is a relatively small amount of money for what I think would be a pretty significant return on investment for safety. So I support the motion. Thank you.
Further comment? I will, yes, go ahead, Mario.
So for clarity, is the motion to put in the third one this year or when possible?
I would hope for this year is my intent.
So just for clarity, we have no confirmation of budget or the ability to do it before the year end. But it's something that could potentially be funded in 2022. So are you requiring it or are you asking it for it to be considered this year?
I suppose I'd have to ask for it to be considered this year, given that there's some engineering requirements and budgeting, but I'd like it to be on the list of that project. So if we only get 2/3 of the way there, then we know that we have to do that last bit in the next step. I don't know I don't know if I was being too prescriptive or not prescriptive enough in the motion. So I'm open to clarification if you.
The chair, can I just have the wording of the motion repeated, please?
Please, yeah, I don't recall a date, but go ahead.
Thank you. So the motion is the same additional wording of and that staff consider 3 speed tables be added on Highlands Way North. Option 1 in brackets in 2021.
The word is consider. Yeah.
I'll call that a friendly amendment. I think the intent is there. Thank you.
I just want to be sure because it affects which way I'm going to vote on this. So if the motion is to consider, then I'm supportive of it. But I also understand there's engineering constraints, there's weather constraints, there's budget constraints. And so I suppose if it doesn't fit this year, then it can always be included in the 2022 budget. But I think, when we start thinking about this whole area, we have to think about it in the context of our active transportation overall plan. So there's lots of places in our community that are hotspots. And certainly this area has gotten a lot of attention over the last little while. And folks there have had the agency to write and fill in surveys. But there's a lot of people that have issues in their own neighborhoods that aren't getting the same amount of airtime. And I think we always have to make broader decisions about investments within the overall active transportation plan. There are, I would argue, are potentially other risks that aren't being addressed if we focus a lot of money and time and effort on Perth at the expense of other higher density neighborhoods that still don't have active transportation infrastructure or crossing lights, that sort of thing. So I just think as a council, we have to be cautious that we're not just reacting to one area and considering its urgency within the context of all the other areas in town. So I know that's how staff look at it, but I think that's how we have to consider it as well. Glad that staff did this survey. It provides some insight. It provides, insight into people not wanting more traffic on their streets. So to me, that's about increasing transit, and it is about pursuing the ability to lower our streets to 40 kilometers an hour everywhere. or lower. And it's asking everyone in town to follow the speed limits that we currently have, because if you're driving them, everyone behind you has to drive them too. So we all have the power to slow people down with how we drive and move about town. So thanks for these options, Ms. Gunn.
Councilor Herbert.
Thank you. And Marilyn, I take your points as far as the overall ecosystem, we'll call it, of our active transportation network. I do think that the rationale for not staff highlighted the need for three, but the rationale for not including the one was that it may need to get taken apart in future work that's been highlighted through this. And I think if we do get the three in for the third, they are about 12,000 a piece by my rough math, unless for some reason we run into some engineering crux, which happens. This might delay might get us till we can spend the multi-millions that we need to spend at other places in this area and allow us to address other concerns in the community at a quicker rate. So I take the comments to heart, but I still feel that the three here are important.
Thank you. Anything further? Oh, that's good. No.
Yeah, thanks. I will support the motion with the consider portion of it. I do think that we do need to seriously think, and I guess as part of that master planning process, about should we still be having or planning for a bunch of streets to be collector streets, or do we need to think more about local streets when we look to the future, whether or not it's going to be a car dependent future or not, and what our vision is. And so I think the master plan process maybe is the place to address that. But as we're sort of thinking about these smaller things in the meantime, I think that should be in the back of our mind. I will support this. The idea of not focusing just on one area too much does resonate with me. And so I guess I would just have a little bit more caution in terms of some of the Perth improvements. I think they're fantastic, but let's not lose sight, if there are grants, making sure that it is the most appropriate and the timing matches up. I think that's been the case so far, but we do want to make sure that we're providing equitable improvements to active transit for the whole community. And I think that's a very fair point, not to lose sight of.
Thank you. And that motion was seconded by Councillor French, by the way. Councillor Anderson?
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to support the motion with that wording, consider. I, in reading through this staff report, circled in several places, add to active transportation prioritization lists. And I did so in jealousy. And I do agree with Mayor Elliott's observation that we have a lot of hotspots throughout the community. And in jealousy, I was thinking about some in my area that have not been solved. And so this is why I prefer the wording consider. For example, we have no safe, convenient route to schools for pedestrians at all for Valley Cliff and Hospital Hill. Doesn't exist. We have cooling of water freezing in winter on the only available route for pedestrians to downtown. We have blind spots in school zones, making demands on drivers and putting school zone pedestrians at risk. And so there are problems, hotspots all throughout. So I'm happy to support this. I'm happy we're moving forward generally, learning a lot as we're going. I take it that staff is building up a knowledge base, a database, if you like, about the tricks and strategies we can use. And I'm sure there's a lot of literature out there. I was thinking about the raised crosswalks and step tables, and I'm sure that we're going to build up experience about this. So I'm happy to support the motion with that wording of consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Eventually, do you wish to speak? Did you have your hand up to speak? No? Any further speakers? Call a question? All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. With that, we have completed our agenda. And I'll look for a motion to terminate. By Councillor Herbert, we got you again. Second by Mayor Elliott. Any opposed? Carries.